Dawn of Forever, Jack and Jill Series Book 3. Written by Jewel E. Ann. Narrated by Stephanie K. Chapter 1. Day. Jude, stop! Sunny Day held up the long skirt of her evening gown as she chased her 17-year-old son out the front doors of the De Young Museum. Jude couldn't breathe, yet his legs propelled him, away from the woman impersonating his mom, away from what he saw, away from his life falling apart. Stop! You don't understand! She was right. He didn't understand. How could he? No explanation on earth could justify what she did. Please! Her plea broke with a heart-wrenching sob. As if he hit an invisible wall, he stopped, chest heaving, heart hardening into a 4-chambered prison of bitterness. Sunny rested her hand on his shoulder. He jerked it away, keeping his back to her. I love him. I've loved him my whole life. Jude laughed. Don't sugarcoat it. You're old enough to hear the truth. I'm not going to lie to you. Jude didn't want the truth. He wanted to unsee his mom kissing a man who wasn't his father. He wanted to unhear her saying that she loves him. Fuck you. Jude! He turned. If I'm old enough to hear the truth, then I'm old enough to tell you what I think of it. Why was she crying? The tears she wiped from her eyes meant nothing. We met when we were 5. To say we were inseparable would be an understatement. He was the first boy who held my hand, the first boy I kissed, the boy who took me to all my homecomings and proms. He was my first everything. Then he enlisted in the military and left me. I waited for him for 5 years, but he kept re-enlisting and his career ambitions crowded me out of his life. I wanted a family. I wanted a life. I don't care. He gritted his teeth. Heat flushed through his body as his muscles tensed to the point of quivering. The stranger before him clutched her body, holding herself together. Her voice thickened with pain. Someday, you'll understand. Someday you'll fall in love and it will brand your heart forever. And if life keeps you apart, you may invite others into your heart, but it will never truly be theirs. One stamp, one person. Sunny gazed at Jude with vacant eyes. I hate him for leaving me. I hate him for coming back when it was too late. I hate him for still loving me. But after 17 years, I'm just so tired of all the hate. I was in it for you and Jessica. Was? She cast her eyes to the ground on a long, slow sigh. I'm leaving your father after you and Jessica start college next fall. I wanted to wait until next summer to say anything. I know Jessica will take it hard, but she's a strong young woman. I know you two are close and you don't have secrets, but if you love her, then you need to think about what's best for her during her last year of high school. Jude leaned forward, demanding she look at him. If I love her, do you hear yourself? How can you preach to me about love when the only person you love is yourself and that fucker who had his hands all over you? A second round of tears filled his mother's eyes. He felt nothing. I love you and Jessica. No, you said one stamp. One person. It's not the same. She shook her head, pressing the back of her hand beneath her nose as sobs racked her body. The love I have for you is a different kind of love. It's unconditional. You and Jessica are not my heart. You're the beat. You're my life, My world. There's nothing I wouldn't do for you, and I've spent the past 17 years proving it. I'll spend the rest of my life loving you, being here for you, protecting you. Jude narrowed his eyes. I don't want your protection. I don't need your protection. Don't say that. Love didn't exist, at least not the way he thought it did. Jessica was Daddy's girl, but Jude idolized his mom. Sunny was president of the PTO, organizer of fundraisers, keeper of schedules, the bright face in the front row at all their school events, the hug before bed and kiss on the cheek in the morning. She kept a tidy house, baked, cooked, mended clothes, and always made everyone feel loved. More than that, she was the loving wife. Jude knew it. He saw it in the adoring looks she exchanged with his father, the hand-holding, the playful banter, the patience she showed when his job got stressful. She was the glue that held everyone together. No longer. She was a fraud, a liar, an adulterer. She could not be trusted. Women could not be trusted, except Jessica. That night, his sister became his everything, and all other women became objects to fuck. Period. Chapter 2. Night. Jackson Knight made one call to set everything into motion. Dodge, it's Jackson Knight. Sorry to disturb you on Thanksgiving, but I have some bad news. AJ's head rested against the PT Cruiser window. It felt as cold as the voice outlining the events of his death. Only he wasn't dead. Yet. He died in his sleep. Jillian found him. The body was taken from his house to prepare for transport back to Portland. The car slowed as the hum of pavement turned to crunching gravel beneath the tires. Jackson cut the engine. Silence. AJ blinked open his eyes. Nothing. Where are we? The option of dying with dignity no longer existed. The end of the road. AJ nodded. She'll hate you. The lack of Jackson's response confirmed it. Jillian would hate them both. You can't keep anything down, so I can't really offer you a last meal. Do you have any other last requests? When Cage flew to Portland for the weekend, AJ said his final goodbye. Neither of them acknowledged it was the last goodbye, but when his college quarterback son clung to him with the desperation of a 5-year-old boy, the tears said all that needed to be said. Life is not fair. I'm sorry. I forgive you. I love you. His father would understand. His mother would not, and neither would Brooke. Women were built to nurture and carry hope beyond all reason. Even Jillian, with her ironclad heart, succumbed to her own vulnerability when she begged him to go back to Portland with her. In that moment, she was no longer his real. If he were honest with himself, he lost that Jillian on a private jet from Houston to Omaha. She died in his arms that day, but he didn't know why. Jillian, I want to know. Know what? Everything. Everything? Jackson grunted a laugh. If I tell you everything, there's no going back. Right now you could ask me to take you back to her, and I would. Once I start this story, the only way it will end is with you dying. Understood? AJ married the first woman he truly loved. Minutes after Brooke gave birth to their son, he watched Cage's tiny fingers wrap around his pinky finger, claiming his heart. He took a bullet for a comrade on the battlefield, serving his country with pride. Fuck the PTSD. AJ lived a good life. A life that ended with the love of a woman who took him in a show me your worst and I'll love you even more way. Understood. He closed his eyes and never opened them again. Her name was Jessica Mauve Day, born and raised in San Francisco, daughter to Grant and Sonny, sister to Jude. She has elite tactical and self-defense skills. At 17, she and her best friend were kidnapped by a serial killer. Her friend died from 44 slashes to her flesh, the final one to her femoral artery. Jessica survived because that's what she is, the ultimate survivor. One of the kidnappers died from 44 slashes to his flesh, the final one to his femoral artery. The other kidnapper died at a rest stop in Wyoming several months ago from a broken neck, but the official report called it heart failure. Can you guess who killed them? AJ had no more to say. She fell in love with her psychiatrist and they lived together with their dog until our parents were killed last year. Our father was an undercover DEA agent until someone blew his cover. As a result, Jessica and Jude had to die too, so that Jillian and Jackson could live. She's fucked up in ways I don't think anyone will completely understand. But if I'm honest, all she's ever really wanted is a sense of normalcy and someone to love. Silence. Pain. Regret. Then, nothing. 1. Jude Day took the lives of 23 people. Jackson Knight killed one man. A mercy killing. After Jillian killed Trigger, Jackson swore he'd never let his sister take another life. AJ would have asked her to take his. Pain makes a person desperate, and Jackson had never seen so much pain bleed from one man. She would hate him. He would accept it. They would survive. It's who they were. A single candle flickered on AJ's dining room table. Jackson stepped over the shards of glass and scattered roses in a pool of water on the floor, the wall still wet from impact. "If you touch me, I will kill you!" Jillian's hoarse voice ripped through the silence. He stood over her. She hugged the cloth napkin to her chest, body curled into a fetal position on the floor. "Then you're just going to have to kill me." He bent down to pick her up. A stabbing pain stopped his motion. Wrath-filled eyes narrowed at him. Jackson grabbed her wrist, her bloodied hand still gripping the long dagger of glass lodged into his shoulder. "When did cutting become your thing again?" Jackson seethed, squeezing her arm until she winced, releasing the glass. He wadded the front of his shirt to grab it, then pulled it from his shoulder with a grunt. "Did you kill him?" He was wrong. The pain that bled from her eyes held as much desperation as AJ's had possessed. The blood oozing from her hand that stabbed the glass into his shoulder signified her lack of readiness to hear the truth. "I took away the pain." "You murdered him! You're a fucking murderer!" The napkin from her non-bloodied hand fell on the floor, absorbing the water from the vase. The black words disappeared into blotchy stains. "No, no, no!" Jillian snatched it up, holding her breath as the ink-stained water dripped from the edge. Jackson watched her fade, watched her die right along with AJ's last words to her. She'd risen from the grave so many times, but even she had her limits. Would she ever come back from this? "I hate who I've become." Jackson applied more pressure to his stab wound. Jillian hugged the napkin to her chest. Silent sobs racked her body. "I hate our past. I hate not feeling human, and the list of regrets in my life grows more every day. But I will never regret taking AJ's life." "Oh, God!" Jillian cried. He picked her up, wincing as more blood seeped from his shoulder. You killed him! Why? Why? To save you, he whispered in her ear, carrying her to the door. There was nothing he wouldn't do for his sister. If it meant taking all her anger, all her tears, and all her pain, that's what he would do. Death was AJ's fate. A painful, undignified, miserable death. His sister couldn't see past her blinding love. Jackson couldn't save AJ. No one could. But he could save his sister. I hate this world. I hate it so fucking much. Her voice broke, shattering with each word. I know, Jess. Jillian looked up at him through puffy eyes. He kissed her forehead. Don't look at me like that. You'll always be Jessica to me. Fin de Shorney, she whispered. End of day. He didn't respond. Day. Maybe it wasn't the end. Love and loss became the unbreakable pattern of Jessica and Jillian's life. She hated her brother for taking something that wasn't his to take. Maybe she hated herself too. Did her pain overshadow AJ's? If he would have asked her to take his life, would she have been able to do it? The questions haunted her, but so did the answers. Eventually, you're going to have to talk to me again. Jillian shoved clothes into a bag. Jackson sighed, plopping down on her bed. I should be going with you. She stopped, leveling him a death glare for a few seconds before resuming her packing. How's your hand? His hand pressed to his own shoulder, still bandaged from the stitches. Jillian received 15 stitches of her own from grasping the glass dagger to stab Jackson 2 nights earlier. Mrs. Baker left me a message that she no longer will be taking lessons from me. Maybe I did overreact. Jillian paused again to give him the "you think?" look. Hating Jackson wasn't easy, but it's all she had. The anger served as motivation to keep moving, and she needed every ounce of life-propelling effort she could muster to make it to Portland for AJ's funeral. What would she tell his family? They believed she'd been with him when he died. The self-imposed silent treatment prevented her from asking Jackson about AJ's last words. The last words AJ gave her were nothing more than blotchy ink on a blood-stained napkin. How fitting that her entire past would be tainted with blood. She just wanted one decision to be her own. When Gail chose to have their fake deaths be suicides, she didn't have any say in the matter. Leaving Luke behind meant leaving him with the belief that she didn't love him enough to live for him. He spent almost a year believing she gave up on herself, gave up on them. If only he could have known that he was everything. Jillian zipped her suitcase and hauled it toward the front door. Feeling a rush of anger, she turned. I'm not coming back after the funeral. I need some time alone to figure out if I can forgive you, because right now, what you did feels unforgivable. Don't call me because I won't answer. She tossed her phone on the table. Jackson stared at it, overwhelmed with defeat. They'd been through the unimaginable and survived the unsurvivable. But what he did broke a bond that should have been unbreakable. The texts. She shook her head. They can come for me, and we'll see who meets their maker first. The plane headed to Portland, but Africa was her first choice. Africa, the middle of China, Antarctica, or anywhere that qualified as the farthest possible distance from AJ's dead body. Jackson's messed up intentions and the painful memories of Luke. Exiting the secured area of the airport, she homed in on a large sign with her name on it, held by a middle-aged woman wearing a black pantsuit and dark red hair pulled tightly into a bun. Jillian paused a few seconds as the anxious people behind her brushed past, with a few shoulder bumps and bags jolting the one slung over her shoulder. The woman's eyes surveyed the oncoming storm of people, not stopping on Jillian with any sort of recognition. The uncertainty of how AJ's family would welcome the woman who stole their son's last days felt like a brick resting on her heart until that point. One of them had arranged to have her picked up at the airport, and just like that, her heavy heart lightened a bit. "I'm Jillian Knight." She forced a small smile for the lady. The smile felt foreign to her lips. She couldn't remember the last time she'd truly smiled. "A pleasure, Miss Knight. Do you have any checked bags?" Jillian shook her head. "Very well. If you'd like to follow me, I have a car waiting for us." Jillian followed her to the exit like a zombie, having not slept more than a few hours each night since she and AJ arrived back in Omaha. It had begun to take its toll on her body and mind. "I'll put your bag in the back." Jillian forced another smile as the woman held open the door to a white SUV with tinted windows. After relinquishing the bag, she climbed into the back seat and sighed, feeling her whole body deflate. In 24 hours, she would be on a plane to someplace far away from the men who all claimed a piece of her heart, a shred of her humanity, and had a hand in her feeling of utter ruin. The driver opened the back hatch. Jillian's bag landed with a thunk. "Traffic is not too bad today. We should be at our destination before too long, Miss Knight." Jillian barely registered the voice behind her until it was an icy whisper in her ear. "Or do you prefer Miss Day?" A needle plunged into Jillian's neck 2 seconds before everything went black. Chapter 3. Frigid shock sent Jillian's body into jerking convulsions. Her eyes flew open. Sharp pain cut through the skin along her wrists and ankles, bound with rope and zip ties. She winced from the pain and piercing light, the kind that felt like staring into the sun until everything burned white and then faded to black again. Every inch of her body shivered with pin-pricking goosebumps because every inch of her skin was exposed. "Funny how you're the crazy one, yet I got sent to the psych ward for 5 long years." Jillian squinted one eye open, twisting her head side to side, searching for the slightest reprieve from the light and a glimpse of her abductor. No such luck. "But you know what happened in those 5 years? You lost every one of your fucking marbles." Another wave of icy water crashed into Jillian's face, wedging her restraints deeper into her skin as she jumped in response. The stitches in her hand ripped away from her wound each time she tugged against the zip ties. "Try again, whore. I'll help you out a little. I've been texting you hints for months now." The infamous biblical texts. "You memorized verses in the Bible for 5 years?" "I found God." Jillian chuckled. Giving up on trying to see anything, she closed her eyes, dropping her chin to her chest. "God was in the psych ward?" "I met a man in there who was a preacher. His wife committed suicide, and something inside of him snapped. Love can do that to you. He read the Bible to me every day. It was so cathartic to purge my sins. God has forgiven me." "Forgiven you for what?" "We'll get to that." Jillian gasped as cold water doused her naked body again. "Damn it! Consider this a sort of baptism, a washing away of your sins." What sins?" She shivered, teeth chattering. "Sex with a married man." No. "Yes, you fucked my husband, and so did your mother." Her captor's insanity knew no boundaries. Jillian squeezed her eyes tight, continuing to shake her head. "What are you talking about?" I apologize," the woman said in a tight, labored voice. The hollow breath of an exhale followed a long puffing. "I won't lose my temper again. I need you to trust me, so you will repent, and I can absolve you of your sins before I put an end to your life." Jillian had no qualms with death. But repenting and trusting the baptizing psycho for some twisted sort of absolution of her sins wasn't ever going to happen. She grew up going to church, and in spite of the times in her life that felt like the opposite of a blessing, she believed there had to be something, someone, greater than the whole of humanity. The voice before her did not represent anything greater than the grimy floor beneath Jillian's bare ass. "I have a funeral to get to. Sorry my mother and I had an imaginary threesome with your husband. Sorry I cheated on a history test in the 7th grade. Sorry I dodged a speeding ticket when I was 16 by claiming to have just started my period. Does that do it for you?" "Yeah, about that. Sergeant Monahan's funeral was yesterday. You've been out of it for a little while. I may have overdone it a bit on the tranquilizer, but with your history, I couldn't take any chances." Eric James. Jillian clenched her teeth like an animal, ready to tear apart its prey. Cage, AJ's parents, Dodge and Lilith, they paid their final respects to him without her. Some things could never be undone. AJ, she'd never see him again. The coward hiding behind the glare of lights would die. 2 men were ripped from her life. Her actions no longer mattered. Jessica and Jude, Jillian and Jackson, would always be killers. New identities in a city surrounded by miles of manure changed nothing. "I'm going to kill you." The woman returned a cynical laugh. "That's quite the declaration, coming from someone naked and hogtied." "Fuck!" Jillian seethed. Pain radiated down her arm from the razor-tipped arrow that had just sunk into her shoulder. "I can't break your neck. Hell, it took me 30 minutes to get your body dragged down here. But I can land these in any part of your body with laser precision. So keep that in mind as you plan my death." "What do you want?" Jillian grunted, holding still to prevent the arrow tip from moving. "I want to prove that I'm not a fool. All of you will see that I'm smarter than the rest of you combined. All. Who's all of you? Gale." Releasing a slow breath, Jillian let the pain in her shoulder go and concentrated on the reality of her situation. The woman knew Gale, therefore she knew everything. "Good girl. You were trained to not say anything. That's fine. I'll do the talking. Guardian angels for innocent lives. It's quite poetic and beautiful. Wouldn't you agree? Named after Gale Brighton, wife to founder Edgar Brighton, mother to Peter Brighton, and me. They only had 1 child. Speaking already, are you? Not as good at following the rules as I thought. You are correct. They had 1 child together, although we both know Peter was never actually born. He died in the womb the day she was murdered. Gale had 2 children. I was her first. My father left when I was 7. My mother married Edgar 5 years later because she was pregnant with his child, Peter. Edgar never liked me. He thought of me as the poster child for childhood obesity, and I looked nothing like my mom, so all he saw in me was my father. He shipped me off to boarding school. I returned home 3 weeks shy of winter break to attend the funeral of my mother and brother, half-brother. Jillian did the math. Her captor had to be about 42. I didn't know your mother. I've seen Edgar maybe a handful of times, but I've only talked to him once, when my father first introduced us. I concur. You see, I know more about you and your family than you do. No worries. Before you die, because you and everyone else will have to die, of course, I will enlighten you. The look on your face will be priceless. It always is when someone has their dreams shattered. Jillian didn't have dreams or anything left to shatter. The mentally unstable woman would be sorely disappointed. Who's your accomplice? What makes you think I have an accomplice? Your intention to make everyone pay. Surely you have help. Once again, there's a ridiculous amount of irony in your words. I have the great Jessica Day at my mercy, and I did it all by myself. I know how you've been trained, but let me tell you a little secret. The most dangerous weapon is revenge, with the brains to execute it. I don't even know you, never knew you existed. Would you have let my husband fuck you if you would have known about me? The impossible comprehension set pain sledgehammering through Jillian's head, obliterating all coherent thoughts. Aching muscles screamed for a reprieve from the restraints. A cold, tingling sensation settled in her fingers as blood oozed from her shoulder. Who's your husband? Does it matter? The correct answer is no, I would never commit adultery. I'm not a homewrecker. Bullshit! Both you and your mother lusted after my husband. Again, the hollow breath of an exhale followed a long puffing noise. It sounded familiar, but Jillian couldn't place it. Her mother was not a homewrecker either. Sunny Day loved her husband and her children. She lived a good life. Jessica would have known if her mother cheated on her father. Furthermore, the idea of Jessica and her mother sharing a lover was beyond preposterous. Jessica and Jude both had many lovers, one-night stands over the years. The difference was Jessica wanted a relationship. Jude did not. The women Jude fucked threw their phone numbers at him. The men Jessica fucked threw her out the door with a string of expletives that included psycho and sick bitch. Not Luke. He loved her. Completely. Unconditionally. Eternally. Jones. Jessica was alive. Time didn't exist for Luke, neither did his job. After waking in his bed with a slight concussion and Jessica's forlorn expression branded into his memory, he drank 6 Heineken and passed out again. He woke 8 hours later scrambling to the bathroom. The Heineken wasn't his friend that day. Reality ripped his world apart, holding him hostage in his home. Those people watched him, followed him, and knew his every move. Luke shot out texts to his family, Charlie, close friends, and his secretary, informing them of his bout with the flu and requesting they stay away for a few days. Then, he polluted his body with an insane amount of alcohol over the next several days. Jessica was alive. He needed to save her. He needed to tell someone. He needed to know why she would leave him if no one was holding her against her will. If he went to the cops, his family would be in danger. The only person who could help him was Jessica. Luke believed with every cell in his heart that she did not commit suicide. That's how he knew she'd been murdered, and the suicide was just a cover-up. But in the past year, not once did he imagine she was still alive. That realization knocked him on his ass. She might as well have committed suicide. Either way, she made the conscious choice to leave him forever. Teetering on the edge of dehydration and death, he crawled into the hot shower, followed by a tall glass of water and 2 Advil. Then he tore into his closet. Luke ignored his own insanity that had led to all of Jessica's belongings remaining untouched nearly a year later. Coat pockets, purses, shoes, boxes marked childhood. He plowed through it all over the following 4 hours. Nothing. Fuck! He roared, fisting his hair and falling to his knees in the middle of the ransacked closet. There wasn't a single clue. Not one, "Dear Luke, if I fake my death, come find me here" note. He knew her better than she knew herself, and yet In that moment, he didn't know her at all. "Luke?" He jerked his head up. "Luke?" In one swift move, he jumped to his feet and combed his fingers through his hair. "Coming," he called, emerging from the closet. "What the hell is going on with you? My God, you've lost weight." Luke drew in a breath of courage to lie about his whereabouts and his condition. His sister, Lake, stood inside the door with her hands fisted on her hips. She'd mastered the tough role, even with her prosthetic leg that still tripped her up a bit. Hell seemed to be the only fitting word to describe the previous year. Lake survived a car accident, then flirted with death, locked in a coma for 3 months before waking to find her leg amputated below the knee. As if that wasn't enough to take in, they had to share the news of her boyfriend not surviving the crash and Jessica's death 3 weeks after the car accident. Luke held it together for his family. The only time someone wasn't by Lake's side during those 3 months was the day of Jessica's and her family's funeral. How could Jessica do that to him? How could she leave him when he needed her the most? Luke hugged his sister. She didn't return his affection. "I've been under the weather." "I see that. You look like shit. But that doesn't explain why you stood Charlie up in Houston. She flew out there just to be with you. She rescheduled patients and a speaking engagement because you led her to believe that you were ready to commit." "Tea? Coffee?" Luke walked toward the kitchen. "Neither. Don't blow me off, too." Lake followed him like a nagging dog. An empty refrigerator stared back at him. No Heineken. He'd finished it all off. Fetching the wine opener from the drawer, he grabbed a bottle of Pinot Noir from the rack. "You're drinking wine?" "Yep. It's not even noon, and you stopped drinking wine after—" With his back to her, he paused, closing his eyes for a brief moment. "I know. After Jessica died." Lake sighed. "Please tell me this is progress and not some sort of backslide." He chuckled, uncorking the bottle. It was progress for sure. He'd gone from shock to devastation, finally settling into a sinking hole of anger and denial. At one point, he told his best friend, Gabe, that he'd rather slit his wrists than ever taste wine again. Ever taste Jessica again. Then he met Charlie, Lake's physical therapist. The accident happened in San Francisco. Lake wanted to stay after she awoke from her coma, instead of going back home to recover. She claimed it made her feel closer to her boyfriend. Luke knew it was because she wanted to be closer to her grieving brother. Their parents rented a place near the hospital that was handicapped accessible. Tom and Felicity took turns staying with her while the others kept their bed and breakfast going in Tahoe. Once Lake received her prosthetic leg, Luke watched after her, taking her to her physical therapy appointments so their parents could have a break and much-needed time together. "I'll talk with Charlie. It really is disturbing that you're closer to her than I am. That's a big part of my commitment issues. If it doesn't work out, I'll be letting you down too." "That's it?" Luke winced at the incredulity in her voice. He couldn't bring himself to look at her. If he did, she would see it. She'd see the lies, the pain, the truth that could put her life in danger. Stopping an inch short of taking a long pull straight from the bottle, he grabbed a glass and filled it to the rim. "That's it." He took several numbing gulps. "She flew to Houston. You weren't there. You didn't call. You didn't answer your phone. Jesus, Luke. She was worried about you. Have you even looked at your phone? We've all been worried about you since you stood Charlie up and then sent out the 'I'm sick, stay away' texts." He turned. "We?" "Yes, Mom and Dad." "Wait. Mom and Dad know about the Charlie incident?" Lake rolled her eyes. "Yes. I called them after Charlie called me about the incident." He swirled the wine in his glass, giving it his full attention as if the answer would appear on the surface. "I would have called Charlie, but my phone died." And you didn't have a charger? I lost it. You could have replaced it. I told you, I wasn't feeling well. I just wanted to get home to hug my own toilet. I'm fine. Charlie's fine. You're fine. I'm sorry. He looked up again. That much was true. I really am sorry. And I'll call Mom and Dad, then I promise I'll call Charlie. Flowers, buddy. Lake pointed her finger at him as she narrowed her eyes. Lots of flowers. Chocolate, too. She loves chocolate and sex. Lake. I'm serious. I'm not a kid anymore. Girls talk about this stuff. She told me you two haven't had sex yet. Okay, I asked, but whatever. She thinks it has something to do with Jessica. I told her that's not it. You're a psychiatrist, for God's sake. You worked that out. Luke denied her eye contact again. You have worked that out, right? He had. After keeping Charlie at a safe distance for months, he decided it was time to move on. She wasn't Jessica, and it didn't take a doctorate degree to figure that out. But he couldn't stop his heart from missing its sole purpose. Luke thought if he let his mind and body move on, eventually his heart would catch up. Houston presented the perfect opportunity, someplace that felt detached from Jessica, their bed, their life. What were the chances of finding her in the very place he went to escape her? Jones! Lake greeted the small horse as he plodded into the kitchen, carrying his usual security blanket. You and that crazy sweatshirt. Why are you always carrying that thing around? Jones dropped the red sweatshirt at Luke's feet. When I came over to let him out and feed him, he nearly bit my hand off when I tried to take it from him. It was Jessica's. Well, it was mine, but she laid claim to it. She'd slipped it on every morning over her naked body. Luke could still see her sitting at the table with her knees tucked up in it, using the extra 6 inches of sleeves as hot pads to hold her mug of coffee. There were never enough stars in the sky to count how many times a day he fell in love with her. Aw, Jones, poor baby. Lake stuck out her bottom lip. Mommy's not coming home. Reality gashed Luke's heart. He wanted to bleed out right there on the floor. Anything to take away the pain of knowing the truth. Chapter 4. Night. The day after Thanksgiving, Wren received a call from Jackson stating that AJ had died. His voice held no emotion. It felt like a service announcement from a stranger. She cried silent tears, barely able to say goodbye before he ended the call. Flying to Portland for the funeral would have been financially straining, and Wren wasn't ready to see Jackson, even if she did want to be there for Jillian. Something unexplainable steered her car to AJ's house on Tuesday morning. She wanted to clean his place one last time. She needed to say goodbye, and that was her way. The shambled dining room took her by surprise. Wilted flowers and shards of glass lay scattered on the floor, amidst smudges of what looked like dried blood. 2 place settings remained on the table, but not a crumb of food. Depositing the glass 1 piece at a time into a trash bag, Wren tried to imagine what events led to the scene before her. They weren't going to have Thanksgiving dinner. AJ couldn't keep food down. So why the formal setting? What are you doing? Shit! She jumped, sending a sliver of glass into her finger. Damn it! She seethed while holding her finger. Jackson hunched down beside her. Let me see. She shook him off as she stood and headed to the bathroom. You scared me. What are you doing here? He followed her. I saw your car parked in the driveway. Opening several drawers, she found a Band-Aid. No, what are you doing in Omaha? Why didn't you go to the funeral? Jackson grabbed the Band-Aid from her. She narrowed her eyes. Sit. I don't want... He lifted her onto the counter. His touch still heated her skin. For some reason, her body didn't get the memo that it was no longer supposed to be attracted to Jackson Knight. "You have a piece of glass stuck in your finger." He held her finger. She held her breath. Retrieving tweezers from the same drawer as the Band-Aids, he washed them under hot water. Wren couldn't stop staring at him. "Here." He held her finger between his index finger and thumb. "Jillian didn't want me at the funeral," he said, keeping his eyes focused on her finger as he eased the sliver of glass from the cut. "Why?" With a shrug, he rinsed off the tweezers again, then bandaged her finger. "She blames me for AJ's death." "Why would she do that?" He rubbed his thumb over the Band-Aid. What she wouldn't have given to read his mind at that moment. The intensity in his expression held the possibilities of a Trojan horse. One crack and his whole world could escape. What then? Would it crush her more than he already had? "Because nobody wants to believe bad things can happen for no reason. She needs someone to blame." He brought her finger to his lips. Wren sucked in another breath and held it. "So, I'll take the blame. I'll let her hate me if it makes it easier for her." Wren eased her finger from his grasp. "That doesn't make any sense. How could she possibly blame you?" Jackson's gaze lifted to meet hers. "Because I was with him when he died." "Where was Jillian?" "Waiting in his dining room." Wren's brow tensed. "Oh, he must have went quickly." He nodded. "Like flipping a switch." It wasn't until Jackson brushed his thumb along her cheek that she noticed her own tears. "I miss you," he whispered. The pat of his thumb brushing along her lower lip evoked both desire and anger. "Don't!" Wren pushed him away. Her feet reached for the ground as her heart reached for the door. It needed to escape before her brain served it up on a platter for Jackson to break again. "I can't do this." "Wren, I'm sorry." He touched her hand. She pulled away. "I forgive you." Her words were honest. She grabbed a broom to sweep up the glass, not risking another cut. "But—" Jackson shadowed her every move. "But nothing. I forgive you. Period." She moved around the dining room, keeping her back to him. "You forgive me, but you can't do this?" "Correct." "Why?" A palpable pain in his voice tugged at her heart. She inhaled a deep breath to break the hold he tried to get on it. "I did the dysfunctional relationship thing. It nearly killed me. The next relationship I have will be with someone who adores me and wouldn't hurt a fly. I need someone who will sit on my porch swing, rub my feet, and discuss what color of paint I should use when I get the money to repaint my house. I need a guy who wants to be with me forever, every day, not just some days. And I think I'm worth a proper proposal. My guy will drop to a knee and look up at me like I'm his whole world. He will promise to spend the rest of his life making me forget that any man touched me before him." A shiver paralyzed her movement as the heat of his breath washed over the back of her neck. "No man will ever erase my touch." Truth, and Wren knew it. "Which touch? The one that made me love you, or the one that made you leave me?" Jackson stepped back with a sharp breath. Wren waited for the release, the string of reasons why she was wrong, the promise that it would never happen again. Instead, he blew out her candle of hope with a long breath of defeat. "I asked you to give me 2 weeks. "No, you asked me to give you everything, and when I did, you threw it back in my face. You told me what you did was unacceptable. And you know what? You were right. I don't know you, and I can't be with someone I don't know." She pressed her lips together, closing her eyes for a brief moment to regain some control. I'm sorry. You didn't mean to hurt me, physically or emotionally. I know that. I really do. I just want something easy for once in my life. Ren, no, please, don't say anything. You know who I want? I want the guy that kissed his sister on the head and whispered, "You've got this." A laugh of incredulity bubbled up her chest. She shook her head with a painful grin. That sounds so ridiculous, doesn't it? That touch. The one that made me love you? It wasn't even me you touched. I fell in love with you because of how you love your sister. Bet you never heard that one before. My sister hates me. Ren shrugged, bending down to sweep the pile of glass into the dustpan. She'll forgive you. That love you have for her, it runs deeper than any hate, and it takes so much more to hate someone than to love them. Hate is so exhausting. Trust me, I know. You don't hate me? He held open the trash bag for her. She dumped the glass into it. No, I love you. But for the first time in over 20 years, I love myself more. For the first time in over 20 years, I feel worthy. Pushing up on her toes, she kissed him on the cheek. He didn't move. Thank you, Jackson Knight. You gave me that. You don't have to watch me clean. Your place is next. Jackson couldn't drag his eyes away from Ren. Her words stunned him into total disbelief. He didn't give her up. He didn't let her go. And he certainly didn't want her to walk away and thank him. Another guy? Ren had things all wrong. Her guy, her forever, stood in the same room. Jude Day wanted a lifetime of women for one night. Jackson Knight wanted one woman for a lifetime, but not just any woman. Ren Middleton. He wanted her, and only her. I know you're composing some epic speech, but I'm working and you're done swimming in my pond. Low blow. He narrowed his eyes, but she kept working as if she didn't just sucker punch him in the junk. Go, she chuckled. I'm working. And why is that? I don't think you'll be getting paid to clean here anymore. She drew in a shaky breath, then glanced over her shoulder at him. I just need to. For me. Jackson nodded before leaving her to clean AJ's place for some sort of closure. He moved with the focus of a zombie through 2 piano lessons, giving undeserving praise to women who had no desire to do more than shamelessly flirt with him. They weren't ugly. Jude would have classified them as doable. Maybe if Jackson would have bent them over Black Beauty and fucked them like their eyes begged him to do, he'd forget about his sister leaving and Ren rejecting him. He'd lost himself in so many women over the years. Meaningless sex became a cleansing of sorts. That release that lasted mere seconds gave him a sense of relinquishing control. Ren thought hating someone was exhausting. So was needing control. Sex should have meant more. Life should have meant more. But they didn't. Jude Day killed people. More people than his sister could ever have imagined. Jude Day fucked women, but not for the reasons anyone would have imagined. His parents gave him the fairy tale, and then they ripped it away. Love, the kind that's not bound by blood, it didn't exist. He hated Jessica for pretending that it did. She would break Luke, or Luke would break her. The inevitability happened the day Luke sobbed over her empty casket. Jessica let Luke go because she thought it was the right thing to do. Jackson knew Luke would never see it that way. Jude Day never gave women the chance to break him. He could never be his father. Jessica never knew her dreams of normalcy and love were built on illusions. She idolized their parents' marriage. Sunny Day's blood ran through her daughter's veins. Their mother loved another. Then she built a family on pillars of altruism and loyalty. Had Jessica and Claire not been kidnapped, Jude would have told her the truth. Before Claire died, they had no secrets. After she died, Jude's life revolved around protecting Jessica from herself, her past, and anyone who might shatter her dreams. "Jackson?" He lifted his head from his arms crossed on the ledge of the piano. It wasn't like him to not hear things, but Wren stood before him. "Hey, were you sleeping?" Relinquishing a sad smile, he shook his head. "Just deep in thought." "Oh, well, do you want me to come back?" "Nope." He stood. "I'm gonna take off. Go for a ride on Jillian's bike. Supposedly it's good for clearing the mind." "It's like 30 degrees outside." He shrugged, then giving her an easy nod, walked past her toward the back door. "Jackson?" "Yes." He turned. "Are you upset with me?" "Why do you ask?" "Because of the cold shoulder and curt nod." Tipping his chin down, he chuckled and shook his head. He would never understand women. "My body temperature runs pretty warm, so it's unlikely I gave you the cold shoulder. And it was just a nod, not a curt nod." "So, we're good?" He sighed. "Are you good, Wren?" "So you are upset with me?" "Oh, for the love of—" His frustration released as a growl. "Cheese cubes on a blanket. Stable boy my ass," he grumbled. "I don't speak woman. Never have, never will. When it comes to relationships, I have a master's degree in fucking. You were the exception, but clearly I should go back to what I'm best at. So you go enjoy your porch swing masseur with an eye for the perfect paint color, and I'll do what I do best. For a brief moment in time, I believed monogamy was possible for me. So thank you for reminding me why that's not possible. It seems as if we both helped each other realize our self-worth." The tears in her eyes would not break him. No woman would break him. Wren blinked them away. I deserve that." Jackson forced a breath out his nose, a half-suppressed, cynical laugh. "No, you didn't. But until you realize that, you'll always be the victim." Chapter 5. Darkness. Finally, the lights were off or Jillian had died, the latter being her preference. The desert heat pulling every ounce of moisture from her body intensified as she came to. The question of heaven or hell for the duality of Jessica and Jillian seemed to be answered. "Welcome back. Hungry?" Of course, the psycho daughter of Edgar Brighton would be in hell too. Or maybe she was the devil. It all began to make sense, until the wretched smell of animal carcass infiltrated Jillian's nose. "Sorry, the chef doesn't accommodate vegetarians." Jillian opened her eyes, taking a slow survey of the room. "Oh my God," she whispered. "So, you remember this place? I thought you might. I had 2 places in mind when I planned this years ago, but this one felt like the best fit to give you closure. The other place would have given me closure, but I'll make this work for both of us." The odds of leaving that room alive for a second time felt stacked against her. Jillian's captor was one sick bitch. "I can't tell you how disappointed I was that they painted the floor. The 13-year-old bloodstains would have added to the effect I'm going for, but I bought it anyway." They were in San Diego, in the same basement where Claire died. The red glow of heating elements from at least a dozen space heaters gave the dungeon a dim light like a piece of meat under the broiler. Jillian preferred the bright lights and icy water that left her blind to her surroundings and the memories they evoked. Psycho bitch perched on a stool in the corner, holding a personal fan up to her face. "You knew 4?" "4," she laughed. "I heard that's what you called him. Monsters don't deserve human names and all that crap, right?" Correct assumption by Psycho Bitch. The bow and arrow on the floor next to the stool caught Jillian's eye. She tipped her chin to see the wound on her shoulder minus the arrow. "No, I didn't know Edwin Harvey until he cut your BFF 44 times. Jillian bared her clenched teeth like a rabid animal. Psycho Bitch shrugged. "What? Is that not how it happened?" She rolled her eyes. "I'm kidding. As I told you earlier, I know more about you than you do. Now, Matthew Green, I did get the chance to make his acquaintance, but just via phone conversations. It took me a while to track down that slimy little worm. But when I found him, he couldn't resist 100 grand to kill you. I killed him." Psycho Bitch shrugged. "I thought you might. It was a win-win for me either way. If he killed you, I wouldn't have all the fun I'm having now, but the end result would have been the same. And if you killed him, which you did, then I didn't have to dish out 100 grand, and you, Jillian Knight, officially had blood on your hands, and it opened the door to fuck with your brain when I decided to send you all those messages. It's all about the mind fuck. I spent 5 long years in a mental institution, so yes, I get a high from manipulating everyone else's brains." She sighed. "Anyway, as I was saying, Edgar took pity on me after I graduated college. My exemplary grades in school earned me a job with Gale, working in intelligence and logistics, a behind-the-scenes position. Before Jude Day was allowed to snap anyone's neck, I made sure the intelligence we had was accurate. Very few people saw or knew me. I had a small cubicle and a computer with security access that rivaled the Pentagon. Edgar gave me a code name, and that's all anyone knew." The heat. Jillian's brain lagged several steps behind the long explanation. Hunger and dehydration vied for her attention more than the story behind Edgar's stepdaughter and her road to insanity. The bowl of brown sludge on the floor brought bile inching up her throat. Dog food. Psycho Bitch didn't miss a thing, including 4 feeding Claire dog food. "Gale did a psychological evaluation on you afterward. The report said you refused to eat. Are you still a vegetarian? I bet I'll break you of that. I bet you'll be licking the contents of that bowl before you die." Jillian had a lot of bets going on, too. She bet 4's murder would look like child's play compared to what she had planned for Psycho Bitch. Jessica Day had been young, still valued her life, and possessed a few give-a-fucks in her conscience. Not Jillian Knight. She would blow up the whole city of San Diego to seek revenge on one person. Jessica had 2 parents, Luke, and a brother that loved her. Jillian had the memories of a dead lover, a brother that had lost the last breath of his humanity, and a feeling of certainty that Luke hated her. How could he possibly not? Day. A small horse disguised as a black and white Great Dane sat next to the bed like a statue. A drooling statue. Jessica peeked open one eye, puckering her lips to blow Jones a kiss as she reached for the birthday boy. Naughty intentions curled the corners of her lips. Lips that she wanted to wrap around the world's most beautiful cock. She never imagined thinking of a penis as beautiful until Luke. Everything about him screamed beautiful, perfect, and slightly anal retentive, in a sexy way. She loved early morning must-hair Luke, but during their nearly 2 years together, she'd also come to crave the stunning, polished man in a suit. He bled authority, control, and an overall fuck-me vibe. Her hand found smooth, folded sheets and a fluffed pillow. Jackknifing to sitting, she frowned at his side of the bed with its military-style order. Sheets pulled tight and tucked under his side, the top folded down a perfect 6 inches with no sign of wrinkles. "Luke?" Swinging her feet to the side, she landed nose to nose with Jones. She loved the beast of a dog, but he had a knack for always being in the way. "You have got to control that drooling problem of yours." Her face wrinkled as her foot landed in a pool of drool on the wood floor. No Luke in the bathroom. Her beastly shadow followed her to the kitchen. No Luke in the kitchen. "Luke?" A soft sigh floated past her lips, being pushed out by the swelling of her heart. She grabbed the card on the counter next to a gardenia bonsai with 3 perfect white blooms. "Did you know I wake up early just to watch you sleep? It's how I start each day with purpose. You remind my eyes to see, my lungs to breathe, my heart to beat. Then again, sometimes I feel blinded by your beauty, breathless to your touch, paralyzed by your love. I know what I want for my birthday, but I had to go into the office to deal with a sticky situation. Meet me for lunch at my office at 1. Yes, I'm lifting the office ban for 1 day. Luke." "Lunch at Daddy's office. What do you think of that, Jonesy?" Jones tilted his head. Jessica bent down and kissed him. "Don't worry, you're invited too." After a shower and breakfast with Jones, Jessica sent off a text to Luke. "Jessica, on our way. We're walking. Gardenia bonsai. Sigh. You are my whole heart. Jones, see you soon. Just finishing a few notes." Grinning like a fool in love, Jessica made the 6-block journey through the hills to Luke's office with her gallant canine steed by her side. On the elevator ride to the 27th floor, she realized her heart could no longer remember what it felt like to not love Luke. What if her heart loved him with its very first beat? Her heart bore the scars of war and near death, all to find its way home. Home to Luke. Since they ended their professional relationship 2 years earlier, Jessica made a grand total of 3 trips to his office. Once to surprise him with lunch, which earned both of them a raised brow from his secretary, Eve. It also earned Jessica a long lecture about never coming to his office. The whole us being together is extremely unethical thing really made him paranoid. The second visit was a year earlier on his birthday. The Argyle thigh-high socks and stilettos earned her a double brow raise from Eve, who insisted on taking Jessica's trench coat from her. Not really believing Eve could be so naive and trusting her to not end Luke's career, Jessica relinquished her coat, revealing a pleated miniskirt and white button-down blouse exposing ample cleavage. Eve showed no reaction, probably because the pigtails left little to the imagination of what was under the coat. Jones plopped down in the lobby. He had been there more than Jessica, but Luke had a strict no-dog-in-his-office rule that Jones seemed content with obeying. Eve wasn't at her desk since Luke was supposed to have the day off. The door handle resisted Jessica's effort to turn it. "It's rude to invite me to lunch then lock me out, even if it is your day." "Just making one last note, babe. If you're screwing some bimbo on your desk, I'm going to take a sledgehammer to your car." Jessica grinned at the sound of Luke chuckling on the other side of the door. "No, you won't. I think you love that car more than I do. You might even love it more than you love me." "I do love your GTO, baby, but I adore you." Luke's voice grew nearer. You adore me? Yes. This guy I once knew told me adoration is better. It means to love and admire. She tried to turn the handle again, knowing he was right on the other side of the door. Let me in, she laughed. How long? How long what? Luke waited a few long seconds to answer. The lock clicked. How long will you adore me? The birthday boy had some crazy questions. How could he not know that answer? Forever, you know that. She opened the door. Shock paralyzed her entire body. A glorious technicolor of sticky notes covered every surface of his office, floor to ceiling. Her favorite Staples aisle exploded in Luke's office. There must have been thousands of sticky notes. In the middle of the paper sea, Luke on 2 knees. He held a small box with a neon pink sticky note on it that read, Marry me? This is where it all began. This is where you ruined me for every other woman. I think I loved you before I ever knew you because it's never felt like a choice for me. It's just something as certain as the change of seasons, the tilt of the earth, the dawn welcoming a new day. He looked around the room. I know flower petals would have been the normal thing to do, but my girl has a Staples obsession. It's not an it is. He grinned. She did too. Jessica Mauve Day, I want you to marry me more than I want my heart to beat. This love I have for you is beyond any kind of insanity I've ever encountered. Every second we're apart, it feels like I'm holding my breath, and the moment you walk through the door, I gasp for air. You fill my lungs and flow through my veins, giving me life. I know all you see is your past, but all I see is our future. I don't want a wall of pillows between us. I don't want to talk about your past anymore. I want you to let go. I want you to free fall into my arms and know I've got you. I'll always have you. Loving Luke became the most beautiful redemption for a life filled with stolen innocence. Giving herself to him in body, mind, soul, and name would close the door to her past and open the door to life. A real life. I'm messy. She bit back her grin. You're the worst. Luke refused to hide his smile. It looked truly stunning on his handsome face. I'm stubborn. Contumacious. She giggled. I can't cook. I'd rather starve than eat what you make. She pinched her lips together and nodded. I think this could work. He flipped open the box. Her brow furrowed at its contents. I thought the future Mrs. Luke Jones needed her own key to my GTO. Oh, well, this is... She grimaced. Luke rolled his eyes to the ceiling with a sigh and headshake. You made your own key already, didn't you? Jessica nodded slowly. Luke chucked the box over his shoulder. Luke Thomas Jones? Dropping her purse, she inched closer. He rested his hands on her hips while she pressed her palms to his cheeks, relishing the feel of his soft stubble, the blue depths of his eyes gazing at her with pure, unequivocal love. Tears pooled in her eyes. If there were only one path to you, I'd take the heartache, the deaths, the loss, the pain, the insanity. I'd spend an eternity in hell for one single breath with you. Taking his hand, she pressed it against her chest. Do you feel that? That's you, Luke. You're my heart. He turned his face to kiss her palm. Please tell me that's a yes. She blinked, releasing a laugh and fat tears filled with a lifetime of relief. Yes. He reached into his pocket and retrieved a brilliant solitaire diamond set atop a platinum band. Then he slipped it onto her finger. Best birthday ever. He looked up at her with complete, nothing could ever compare, adoration. Chapter 6. Night. Hating Jackson came easy to Wren after he rode off on Jillian's Harley. His words tore through her heart with the brutality of a serrated knife. Rip, rip, rip. She didn't want to think about him fucking other women. She didn't want to be the victim anymore. And she definitely didn't want to clean his house. Just the opposite. Starting in his bathroom, she squeezed all the shampoo and shower gel onto the floor and TP'd the rest of it. Then, she proceeded to his bedroom, stripping the bed and dumping all the contents of his dresser drawers onto the floor, saving the kitchen for last. Eggs, chocolate syrup, beer, Red Bull, ketchup and mustard. It all painted the floor. She prayed Jillian didn't return until Jackson had a chance to clean up everything. But something told her, woman to woman, Jillian would understand. No man had brought out the crazy side of her. She despised Preston, never wanting to draw his attention to her because it always came in the form of a fist to her face or foot to her ribs. Jackson's attention? She wanted it. All of it. And that's exactly what she would get. Before she managed to make her escape, Greta hollered to her. "Wait up!" Wren swallowed back the nervous lump in her throat. Greta had no idea Wren just left the Knight's house looking like ground zero. "Hi, Greta!" She lifted her shoulders and flipped up the collar to her red wool coat, protecting her ears from the biting wind. "Just checking to see if you received your, toys from my party." Greta's black, full-length down coat with a faux fur-trimmed hood covered nearly every inch of exposed skin. Wren dressed for the low 40s. Greta dressed for the Arctic. Wren smiled. "I did. UPS delivered it last week." "Swell, just swell." Greta looked around before meeting Wren's eyes again. "Have you tried any of them out?" The lump inched back up her throat as the rumble of a motorcycle drew near. Not yet." Greta winked. "Clearly you don't need them when you have him." They watched Jackson speed into the garage. He climbed off the Harley and shut the garage door without a single glance back, leaving a dust cloud of anger suffocating Wren. "I'd better go." Wren squeezed her car key to steady her shaking hands. She needed out of there before Jackson's anger blew the roof off the joint. "Do you want to come over and warm up with a cup of coffee, or—" "No, sorry, I don't have time." She slipped into the driver's seat just as Jackson stormed back outside. "There's my handsome neighbor," Greta said. "How's Jillian? We sure have been thinking of her." Wren cowered under his narrowed-eyed glare fixed solely on her. "She's fine, taking some time for herself," Jackson answered calmly, never shifting his eyes from Wren's. "That's good. She needs it. Well, nice to see you again, sweetie. I've got to get my caboose inside before it freezes right off." Wren shot Greta a pleading look, silently begging her not to leave. She needed a distraction to get away. No such luck. "Okay, bye." Wren's voice wavered. "Toodaloo," Greta sang, crossing the street. "Get out," Jackson growled. The chilly afternoon felt like a tropical island compared to the icy intonation of his voice. Wren's heart stopped in self-preservation like an animal waiting for its predator to pass by. The impulsiveness of her destructive behavior began to lose its justification the longer Jackson towered over her. his anger multiplying with each passing second. "If you touch me, I'll scream." Jackson recoiled, his anger replaced with a look of shock, maybe even pain. The resentment hung between them as thick as the cloud of condensation from their breaths. Wren would always be the skittish dog, no matter how hard she tried to put on a brave front. At some point, Preston's physical abuse ingrained that reaction into her. "I'm sorry," he shook his head as he turned, retreating back toward the house. "Go home, Wren." A mishmash of emotions warred in her mind and her heart. Sliding out of her car, she slammed the door and pounded 10 steps on the driveway toward Jackson's front door. Then she spun around and retraced those same steps back down to her car, repeating it 2 more times until her nerves gained enough momentum to make it all the way to his door. In the middle of her incessant knocks, Jackson opened the door, holding an amber bottle of beer. He said nothing, and neither did his expression. "I trashed your place." She hugged herself. The heat of her anger enveloped the onset of shivering nerves. He took a long pull, unaffected by the cold and appearing bored, with her stating the obvious. "You trashed my heart. You and your relentless pursuit of me have completely wrecked this life I fought so hard to get back. I didn't want to love you, but I did. I didn't want you to promise me forever, but you did, and then you took it back. Now I'm left with what? What's left when someone takes back forever?" "Don't cry." His brow furrowed. "I'm not crying." She wiped her cheek. "Damn it," she whispered to herself, making haste to dissolve the rest of the evidence. Her frayed nerves and uncooperative hormones deserved reprimanding with a full bottle of wine as soon as she got home. The lines on his forehead deepened with her outburst. "For God's sake!" She fisted her hands at her side, her voice escalating despite her effort to stay calm. "You asked me to marry you! I said yes! I said yes!" He took another pull of his beer, leaning his back against the door to keep it open. "You're supposed to fight for me. You're supposed to get down on your knees and beg for my forgiveness because you're a complete jerk. Instead, you seem hell-bent on teaching me some lesson about not letting men step all over me, as if having the shit beat out of me for years wasn't enough of a lesson. And that crap about you acting like the only thing you're good at is fucking random women? That hurt. What is wrong with you? Why? Fuck the tears. It no longer mattered. Why can't you just love me?" It happened. She broke him. He always imagined it would be a sister. Both Jessica and Jillian had tried over the years. Somehow, he knew his sister's strength would allow her to persevere. Not Wren. She wore a brave face over the hollow shell of a woman she used to be. Jackson never knew that woman, but he saw glimpses of her. It made him want to end Preston Iverson's life for beating it out of her. It made him want to shake some sense into Maddie for not seeing the amazing woman before her. "So that's it? You don't have anything to say?" She sucked in her quivering lips, tipping her chin to her chest. "It would hurt less if you hit me." Her words were nothing more than a soft murmur to herself, but Jackson heard every single one. He turned, letting the storm door close between them as he set his beer on the table. When he walked back toward the door, the woman who owned him had made it halfway to her car, head down, sobs racking her body. He was a jerk. He didn't deserve her. And if he could live without her, he'd let her get in her car and hate him forever. If he could live without her. But he couldn't. "You're going to regret loving me." She jumped, gasping for a breath as he scooped her up in his arms and hauled her inside the house. "But that's just too fucking bad." He deposited her on Jillian's bed, smashing his mouth to hers before she could protest or speak any words for that matter. There were so many things left to say, but he needed her physically before he could even think of articulating the vulnerable, emasculating emotions in his mind. Her fingers curled into his arms, and he felt them gripping his soul. When she wrapped her legs around his waist, he moaned like a wounded animal. They became a tangle of limbs, ripping off clothes. He peeled away from her body. Standing to remove his jeans, he left her breathless on the bed. Her tongue eased out to wet her lips, while her fingers traced the C-section scar before resting a hand over it. He'd seen it many times before. Her insecurities saddened him. "Don't," he whispered, kneeling between her legs. Keeping his eyes fixed on hers, he pushed her hand away from the scar. She swallowed hard. It broke him a little more. "I love you." Wren closed her eyes. A lone tear trailed down to her ear. "I love your imperfections. I need them. They give me hope that you will love mine too." Could she love him if she really knew him? He prayed to God she could. Wren opened her eyes. Sitting up, she shifted to her knees, facing him. He clenched his teeth, afraid to breathe, as she pressed her palms to his face. Her gentle touch dominated his strength. Wren's ineffable beauty stripped him raw, leaving him a slave to her mercy. In that moment, only one truth existed. He would protect her with his life, and she would make him human again. "There's nothing about you I couldn't love. If you just let me," she whispered. He kissed her, palming her breasts until she moaned, opening her mouth wider to him. The slide of her hand from his face to his chest ended wrapped around his cock, annihilating his last bit of control. "God, Wren." He thrust into her touch, biting and sucking at her lips. "I'm so fucking sorry. This isn't going to be gentle." She answered by curling her fingers into his hair, yanking hard while plunging her tongue into his mouth. Jackson slipped his hands behind her legs and lifted her up. When she wrapped her legs around him, he pushed inside her, swallowing each other's groans. He fucked her. He loved her. He drowned in the sensation of being lost inside her. And when Jackson Knight emerged, he was one. His duality vanished under her touch. Jackson loved Wren to the depths of eternity, and so did Jude Day. Chapter 7. "Why are we in Jillian's room?" Wren lifted the sheet, peeking down at Jackson, who seemed content sprawled out on his stomach between her legs, head resting on her stomach. She combed her fingers through his hair in a lazy rhythm. The look on his face led her to believe he could start purring. "My ex-cleaning lady went berserk." She stopped her hands, fisting his hair. "Ex?" He chuckled. "Yes. I feel her attention to detail isn't what it used to be." Her smile faded, washed away by the memory of his parting words. "Can you be honest with me?" His answer took its time. It bothered her that he needed to consider his ability to be honest with her. "Yes," he said, turning his head until his lips pressed to her C-section scar. "Were you just angry, or were you serious when you implied that all you're good at is fucking?" A slow breath escaped his lips, warming her skin. "Both. I wanted you to show me I'm more than that guy. He's all I've ever known. But then you went off about foot rubs, porch swings, and paint swatches. I knew I would never be that guy. I felt like the guy who helped you see what you want, but it wasn't me." "Jackson." Wren's chest ached beneath the weight of his words. I fear you more than I've ever feared any man. He turned, resting his chin on her stomach. Confusion lined his brow. Preston hurt me. He broke my skin and even a few bones, and I survived. But you could do something Preston could never do. You could break my heart, and I don't know if I would survive that. I'm going to hurt you, he murmured over her skin, inching up her body. I'm going to do everything wrong 9 times out of 10. He rested his lips between her breasts for a long second, then looked up at her. But I will never cross that line. I'll never break your heart. Wren nodded once. Her dreams clung to his words, to his promise. What happened? She traced the outline of the large adhesive patch on his shoulder. Jillian. Sibling feud gone wrong? She smiled. He did not. Were you serious? He asked. Wren continued tracing the patch on his shoulder. About? About there being nothing about me that you can't love? Her heart raced just from the tone of his voice, as if she somehow knew what he was about to say would forever change her life. But if given 1,000 lifetimes to contemplate the possibilities, she never would have imagined his next confession. Yes, she whispered, past the asphyxiating fear in her throat. The glass on the floor at AJ's? Wren nodded slowly. She stabbed me with a long shard of it. What? She shook her head. Why? I took AJ's. Jackson laced his fingers with hers, holding them next to her shoulders as if his words required her to be restrained. Her body tensed beneath his, preparing for impact. Of what? She didn't know. You took AJ's what? Life. He didn't say that. She knew that's not what he said, and if he did, there was no way it's what he meant. It had to be metaphorical. What do you mean? He was in a lot of pain. Jillian was in denial. Wren shook her head, trying to wriggle from his grasp, but the more she tried, the harder he held her down. What are you saying? You killed him? Yes. The firm resolution in his answer held no regret. Jackson killed AJ. Jackson killed AJ. It was his decision, not mine. What? She tugged against his grip. Let me go! He released her. She flailed to sitting, then scrambled to collect her clothes, dripping onto her face. Are you okay? I'm fine! She yanked away from his hold, skidding back onto her butt with her clothes hugged to her chest. Whoa, what the hell? You killed AJ! You took someone's life! How can you stand there like it was nothing? That's something, like illegal and immoral and wrong on so many levels. It doesn't matter that he asked you to do it. He wasn't in his right mind. I mean, for God's sake, if I get embarrassed and mumble the words, "Kill me now," are you going to put a gun to my head and pull the trigger? What? He jerked his head back. She wasn't crazy. Okay, she had a little crazy going on, but nothing to warrant the shocked look on his face. Wren, stop. Just stop. I didn't put a gun to his head. He was dying. Jackson moved toward her. She retreated until her back pressed against Jillian's armoire. What if his family finds out? You could be charged with murder. They won't find out. I know what I'm doing. You know what you're doing? How? Did you Google euthanasia? He chuckled. That fueled her fire. Oh my God! You're laughing about this? Jackson shook his head, lips twitching as he tried and failed to hide a smirk. "No, I just didn't expect this reaction from you." "Oh." She shoved him out of her way, dropping the wad of clothes onto the bed. She sorted through them to find her bra and panties. "Do share. What reaction did you expect from me?" "Stop." He grabbed her arms and forced her to sit on the edge of the bed as he knelt on the floor in front of her. "I know you don't know what to do with this information right now. You're in shock, I get it. AJ had terminal cancer. He couldn't control his personality, and he began to get violent with Jillian. He was going blind and losing his ability to even form words. He couldn't eat. He was having seizures. He was suffering, Ren. Can't you see that?" She couldn't see anything. There was a reason behind the term blindsided. Blink, blink, blink. She stared, searching for reason. "How?" she whispered. He sighed. "How what?" "How did you kill him?" Jackson flinched, a barely noticeable flinch, but she saw it. "Does it matter?" "Yes." "Why?" "It just does." His hands slid from her arms to her legs as he sat back on his heels and stared at the floor. "I did what I did to Preston in the restaurant. After AJ passed out, I broke his neck." "Who was this man?" "How did it make you feel?" "Confused." "Why?" Jackson's response came without hesitation. "Because he didn't deserve to die." Jackson was right. Ren didn't know what to do with his confession. She stared at his hands and tried to imagine him using them to kill another human being. Her hands rested on his, squeezing them. He looked up and she gave him a sad smile. "I still love you. All of you." His whole body deflated with relief. "Ren." "Hmm?" She rested her hands on the back of his neck and leaned forward, kissing his forehead. "It's nothing." Jackson plotted a 4-step, foolproof process. Step 1, confess the mercy killing first. Step 2, wait for Ren to acclimate to Jackson's ability to take another's life. Step 3, make her fall so deep in love with him that not even the assassin confession could drive her away. Step 4, be prepared to gently hold her in captivity until she snaps out of her inevitable conniption fit, because realistically there is no way Step 3 would ever fly. "Done," Ren sighed, tying the last trash bag. Jackson nodded from the seat of Black Beauty, where she put him in timeout when he tried to help her clean up the disaster she made hours earlier. "You can come out of timeout now." She smiled, tilting her head to the side, much like Gunnar. Jackson continued to play a Bach piece, looking only at her. "I'm good. I rather like watching you work, especially when you're on your hands and knees, scrubbing my kitchen floor." He twisted his lips to the side, making a quick downward glance as his hands made a transition. "Does that make me a pervert or an attentive boss?" Ren narrowed her eyes. "A pervert since you fired me. Therefore, you're no longer my boss." She picked up both bags, lugging them toward the back door. "Nice knowing you, Mr. Knight. Thanks for the opportunity. Sorry it didn't work out." Jackson grinned. "I'd like to rehire you, but just to dust the pedals of my piano, in a low-cut shirt, sans bra, and maybe to do a little spit shining of something else while you're under there." The door slammed shut. He chuckled to himself. A few moments later she returned, hands on her hips that swayed gently as she walked toward him with a newfound confidence. Or maybe she'd always had it. He just brought it out of her again. "I need to go take Gunnar for a walk before it gets too late." Jackson nodded as he kept playing. "Show me your tits one more time before you go." She walked behind him, draping her arms over his shoulders. Her teeth tugged at his earlobe. I'm going to pretend you didn't just say that because I'm 40, you're 30, and we need to meet a 35 age level of maturity if this is going to work. I don't know too many 35-year-old men that say, "Show me your tits." Clearly, you don't know too many 35-year-old men, or really any men for that matter. We come out of the womb in search of a woman's tits. That desire never goes away. Our use for them simply changes as we age. I guarantee you, every man that you encounter thinks, at least subconsciously, "Show me your tits, Ren." So every woman you encounter, you want to see her breasts? Tits. And yes, it's genetic, sweetheart, so you can't be pissed. Well, I stand corrected. There are a few women in this particular development whose breasts best stay hidden. I bet Greta would go all Mardi Gras on you in a heartbeat. No. That's what I'm talking about. Don't say that. Ren laughed. "Good night, Jackson," she whispered in his ear. He stopped playing and flipped his legs over the bench to face her. "Good night? You're not coming back?" Hooking an arm around her waist, he yanked her onto his lap. "I don't live here. Besides, I'm exhausted. Physically and emotionally, it's been the most draining day ever. Anyway, I need a shower." "I like showers." He bit back his grin, wondering if she would remember the last time he said that. Her eye roll and soft laugh confirmed her memory was still intact. "When is Jillian coming home? I heard you tell Greta she's taking some time for herself. Did she stay in Portland with AJ's family?" "Good question. I don't know." "Well, have you talked to her since the funeral?" "No, she left her phone here. Symbolically, it's the biggest fuck off she's ever given me." Ren brushed her lips against his a few times before kissing the corner of his mouth. "I didn't love AJ and I flipped out. You're going to have to give her time and space to grieve. Not only AJ's death, but also the trust she had in you." Jackson wasn't sure if Jillian would ever forgive him. She left having hit a new level of rock bottom in her life. He had to believe a spark of life would eventually resurrect her. He used to be that spark, but he was no longer. His hand slid up the back of her shirt. "Don't go." "I have to." He let her wriggle out of his hold, righting her shirt when she stood. It was for the best. He needed an outlet, and if she stayed, her body would have been that outlet. It took considerable strength to not bend her over Black Beauty and fuck her into another dimension. But he knew that would not sate him. He would physically break her before his own body reached the exhaustion it needed to calm his nerves and numb his worries. "Drive safely." "You okay?" She cupped the side of his neck. Her fingers played with the hair at his nape. "Your pulse is racing." Jackson swallowed, then cleared his throat. "You're touching me. My dick is hard with a racing pulse as well. You've got 10 seconds to get your sexy ass out of here before I have you face down, ass up on my piano." He gave her a cocky grin to hide the dim reality of his true intentions. Ren's eyes widened a fraction before settling into their own smile that matched lips he imagined wrapped around the aforementioned pulsing erection. She needed to leave. Stat. "We'll do face down, ass up another day." She winked, blowing him a kiss as she headed toward the door. Jackson forced out a hard breath after the door clicked shut. He needed to run 10 miles, burn out every muscle group, and figure out a way to tell Ren everything. Chapter 8. Jones. Only one thing remained for Luke to do in his lifetime: find Jessica. Even if it took 100 lifetimes, he would never stop looking for her. On his way to meet Gabe for a jog, he ran into Charlie in the lobby of his building. The timing could not have been worse. His list of fires to extinguish included a sincere apology to her, just not at that exact moment. "Luke, hi." The forgiveness in Charlie's smile twisted the growing knot of guilt in his stomach. Charlie was kind and genuine, a real catch for any man. Luke wasn't any man. He belonged to Jessica, and she belonged to him. Not even death could change something as certain as that. "Charlie, God, this is the worst time for me, but—" "Are you okay?" The touch of her hand on his arm continued to feed the guilt monster. "My God, I was so worried about you." There was no easy way to tell her he didn't have time for more than a 5-second explanation of his behavior that seemed to be carefully monitored by people willing to kill to keep their identities protected. The "I was abducted by aliens" explanation seemed like a bad choice, but it really was as close to the truth as he could get. "I owe you an apology the size of the state in which I abandoned you, but I'm meeting someone in a few minutes." Her shoulders turned inward as she looked at her feet. "There's nothing I can say to make what happened okay. I can't even explain it myself. You got cold feet." She looked up at him with blue eyes and long, dark lashes that matched the color of her chin-length hair. He had to be an asshole, but not by choice. Honesty put too many lives at risk. Had he not seen Jessica, Luke would have taken the next step with Charlie, an enormous step away from his past and the woman who should have been his wife. "Yes, I got cold feet. My past won't let me go. I'm so sorry. If you hate me, I wouldn't blame you." Charlie blinked away her tears. "If she was as wonderful as you remember, she'd want you to move on." Luke returned a slow nod as Charlie leaned up and kissed him on the corner of his mouth. Every instinct told him to pull back, but it was a goodbye, and she deserved that. "I hope she lets you live your life someday." Charlie walked out of his building and his life. Taking time to sort out his feelings about her and what he could have said differently was not a luxury he had with Gabe waiting. He jogged to Pier 3, where Gabe stood with a "what took you so long" look distorting his face. "Heard you went MIA. Gabe met Luke's pace. "I need a favor." "What kind of favor?" Luke picked up the speed, making sure they weren't being followed. "The kind that could get me killed if anyone finds out." Gabe laughed. Luke did not. "Shit, you're serious." "I need you to go to Texas for me." "Luke, you're not making any sense." Gabe rested a hand on Luke's shoulder. "Keep jogging. If we stop, someone could hear us." "What are you talking about?" He sounded crazy. That couldn't be helped. Gabe was his only choice, the only person he could trust. "Jess is alive." "Luke, buddy, what's going on with you? She died. We were all at the funeral." "I saw her in Houston." Sometimes we see people or things we want to see. You, better than anyone, know how the mind works. It was her. Blonde hair, too thin, but it was her. She saw me too, for all of 10 seconds before I was hauled off, injected with a sedative, and interrogated by some psycho. What the fuck? It's a long story, and I don't know half of it, but she's alive, Gabe. These people, they're watching me, and they've threatened to kill me and my family if I try to find her or tell anyone. But for Christ's sake, I saw her. I can't pretend she's dead. So, you want me to go to Texas to find her? I need you to get a flight to some place within driving distance. I don't want you to fly directly to Houston. It would be a red flag. The hotel I stayed at in Houston. You need to do whatever it takes to see security footage of when I saw Jessica. You'll see me in a line at the concierge's desk around 7:30 in the morning. Jessica was the second person in front of me. Blonde hair in a bun. Make them retrace the footage to see what room she was in. Find out what name was on the room and any other contact information. What if they won't show me? They will. Everyone has a price. Figure out what it is, and I'll pay it. Luke stopped, his breath too labored to say much more. Hunched over, he rested his hands on his knees. You can't say a word to anyone, not even Kelly. Just make up some business trip excuse. What if they don't have footage of her coming out of her room? Luke shook his head, not wanting to think about that real possibility. I don't know, but it's all I have right now. 2 days and 2 burner phones later, Luke went back to work while Gabe flew to Dallas, then made the 2.5-hour drive to Houston. Dr. Jones had a full schedule and not a brain cell left to devote to his patients. Only Jessica. Finding her without anyone dying in the process required Dr. Jones to get back to work, giving the appearance of resuming his normal life. Jones got his usual walk with Luke around Fort Funston, and Lake came over for dinner. I talked to Charlie today. She said you ended it. What the hell, Luke? He set 2 bowls of lobster bisque on the table and sat down across from her, draping his napkin over his right leg. I shouldn't have stood her up in Houston. No, you shouldn't have dumped her in the lobby. Please tell me this isn't about Jessica. It's complicated. Complicated? How can it be complicated? I get it. Jessica was the love of your life, and what happened was tragic. But it's time to let go. How's your love life? With an eye roll, Lake smirked. Nice diversion. It's not the same thing. You lost your fiancé. I lost my boyfriend and my leg. I have yet to find a guy that thinks my bionic leg is sexy. I'll probably die a virgin. Luke narrowed his eyes. Mom caught you having sex in one of the guest rooms. You know what I mean. It's just an expression. It's really not. He sipped a spoonful of soup. Why can't you let her go yet? Lake tapped her spoon on the edge of her bowl. Tap, tap, tap. Waiting for Luke's answer. I guess I still can't believe she's gone. There's a certain amount of closure that comes from seeing the body. We never got to see her body. I know what you mean. When I came out of my coma to the news of both Ben and Jessica's deaths, I couldn't wrap my head around it. It's like you spend the rest of your life waiting for that last goodbye. Luke never said goodbye. He didn't want to say goodbye, and he didn't care that God gave him 86,400 seconds in a day. He didn't want to say thank you for taking her away. Jessica, period. Luke wanted his life back. What happened with Charlie in Houston was terrible on my part. I like her a lot. But she's not Jessica. Luke nodded. So you're just going to spend the rest of your life pining after someone you can never be with? He shrugged. For now, I didn't get to marry her, but my heart is still married to the memories I have of her. Luke, Don't. It's not your fault. My accident was on the morning of your wedding day. Luke reached across the table, squeezing her hand. And when Jessica found out, she ran to find me, ripped off her veil, and drove me to the hospital. Lake blinked back her tears. I miss her too, you know, but I also miss my brother. I miss the man you were with her. She made you normal. Lake smiled. Luke chuckled. No one in his family ever knew Jessica's whole story. Despite the irony in his sister's statement, she was right. He found the best possible version of himself with Jessica. She gave him a life he wanted back. The vibrating buzz of Luke's burner phone brought him out of a light sleep a few minutes shy of midnight. "What did you find?" Gabe chuckled. "Not how much of your money did I have to spend?" "Fuck the money. Tell me." "I saw the tapes, man. You were right. My God, it was her." "No shit. The room, Gabe. Whose name was on the room?" "An Eric J. Monahan, Omaha, Nebraska address." "Message it to me." "You can't go. You said it yourself. It's not safe." "Well, I can't not go. She's there. I have to. I'll go. You stay put. I'll get a flight out in the morning. Kelly thinks I'm going to be gone for another couple days anyway. Don't be stupid and risk yourself or your family. Nobody will be looking for me. Besides, if she's with some other guy, I'm not sure you showing up unannounced is the best idea. In fact, if she's with some other guy, I'm not sure why you're even pursuing this." The muscles in his jaw twitched as he clenched his teeth. "Just send me the address." "I just told you I'm not going anywhere. But if your wife doesn't know where you are going, I think I should." "Good point. I'll send it and call you when I know more." "Gabe?" "Yeah?" "Thanks." Chapter 9. Night. Held hostage in a constant groggy state, the lines between Jillian's dreams and reality blurred. Time became indistinguishable. Had she been there days or weeks? "Good morning, sunshine. I'm done running my errands, so I eased up on your sedative. Your food is attracting maggots. That's not going to taste good when you eat it. And believe me, you will eat it." "Go to hell." The words scraped across Jillian's throat like sandpaper. "You first!" Psycho bitch cackled. She peeled her eyes open. A shiver erupted in bumps along her skin, a welcome contrast to the oven. "What the fuck?" "I thought the zip ties were poetic given our location, but I had a devil of a time trying to get the IV in with your hands tied behind your back. Or are you questioning what's beneath your bare ass? That would be your own piss. Now that, I'm sure, brings back memories, huh? Freaky, isn't it? Gail insisted on knowing everything about your kidnapping. They needed every little detail to assess your mental state. It didn't take long for them to conclude your psyche was irreversibly damaged." The duct tape securing her arms to her body didn't allow an inch of movement. A mottling of bruises covered her forearm, from her elbow to her wrist. In the middle, an impaled IV needle was taped in place. Your whole "I don't care if I die" attitude is not acceptable. You don't have to eat yet, but I can't have you dying of dehydration before the fun even begins. Getting the IV and saline was the easy part. Following the YouTube instructions for inserting it, not as easy. No worries. I swabbed your skin good with alcohol. Or did I? I just can't remember. But let's face it, the puncture wound on your shoulder and the nasty cut on your hand aren't looking too good right now. So I highly doubt my little IV experiment will make much of a difference at this point. Psycho bitch maintained her usual spot in her chair, under a lone hanging light bulb, wearing a wicked grin matched only by Satan himself. The gleam in her eyes expressed her pleasure as Jillian glanced up to take notice of her, specifically what she wore. You like? Her smile grew, exposing her crooked teeth. Jillian focused on that instead of her military fatigues and boots. Big, repeated blows to the ribs boots. It's funny how you fooled everyone into thinking you were cured. Normal. Your near-wedding nuptials had everyone fooled. Jessica Day found love and was going to live happily ever after with her Prince Charming. But the second you became Jillian Knight, your true personality came out again. How do you explain your fascination with fucking your neighbor? And not just any neighbor. Sergeant Monahan. Was it the camouflage? The boots? Or just your need to be a total whore again? Because that's what you are. Like mother, like daughter. It didn't take long to figure out her game. Psycho Bitch had no intention of physically torturing Jillian. It was all about the mind games. The ache in her heart from the mention of both Luke and AJ had to be ignored. Jillian knew her captor waited for her to break. She would wait a long time. The memories of Luke and AJ only made her stronger. Who was your husband? She sighed. We'll get to that before too much longer. He'll be joining us. Then we can really get all the details. Fake nailed fingers combed through her red, wet hair. She showered while Jillian slept in her own piss. That alone set her apart from four. He didn't shower. Drugs, alcohol, cutting. That was it. I haven't decided on all the party guests quite yet. You, of course, are the guest of honor. Jackson should join us, too, don't you think? Maybe I can have a piano hauled down here, and he can play the doomsday music. After I fuck him, of course. He is, unquestionably, the best sex I've ever had. Your brother knows what he's doing. Another cackle escaped her lips that were too big for her face. The crazy part is he didn't even know who I was when he fucked me against the locked bathroom door of the club. An inward grimace tugged at Jillian's stomach that was already eating itself alive. She hated the reminder of Jude and his past, a past she never fully understood. Jessica had an explanation for her behavior. Jude never did, or so she always assumed. This has really turned into a family affair, hasn't it? You, Sonny, and my husband, Jackson and I. Maybe I should have gone after your father, too. He would have been a harder sell because he actually loved your mom, I think. It's hard to say. I mean, the man married a woman who was in love with another man. He had to know she didn't love him. Then again, she was pregnant with his babies. I guess he thought she'd eventually love him the way he loved her. The tape cut into Jillian's skin as she tugged against it. Psycho Bitch would die for saying that to her. A lie. It had to be a lie. The foundation for which she had worked so hard to build her sanity, her life with Luke, was the desire to find a love like her parents. The devil before her kept crashing into that foundation, leaving Jillian on the edge of collapsing. I'm getting ahead of myself. We'll finish that later. Now, where was I? She tapped her fake nail on her lip. Oh, yes, Luke. I think he should definitely join us. I heard he and Agent McGraw had quite the run-in after your brief reunion in Houston. You're going to die. I will sacrifice my own life to make it happen. But I swear to God, if you lay a finger on Luke, I will kill you so fucking slowly. You'll regret the first breath you ever took. Ah, wow. Please don't swear to God. Not until you've repented your sins. She wasn't without a few cracks of her own. Jillian could almost feel the race of her captor's pulse. As much as she tried to wield her intelligence as the ultimate weapon, Jillian made her nervous. No amount of intelligence could overcome fear. I'm going to cut off your lying tongue and make you swallow it. Then I'm going to carve every Bible quote you sent me into your skin. If you repent, I'll show mercy and cut your heart out first. If you don't, I'll dissect your body, leaving your heart for last. Psycho Bitch cleared her throat, breaking eye contact first. I think I gave you too much sedative. It's messing with your perception of reality. One of us is restrained with duct tape. The other is not. Then you'd better kill me before I show you my Houdini trick. I think we're done talking. Psycho Bitch stood, fists clenched a moment before snatching a syringe off the table and charging towards Jillian. Her hands fumbled the cap, each breath shallow and labored. You can't even look me in the eye. I don't think you have what it takes to kill someone. The jittery, wheezing woman paused, the syringe tip just millimeters away from the IV line. The mouse inched closer to the trap. I can and will kill. Fuck! Blood flowed like striking oil as her captor covered her broken nose, tumbling backward onto her butt. Jillian dismissed the instant headache she gave herself and the blood trickling down to her own nose and into the corner of her eye. The satisfaction of seeing the bitch curled up on her side, moaning like a woman in labor, was worth it. I've dealt with broken noses before. Why don't you let me take a look, sweetie? A growl interrupted the moaning as she glared at Jillian over the hand covering her nose. Staggering to her feet, she stumbled hunched back to a table and grabbed something off it before heading toward the stairs. The familiar puffing sound, followed by the slow exhale, was the last thing Jillian heard before the slam of a door. An inhaler. That's what she grabbed from the table. Psycho Bitch had asthma. Luke was right. Monsters were weak. Survivors were strong. Jillian was a survivor. Chapter 10. Day. We're not inviting Kathy to the wedding. Jessica shot her mom a warning glare over the kitchen table as they narrowed down the guest list. Jessica Mauve Day! She's my best friend. Of course she's invited. Your best friend is a cheater. I can't believe you've sided with her. Daniel is the perfect guy. Who cheats on perfection? I thought I was the perfect guy. Luke surprised her from behind, kissing the top of her head. Good morning. It's Saturday. Why is my bride-to-be and her lovely mother not at Samovar? Luke ruffled Jones's ears on his way to the coffee pot. You are the perfect guy. For me. You'd like Daniel, babe. He's a middle school guidance counselor and track coach. Incredibly nice guy. And Saturday Tea has officially been relocated to here until the wedding because we need more space. Your mom and sisters are coming next weekend to get fitted for their dresses. Have you taken Jones to your tailor yet to get fitted for his tux? Luke narrowed his eyes over the rim of his coffee cup. Jessica bit her lips together. My mom's going to knit him some Argyle socks, too. Sunny looked at Luke, then rolled her eyes. They never forgot the shitty dog incident at Kelly and Gabe's wedding. Jessica didn't want to deal with Jones on their wedding day any more than Luke did. She just enjoyed his reaction to the possibility. "Jones is not going to be at your wedding, but Kathy is." Sonny grabbed the list and wrote Kathy's name next to the scribbled area where Jessica had crossed her off the list. "She's not. What if I had an affair? Would you never forgive me and ban me from your wedding?" Jessica's head jerked back. "Why would you even say such a thing?" Luke raised his eyebrows, leaning against the counter in his navy pajama pants, no shirt. He seemed to enjoy the show. "Because I didn't raise you to be this way. I've never seen you be so unforgiving, so judgmental. You're getting ready to marry the man of your dreams. You're a few months from happily ever after, and you're letting Kathy's affair eat at you. I just don't understand why. She fell in love with another man. She didn't kill—" Sonny slapped a hand over her mouth as her eyes filled with regret. "Oh, God, I'm sorry, sweetie." Jessica restrained her response behind tight lips and a slow nod. "I think we're done for today." "Jessica!" The pain in her mom's voice wasn't enough to stop her from retreating to the bedroom and answering with a slam of the door. Stripping off her clothes, she pulled on a t-shirt and jogging shorts, yanking at them as if they, too, had offended her. "Want to talk about it?" Her chin dropped to her chest on an exhale as Luke's body pressed to her back. His arms wrapped around her shoulders, protecting her, loving her, reminding her that he was her home. "I don't need Dr. Jones right now. I need my Luke." His lips brushed the side of her neck. "And he needs you." She closed her eyes. "I'm scared." "Of what?" "Of having—" The words caught in her throat. "Of having what?" "Everything I've ever wanted." "Oh, baby." Luke turned her in his arms. "I adore you. This is happening. You deserve everything you've ever wanted. Instead, you're getting me and Jones." He grinned. "But the three of us are going to make it work anyway. Forever." The feel of forever beneath her lips as she pressed them to his bare chest brought happy tears. "Kathy and Daniel were my and Jude's godparents. I idolized their marriage, just like I do my parents. Through everything, I've held this shred of hope that there is truly someone for everyone, that happily ever after really does exist. But then, when Kathy left Daniel, I questioned everything I held on to. Then my mom stood by her side without question, as if she somehow empathized with Kathy, and that's bugged me for years. Why would she do that? I get forgiveness, I really do, but not once has my mom acknowledged that the affair was wrong. And then today, can you believe she asked me how I would feel if it was her and Dad instead of Kathy and Daniel? Talk about fucking with my mind and kicking my dreams in the gut." Their embrace intensified, as if he could squeeze every last drop of doubt and insecurity from her. "It was hypothetical." What if it wasn't? Hypothetical questions are oftentimes reality in disguise. I have this friend who might be pregnant. What do you think she should do? Luke pulled back a fraction, brows arched, as he peered down at her. "Baby, are you pregnant?" She pinched his sides until he buckled at the waist, chuckling. "I'm not pregnant, you dimwit. I'm trying to be serious." "So, Kelly is pregnant?" "Luke!" Her pinch turned into a gut punch. He grabbed the back of her neck and kissed her so hard, breathing became an afterthought. Walking her back into the wall of his dress shirts that hung from hangers spaced evenly apart, he lifted her up until her back pressed to the wall. A few perfectly starched shirts surrendered, falling to the floor. Jessica gasped for air as lips devoured every inch of skin along her neck. "I love the way you love me. It's everything. It's forever," he whispered in her ear, sliding her t-shirt up her body and over her head. Their bed waited 20 feet away. Luke deemed it too far as he laid her on the floor of the closet, several dress shirts trapped beneath her. "Your shirts!" "Fuck the shirts." He smirked, eyes hooded as he removed her shorts and then his pants. "Dr. Jones is going to be pissed at you." Luke settled between her legs, rubbing his erection against her clit as she closed her eyes on a soft moan. "Not when he smells sex with Jessica on them." "Oh, God." He pushed into her, and she let him control her body, dominate her thoughts, and erase all doubt. "So, when did you make your decision?" Luke reached for the shared red sweatshirt wadded on the floor, a few feet away, and draped it over Jessica's back. She seemed content sprawled out on his chest, but he felt goosebumps along her skin. "What decision?" he asked. "The one where you had to choose between orderliness and me? Surely you knew you couldn't have both." She teased his nipple between her teeth, so he pinched her ass, eliciting a squeal and the release of his hostage nipple. "The first time we kissed. Orderliness doesn't turn me on like you do." Jessica giggled. He loved that giggle. Every day she seemed to reclaim a piece of her innocence, and he felt honored, beyond words, to be the one to help her put those pieces back together. "I bet you get at least a semi from a spotless mirror and perfectly folded hand towels." He shrugged. "It may twitch a bit." The most beautiful lips ever planted a soft kiss on his shoulder. "I love you, and I would never cheat on you. You're it for me. If a runaway cable car flattens your ass tomorrow, I'll never be with another man." "Don't say that." "It could happen." "I'm talking about you not moving on if something, probably not cable car related, were to happen to me. You're young, and you have so much love to give. It would be a crime for you to not share it with someone." "Nope." He scooted out from underneath her until they sat facing each other, holding hands. I need you to promise me that you'll love again." She shook her head. "It wouldn't matter. I'd never find someone to accept me the way I am." "The way you are? You mean strong, resilient, beautiful, smart, funny, sassy, kind, giving, thoughtful? I could go on all day, but I see what you mean. No man would want that." "Luke," she whispered, staring at their interlaced fingers holding on for life, just like their two souls. If he'd had one wish, it would have been for her to see herself through his eyes for just one moment in time. "I want to be your everything, but only while I'm here. If the day comes that I'm not, then let me go. Let me be your greatest memory." She looked up at him with the eyes that served as a looking glass into his entire existence. Luke didn't want to think of them looking at another man the way they looked at him, but if it meant someone looking back at her the way he did, then it made the thought bearable, just barely. "And you? If I die, will you love another?" No, the world's biggest fucking double standard ever, but he wouldn't. She needed love. He had enough to last his entire life. "I'd try." Jessica nodded slowly, but it didn't feel like a nod of agreement, more of the nod someone gives when they're trying to process something. "I need to apologize to my mom." The change in subject was fine by him. "We're not your parents or Kathy and Daniel. We're not even The crazy skinny dipping couple from Tahoe. I know you've used them as a litmus test for your own chance at happiness, but we don't need them. I got you. I'll always have you. He prayed his words held truth. Wearing her playfully deviant smile, she crawled onto his lap and wrapped her arms and legs around him like a monkey. What would you have said if I was pregnant? Nothing. He kissed her shoulder, then bit it. Nothing? Nope. Why not? Because the best things in life leave me speechless. Chapter 11. Night. Jackson killed AJ. So what? Wren captured 2 hours of sleep after Jackson's confession. Of course, they were the 2 hours before her alarm went off. She downed 3 cups of coffee, then cleaned 2 houses on autopilot. By the time she carried her supplies to the car, 3 inches of snow blanketed the ground. A smile grew on her face. As she slowed to pull into her already shoveled driveway, Drew waved from his sidewalk. Ice melt crunched beneath her feet as she walked toward her front door. Gunnar flew out his dog door, tail wagging. Drew, I've told you 1,000,000 times you don't need to shovel my drive. And holy crap, what's with the 10 pounds of ice melt? I can't even see my driveway beneath it. Is this some joke? She laughed. Drew stabbed his shovel into a drift of snow and rested his hands on the handle. Yeah, don't be surprised if a photo of your driveway shows up in the newspaper tomorrow with the title, I Smelt Hoarder. I think your friend bought every bag from the hardware store. Don't even get me started on the fact that he didn't drive here. He had on shorts and a sweatshirt, and he made 6 trips on foot, carrying the ice melt and I think a new shovel, too. Wren laughed, shaking her head as she reached in her pocket for her phone that vibrated. Speaking of Jackson, she held up her lit screen. Bye, Drew. She nearly slipped on the inch of ice melt, navigating the porch steps. Hi, she answered. Have you left for home yet? It's snowing. I don't think you should be driving. Wren laughed, shutting the door and toeing off her shoes. You don't say. I cleared your driveway and sprinkled some ice melt, but it's still snowing, so you might need to reapply when you get home. I left a couple bags in your garage. How did you get in my garage? The side door was locked. Oh, I have, a universal key? Like your sister? Jackson chuckled. That would be correct. Well, I'm home already. She plopped down in her favorite chair and threw her feet up on the ottoman. Did Gunnar growl and bark at you the whole time? I brought treats. I see. So you thought of everything. My neighbor Drew saw you. Did Woody break down? He said you made a few trips on foot with the ice melt. Of course. No one should be driving in this weather. She giggled. You act like you've never driven in snow. It's the first snow. It's not that cold. And all the main streets have been plowed. Don't try to tell me it didn't snow in New York. Well, yeah, of course it snowed in New York. Let me guess. You lived and worked in the city, therefore you didn't even own a car. Bingo. Pathetic. Well, I'd invite you over for dinner, but that would require you to drive or walk. I'll see you in 30 minutes. Wren laughed some more. Don't slip on the sidewalk. I've got that covered. The guy at the hardware store sold me some sort of yak things for my shoes. Yak tracks? That's it. See you soon. Gunnar cocked his head sideways as she tossed her phone on the ottoman. So, all it takes is a few treats to keep you quiet, huh? I fear you're going soft on me. Gunnar jumped to attention from the quick rap on the door. There's no way he's here already. Wren grinned as she made her way to the door. Preston! Her smile dissolved as her body stiffened. Gunnar sat idle next to her, A mild growl vibrated in warning. Preston glanced down. Easy, mutt. What do you want? You can't be— Beware, sweetheart. Here, you dropped the restraining order, remember? Wren tried to swallow past the familiar fear. Why are you here? It's snowing. Aren't you going to invite me in? No. Preston slipped off his black leather driving gloves and shoved them into the pockets of his long wool overcoat. I need to talk to you about Maddie. Your phone stopped working? Preston grinned, the same grin that got her knocked up 21 years earlier. She loved it then, but not anymore. It made her want to knock out every single shiny, white tooth that peeked out from behind his lips. Come on, you have your guard dog to protect you. Besides, I come in peace. She glared at him. Nothing about Preston Iverson was peaceful. 5 minutes and then you can let him chase me out the door. Deal? The asshole ex-husband needed to be gone before Jackson arrived. Preston didn't deserve a blink of her concern, but a tiny part of her feared for his life. 5 minutes. Gunnar stayed glued to her side, ready to attack on command as she stepped back. I see you bought the smallest place on the block. His beady eyes appraised his surroundings. Does it have indoor plumbing? 4 minutes. He smirked. You could have bought a place 10 times the size of this one. I'd live on the street before I'd take a dime from you. He nodded, still taking in her belongings. When she finally got the nerve to leave him, she did it with only the clothes on her back, and even those ended up in the trash. Well, you're not far off. 3 minutes. I want you back, Wren. All she could do was laugh. I'm serious. He stepped toward her. Gunnar growled. Preston glared at her dog. I want a 2-headed horse with magic wings. Maybe when that happens, I'll come back to you. We were young. We both made some mistakes. What did you just say? We? Are you serious? We both had our whole lives ahead of us, and then you went and got pregnant. Oh my God. She shook her head. Time's up. Think about it. For Maddie. Go to hell. Now, out. Preston backed up as Gunnar bared his teeth, moving slowly toward him. That tattooed asshole is trouble. I don't trust him, and I sure as fuck don't like that he's trying to take something that's mine. You beat the living crap out of me because I overcooked your steak. You threw me down the stairs because I wore a dress you deemed too short to a holiday party and some asshole friend of yours commented on my legs. I'm not that guy anymore. You're exactly that guy. After all these years, you still think you own me. He clenched his teeth. Wren recognized the muscle twitch in his jaw and the vein on his forehead. Had Gunnar not been a foot from castrating him, Wren had no doubt Preston would have backhanded her for being disrespectful. It was always his signature first strike. He's a speeding ticket away from being thrown in jail. Chances are they'd find drugs, illegal weapons, or whatever I'd want them to find in his trunk. Wren narrowed her eyes. Why couldn't he just let her go? Why did he have to destroy her entire life? Think about it. He opened the door and turned to a large man in a hoodie, jeans, black boots with yak tracks, and murder on his face. Be easy on her. She'll need some recovery time after what I did to her. Preston wore his usual asshole smirk as he rested a hand on Jackson's shoulder, attempting to sidestep him. Fuck! Preston squeaked out when Jackson grabbed his neck with one hand, shoving him into the siding. Preston's face turned crimson as he clutched at Jackson's iron hold with no success. "I'm going to end you." Preston maybe had 20 seconds before passing out, but even then he was too stupid to shut up. "Is that a threat?" Jackson's head turned side to side slowly as he leaned in and whispered in Preston's ear. Wren heard every chilling word. "It's a promise." He released him. Preston fell like dead weight to his hands and knees, gasping and coughing. Jackson stepped inside and shut the door without a single glance back at Preston. "You let the man who put you in the hospital into your house?" "It was the only way to get him to leave." She hugged herself to ward off the chill from the door being open so long and the icy wave of anger that radiated off Jackson. "What the hell do you have that dog for?" She narrowed her eyes. "That dog has a name and you know it." "That dog should be feasting on the corpse of your ex-husband right now." "Stop calling him what?" Jackson shoved her against the wall and covered her mouth with his hand. Gunnar growled. "That dog is growling at me, Wren." Her heart pumped so fast, all she could hear was its pounding pulse. "But he's not attacking me. Why is that?" She blinked and struggled to get out of his hold. "Do something, Wren. Kick me in the groin. Bite my hand and tell Gunnar to attack me. But stop being the fucking victim. Stop inviting the enemy into your house." Tears stung her eyes, and when she blinked, they spilled over. "Do it!" Her body fell limp. Jackson removed his hand and grabbed her as she released her first sob. He just yelled at her. He scared her. He made her cry. Despite all of that, she clung to him. "I hate him. I hate him so much for breaking me." Jackson leaned against the wall and slid down it with Wren hugged to his body. He took everything." "I'm going to give it back to you. All of it." He took her face in his hands, forcing her to look at him. "Baby, you have an attack dog that won't attack. What the hell?" Wren sniffled. "Gunnar doesn't do anything without my command, including that." "But you didn't say it." Anger remained in Jackson's voice. Wren flinched. Old habits. "I'm afraid." "Of what?" She blinked out more tears. "Everything. You don't understand. I lived like a prisoner in my own home for so many years. I couldn't get up from the table without permission. My hair, my weight, my clothes, my exercise routine, my friends, they were all controlled by Preston. His verbal abuse did so much more damage than the physical abuse. I became anorexic, stopped having my periods, and eventually ended up in the hospital because I kept having fainting spells. After all those years, the pain felt as raw as the day it happened. Preston had to come home from a business trip to deal with me. They discharged me 2 days later, and he bashed my head into the dash before we left the parking lot. He said that's what I deserved for ruining his trip." She shook her head. "He bled every ounce of self-esteem from me. I don't want to be this way. I hate that I don't have a shred of confidence. Inside, I have so much anger, so much hatred, but the fear is so crippling, I can't do anything with it, so it just festers and eats me alive." Holding Wren was like holding an egg with a dozen cracks. Jackson knew he could never completely mend her. He could give her the self-defense skills to fight off a small army, but he couldn't make her use them any more than she could give Gunnar the go-ahead to attack her enemy. Brushing his thumbs over her tear-stained cheeks, he smiled. So, Vera Wang and Ed Sheeran? Her laugh came out as a half-sob. Don't! You can't possibly still want you. I want you, Ren. I know you've lost so much of yourself. Maybe so much that you don't know where you belong in this cruel world. But I do. You belong with me. My God, that was a better line than swimming in your pond. Ren laughed. Jackson smiled back at the 40-year-old with freckles and innocent blue eyes. She was truly beautiful in every way. He knew he would destroy anyone who ever tried to take that smile away again. Jackson Knight, I'd marry you in a paper bag with a boombox playing Boys to Men. What's a boombox and Boys to who? She grabbed his hair, yanking his head an inch away from hers. Knock that shit off! Perfect. The woman who feared everything dominated the heart of a killer. What were the chances? Jackson surrendered the final inch, resting his forehead against hers. I'm sorry for what I did to you, he whispered. Her hands released his hair and slid to his cheeks. I didn't understand, but now I do. I'll protect you, I promise. What you said to Preston, you wouldn't really kill him, would you? They danced around his past, giving him ample opportunities to tell her everything. Telling her would break the rules, Gail's rules. Members weren't allowed to share that information unless they were married. It was ridiculous. What kind of wedding gift was that? A marriage certificate didn't buy the kind of loyalty and trust required to keep Gail hidden. Yet somehow, they'd managed to keep everyone silenced for years. Jackson knew their tactics were rarely worthy of guardian angel status. Ren, he whispered, tell me, would you kill him? Yes. Jerking back, her gaze bored into his, searching for truth. For the first time in his life, he wanted someone, Ren, to see that truth. Yes, the ultimate truth. A drop all weapons, hands up surrender to only the second woman in his life for whom he would lie down and die for. She swallowed hard, choking on that one little word. Jackson didn't blink. He kept his eyes trained to hers because, in spite of the number of lives his hands had taken, he didn't regret one. He knew her next question before it passed her lips. Aside from AJ, have you ever killed anyone? As sure as he knew her question, the intensity in her eyes said she knew his answer. Yes. Did she see him? Really see him? Her eyes closed. Jackson said nothing. All he could do was wait for her to open them again and pray they'd look at him the same, love him the same, accept him, accept Jude. I don't want to know. She shook her head. I can't handle it. Ren. Fluttering open, her eyes focused on his chin, his chest, his arms. But she didn't look him in the eye. The answer is yes. I fear it will always be yes. What was the question? When those blue eyes met his again, he couldn't read them. Was the sparkle in them the beginning of unshed tears, or the light of life drawing him from the darkness? You want to know if I still love you? More than the secret to life. The answer is yes, she whispered. But Ren slid her thumb along his bottom lip before pressing a soft kiss to it. She smiled. It held more pain than pleasure, but nonetheless, it was a smile. No buts. He should have felt better, relieved, but he didn't. What was that? Unconditional love? Jackson told him to take it and run without ever looking back. Jude? He wanted Wren to love him too, but he wanted her to know everything first. Jude had always been too biblical for his own good. The need to confess his sins to Wren and cleanse his conscience would cut Jackson off at the knees, preventing him from ever running from his past again. Chapter 12. Jones. Gabe turned on his burner phone when the plane touched down in Omaha. He left his personal phone with Luke so he could text Kelly at least once a day on his behalf. On his way to the rental car counter, he texted Luke's burner phone to remind him to do just that. He lied to Kelly about his fake meeting. She trusted him, and he never gave her any reason not to until that point. Somewhere between Luke's unbelievable story about his abduction, Jessica not dying, and his plan to get her back, he'd convinced himself if it ever was okay to lie to his wife, that was the time. It didn't take him long to get his rental car from the airport and drive to Peaceful Woods. A fresh layer of snow blanketed the ground, but the streets were plowed and dusted with a salt and sand mixture. After parking along the side of the street at the entrance, double and triple checking that he had the correct address, he continued into the development. Not even schools had as many speed bumps as the short private drive that he traveled to get to the home of one Eric James Monahan. Gabe spent the entire flight thinking of what he would say if he saw Jessica, but he landed in Omaha without a single word figured out. What if she wasn't there? What if Eric Monahan answered the door? The son signed off for the day on his way there. Most all of the houses had their front lights illuminating their driveways, except Eric's. Gabe squinted to see the house number embedded into the brick front. The black windows indicated the likeliness of anyone being home to be about 0. He called Luke. "You found her?" "Not yet. I'm parked in Eric Monahan's driveway. Doesn't look like anyone is home." "Check." Gabe grinned. "Brilliant idea." "Well, then, why are you calling me if you haven't checked yet?" "To make sure you texted Kelly. Why are you so on edge?" "Because I'm fucking anxious. I'm dying here." Luke out of control was rarer than a UFO sighting. What if you're putting her in danger by tracking her down? By having me track her down? If she's in some kind of witness protection thing, I'm not sure her past is her friend. You're her past, Luke. Gabe waited, then looked at his screen. "You still there?" "I'm not going to put her in danger. I just need to know that she's okay." Even with Luke's attempt to sound resolute and sincere, Gabe knew his friend too well. Luke would never be able to go on with his life if she were alive and not with him. "I'm worried about you, buddy. She's with another guy. It can't end well. The guy who took me said the man Jess was with has cancer. If she—" Luke's voice cracked. Gabe flinched. "If she cares about him and he dies, I fear she could too. It's too much for her. I know things about her that would make you shudder. Just trust me. We're saving her." "What if she runs? If she knows she's been found, she could run." "Call me when you find her. I want you to call me and hand her the phone, okay?" "'Kay. I'm going to the door. Wish me luck." "Gabe." "Yeah?" "Thank you. You're my best friend, and you're getting ready to be a dad. I feel like such a prick for asking you to risk yourself for me. I should tell you to just turn around and get your ass back home to Kelly, but she's your whole damned world. I get it. I get it better than anyone. I've always thought of you as family. Jessica, too. Let's get her back." The line went dead after a few seconds. Gabe frowned at his phone. He thought of Kelly, and then he imagined her missing. Then he climbed out of the car with steadfast purpose. After a dozen or so knocks and incessant ringing of the doorbell, he concluded nobody was home. But for good measure, he added a few more rings and raps against the cold glass storm door. "Can I help you?" Gabe turned to the sound of a woman's voice. An elderly lady stood on her front stoop, wrapped in a fluffy robe and boots. Holding up a friendly hand as if to say, "I come in peace," he crossed the street. "I'm looking for Eric Monahan." The woman's friendly smile faded. "Young man, can I ask your name?" Andy. "Are you a friend?" "Actually, I'm a friend of his girlfriend." Her eyes widened. "Oh, you know Jillian?" "Jillian?" "Yes, we go way back. It's been a while since I've seen her. I wanted to surprise her." "Well, I'd tell you to try her house, but she's out of town. I take it you haven't talked with Jackson?" Gabe shoved his hands into his pockets to ward off the cold breeze. "Jackson? Her brother. Oh, yeah. I wasn't close to him, just Jillian. Sorry, I'd forgotten his name." Gabe couldn't help but grin a bit. Jessica and Jude had become Jack and Jill. Brilliant. She nodded behind him. "They live in the unit next to Sarge's, but we saw Jackson leaving earlier to go to his lady friend's house. She recently got her sex toy order from Jillian's party at my house, so I don't expect him back for quite some time, if you know what I mean." She winked. An awkward wink, but Gabe was pretty sure it was still a wink. "Anywho, he walked over to her house. Said it was too dangerous to drive. Crazy guy. I assume you're from New York, too? Surely you all see as much snow as we do." No, he wasn't from New York, and neither were Jillian and Jackson. They were all from San Francisco. That explained Jackson's apprehension over driving in snow. Sex toys? "Come on in, honey. It's too cold to have this conversation outside. I'll make you some hot chocolate. Are you a marshmallow guy?" Gabe smiled. He was a red-eye guy. Black coffee with a double shot of espresso. "Sounds perfect. Thank you." Waiting for Gabe to call left Luke on the verge of committing himself. The woman who came to him for reasons of insanity had him flirting with it himself. After 3 Heineken, he tore his hands from his mussed hair to answer the phone. It had to be her. How could he be so stupid to drown himself in alcohol before giving the speech of his life? It didn't matter. Just the thought of her made the world fall away. The time between hearing of her death and seeing her in Texas was the longest fucking single heartbeat ever. He was ready to breathe again. "Jessica. Sorry." "Gabe." Luke deflated as his hand grabbed for his hair again. Tears stung his eyes. "She wasn't home, and neither was Sarge. However, I talked with her neighbor for over an hour, Greta Houseby. Quite possibly the funniest and most interesting lady I have ever had the pleasure of talking to. But she didn't have good news. I'm not sure what you want me to do now." "Who is Sarge?" "Sorry, AJ, Eric James Monahan. They called him Sarge because it was a senior master sergeant. Career Air Force." "Called? Was?" Gabe sighed. "He died on Thanksgiving." "Where is she?" "They don't know. She flew to Portland for the funeral. Jackson told them she wasn't coming home right away. Apparently she needed time alone." "Jackson?" "Sorry, you're never going to believe this. Jude is alive, too. They live in the townhouse next to AJ's. She's a consultant for Lascivio. Have you heard of that?" "No." "Sex toys. She sells sexy toys and he teaches piano lessons, Gabe laughed. And that's not the best part. Jessica and Jude Day are now Jackson and Jillian Knight. Jack and Jill. Luke closed his eyes and shook his head. Do you want me to stay and talk to Jude Jackson? No, fuck, I don't know. Who do you say you were? An old friend of Jessica or Jillian's. I'm sure the neighbor lady will tell Jude someone was asking about them, which could cause them to disappear again. But he's not the most stable guy, and he could snap your neck so fast you'd never see it coming. He knows me. He's not going to kill me. Something tells me he would, to keep his sister safe. Jessica had a conscience. He never got the chance to make a definitive assessment of Jude's stability. You're not helping. What am I supposed to do? Luke flopped back on the couch and stared at the shadows on the ceiling. God, I didn't think this through enough, and I've had too much to drink. Gabe chuckled. How about I leave a burner phone with your burner phone number on it by their front door? He probably won't be back until tomorrow anyway. He's at Ren's. And Ren is his girlfriend. Try again. Jude doesn't do the girlfriend thing. Well, this Jackson guy apparently does. Greta says she's older by 10 years and utterly adorable. Now, do you want to know more about Jillian and AJ, or shall I wait until you're completely drunk? The chances of Luke ever being drunk enough to handle hearing about Jessica with some other guy? Nil. Leave the phone and my number, then get your ass home to Kelly before we both get caught. I'll get a flight out tomorrow. Thanks, Gabe. Luke? Yeah. We'll find her. He nodded to himself, then pressed end. Chapter 13. Night. Hunger. Jillian awoke with her stomach churning. Time vanished, leaving her lost for any sense of how long she'd been in the dungeon. For sure longer than she'd been with Claire. If she made it out alive, the house would be permanently leveled. No one would ever suffer in that basement again. I'm going to break your nose with this steel pipe, but not until we have an audience. Only part of Jillian's body had feeling after sitting in the same spot for days. The parts that still registered life throbbed with a dull ache. Shoulder, head, back. Her groggy eyes shifted to her captor in her chair, black and blue face, nose taped, and a 3-foot steel pipe resting in her hands. The maggots multiplied in the bowl of dog food. The stench roiled her stomach even more. What's your name? Psycho bitch laughed. Does it matter? Heavy eyelids blinked with lethargy. No, it doesn't. So, you don't care who I am and what I know? The ugly bitch wasn't worth the effort for Jillian to open her eyes again, so she rolled her head against the wall from side to side. You're a psycho bitch and you don't know shit. Fucking hell! Ice water drenched her body, sending her heart into her throat and making it impossible to breathe. Look at me when I'm talking to you. She had Jillian's attention, a death glare to both her wretched face and the empty 5-gallon bucket in her hands. Pure rage burned off the chilling effects of Psycho Bitch's favorite form of torture. So, what's wrong with you? Why can't you keep your husband from fucking other women? You have to take too many breaks during sex to suck on your inhaler? You don't give good head? Or is it just that you're ugly as fuck from the inside out and there's just no cure for that? Taking a seat again, she looked over at her inhaler. Jillian grinned. She'd rattled her, but taking a puff of it would make her feel weak. Jillian sensed her conflict. Instead, she twisted the lid off her bottled water and took a long swig, buying time to calm her nerves before sharing what would surely be a revealing comeback. "When Luke joins us, are you going to give him the play-by-play of how you fucked Sergeant Monahan?" She laughed, delighting in the illusion of the upper hand. "Of course you are, or I'm going to use him as target practice." She tapped her foot against the bow propped up against the leg of the table. Luke would always be her Achilles heel, and her captor knew it. Knox had his usual hissy fit when Jessica insisted Luke be guarded. They were an hour from being married, an hour from Luke earning the right to know everything about Gail, everything about Jessica. Like most men, Knox couldn't keep his dick in his pants, and the minute he forced it into the ass of his comrade's daughter, he surrendered to a life of granting Jessica's every wish, or dying at the hands of her father or brother. Knox knew he was lucky to still be alive. "You won't hurt Luke." She rolled her eyes. "What makes you so sure?" "Because you shot an arrow in my arm, but you refused to look at it. I broke your nose, and all I get in return is a bucket of cold water. But most disturbing is the claim that I fucked your husband, and yet I'm still alive." Jillian grinned. "Tell me, after I fucked him, what scars did I leave? Because I always leave my mark." She stood so fast, the chair flew backward. Jillian waited for the confession of a pierced lip, clawed back, or bite marks on a shoulder. But she never imagined the words that her captor spoke, just seconds before grabbing her inhaler and fleeing for the stairs. "A broken nose, 2 missing teeth, 3 fractured ribs, and a punctured lung." Chapter 14. Wren slept on her stomach, sheets kicked off, bare ass beckoning Jackson back to bed. The piano lesson gig got in the way of him following his compass that morning, which coincidentally pointed north, and had him adjusting himself several times while getting dressed. He made a mental note to remind her that sleeping naked on her stomach was forbidden, unless she lifted the anal sex ban. "I have to go," he whispered in her ear, then pressed his lips to the back of her neck. Her shoulders jerked up. "That tickles," she said in a groggy voice. "If you don't hide this, it will be mine." He palmed her ass. Wren flipped over, blonde waves of hair matted to her face, and grabbed the sheet, pulling it up to her chest. "Hot flashes. I get them occasionally. Doesn't help when I'm in bed with a guy whose body temperature is abnormally high all the time." Jackson smirked. "You think I'm hot? Nice." He pulled his shirt on slower than necessary. For the first time in his life, he wanted a woman to ogle his body. Seemed only fair since he worshipped hers, in search of redemption, salvation, and eternity. "You realize all those tattoos are going to look hideous when you get older and your skin starts to sag from losing its elasticity and muscle atrophy." Twisting his lips, he tilted his head to the side, hands shoved in his jeans pockets. But you'll still love me, right?" She shrugged. "Depends. I might have to trade you in for a newer model." "So, basically someone young enough to be your grandchild?" Her jaw dropped on a quick inhale a split second before she launched a pillow at his head. "I was going to offer to drive you home, but after that comment, you can huff it through the snow, buddy." He tossed the pillow back to her, then sat on the edge of the bed to pull on his socks. "You shouldn't be driving in this weather anyway." She giggled. "This weather? What, a couple inches of snow that's been plowed from the streets? Not that I'll need it, but my RAV is 4-wheel drive. Well, I may need it to get out of my driveway through the solid foot of ice melt." He narrowed his eyes and grabbed her knee, squeezing it until she squealed and begged through a string of mercy apologies. "Enough!" She squirmed out of his grip, breathless and beaming, with a smile bright enough to melt all the snow in Omaha that day. "Is this how it's going to be? For the rest of our lives, are you going to critique my domestic skills, mocking them?" Her smile faded a fraction. Then she bit her lips together as if she needed to suppress her response. "What?" She shook her head. "Nothing. Well, it's just I like when you say that, and yet it scares me to death at the same time." He leaned over and buried his face in her neck, tasting the most addictive skin imaginable. She threaded her fingers through his hair. Her body arched into his, calling, "Come hither." "It's you and me, babe. Deal with it," he mumbled. "I'd rather you deal with me." She freed a leg from the confines of the sheets and wrapped it around his waist to pull him closer. "I have to go." He laughed, grabbing her leg to remove it from his waist. "Mr. Knight, are you telling me no?" She yanked his hair until he looked at her. He squinted, looking at her clock, then sucked in a breath through his teeth. "I'm afraid so." After dropping a quick kiss on her lips and then one on the tip of her nose, he pulled away and sighed. "I'm going to quit my job after today. Then you can tie me to your bed for eternity. Deal?" "It's a mattress on a simple frame. There's nothing to tie you to." He walked to the door and grabbed the handle. "I'll buy you a new bed." "How are you going to do that if you quit your job?" Jackson opened the door, lifting a single shoulder. "I'll dig up a coffee can or something ingenious like that." He winked and shut the door behind him. "I love you," Wren yelled. He paused at the top of the stairs. The distant echo of her words brought back the flash of a memory from his childhood. His mother yelling downstairs, "I love you," to her twins before they left for school. He still hated what she did. He hated his father for living a lie. He hated his sister's circumstances that prevented him from ever telling her. The entire Day family had to die, so the man who fell for the woman on the other side of the bedroom door could find the ability to love again. And he did. Jackson loved Wren. "I love you too, hot pants." Light flurries swirled in the breeze as Jackson made his way home. He inwardly grimaced at his overreaction to the first snow. He should have ventured out of San Francisco more in the winter months. Stan waved from Greta's driveway. He wore some sort of coveralls and expertly wielded a snow shovel. The guy was 70 and worked circles around men in their 20s. "I thought our association dues covered snow removal," Jackson called from his driveway. "They do, but those idiots don't know what they're doing. If you don't get all the snow cleared better and throw down some ice melt, it's just going to get packed on the driveway slick as snot." "An ice melt guy," Jackson grinned. "I hear ya. Lots of ice melt." He grabbed the small snow-covered box by the front door on his way inside, then slipped off his boots. It was a phone with a number on a small note. It had to be Jillian needing to contact him, but he had a phone. She didn't. Why send him a burner phone? Without hesitation, he called the number, eager to hear her voice. "Where is she?" Jackson closed his eyes with the immediate recognition of the voice on the other end of the line. "Do you really have such little regard for your life? Your families? Hang up, destroy your phone, and forget about her." "Jude," he whispered. Jackson felt Luke's pain, his desperation. Since meeting Wren, he felt everything. Feelings had no discrimination. They were all or nothing. Humanity existed in the balance between the polarity of pain and pleasure. "Where are you?" "Home," Luke answered. "How did the phone get here?" "A friend." "How did you get the address?" "The hotel in Houston." "Where is she?" "Luke, you don't, so help me. If you tried to tell me, I don't understand, I'm going to fucking lose it. I know about Eric. I know he died. I know what? You know our parents were murdered? You know we faked our deaths? Bet you didn't know she could have brought you too. She chose to leave you behind. It was her choice. Jessica loved you, but she fell in love with another man, and she's mourning his loss. I don't know where she's at, and that's the truth. Her phone is sitting here on our table. She's upset with me. She's upset with life. I can't bring her back until she's ready. I respect you, Luke. I really do. But Jessica doesn't want to be found. Not by you, and not by me. If you love her, you'll let her go. I was an hour away from marrying her. I feel like my wife died. I feel like another man took my wife. I feel like my wife needs me now more than ever. I can't let her go. I can't fucking breathe. Let them kill me because I'm already dead. I'm sure your parents and siblings would disagree. Don't make me feel like some selfish bastard for loving her. Long before the day of our wedding, I chose her over everyone else. But she didn't choose you. Luke chuckled. It had a condescending tone. You're wrong. She left me because she didn't choose herself. She's never chosen herself because she's never felt worthy of that kind of happiness. That was supposed to be my job. I was supposed to spend the rest of my life proving to my wife that she is worthy of every goddamn thing she could ever want. Jackson plopped down in the chair. Defeat crept into his conscience. A conscience that had been a sealed vault for over a decade. Ren cracked that vault, infecting him with unwelcome feelings of empathy. With that empathy came accountability. He didn't want to be accountable for Luke's inability to breathe or his suicide mission to find Jessica. I'll let her know you're looking for her if she decides to come home. Damn it. How can you be her fucking twin and not see that something's wrong? She's not like you, Jude. Holding up as a recluse has never been her thing. The strength on the outside masks the most fragile soul on the inside. She needs people. It's why she clung to Kelly in college and had tea with your mom every weekend. It's why she craved every minute in the garage working on cars with your dad and sparred with you. If she loved this Eric guy, then she has to be in so much pain. And whatever you did to piss her off has driven her away from the only person she has. And now she's alone. Jessica doesn't do alone. We have to find her. Something's wrong. I saw her that day in Houston. A hollow shell of the woman I knew. So whatever the hell you did, make it right and help me find her. Jackson, Jude, never saw the desperate, out-of-control side to Luke. The great Dr. Jones carried himself with control and authority. His analytical mind insisted he always think before speaking. Jessica got under his skin. She ran through his veins and infected his mind. I can't make it right, ever. I don't believe that. I don't give a fuck what you believe. You weren't here. You didn't see her dying right along with him. I had to put a stop to his pain. I had to save her. From one highly intelligent man to another, Jackson knew no further explanation would be necessary. I'll find her. Luke ended the call. Jackson sent the phone flying across the room, crashing into the stone around the fireplace. God damn it! Pressing the heels of his hands to his forehead, he gritted his teeth. Fucking suicidal shrink. Luke's total disregard for his own life would get him killed. Jillian would never, ever take another breath if Luke died. Claire, their parents, and AJ seemed impossible to handle, but she did. Luke? Never. Jessica had what their parents never did. She had everything. If Luke died, she would officially have nothing. Chapter 15. Day. Eyes of desire and complete adoration roved Jessica's body. Never stop looking at me like that. She lifted the floor-length skirt to her red strapless evening gown and crossed the bedroom to straighten the matching red tie of her handsome fiancé in his black suit and crisp white shirt. He grabbed her hand. They both knew it was already straight. Messing with Luke's tie had become the proverbial ruffling of his anal-retentive feathers. "And how is it that I'm looking at you?" Her eyes focused on his fingers, adjusting her engagement ring. He did that a lot, as if he needed to reassure himself that she was still there, that she really said yes. It always made her smile. "Like I'm a dream." "Are you?" His hand moved from her ring to her wrist, feathering up her arm until her skin prickled with goosebumps. Twisting her red lips, she looked up through painted black lashes at the world's most gorgeous face. Maybe. But a wet dream? Yes. Luke smirked. "You strip me of all dignity and self-control with just one look. I'm pretty sure all that's left is a walking erection in a suit." She laughed. "Let's go. Rumor has it this holiday party has an open bar. If you're lucky, I'll get a little tipsy and you might score later." Turning on silver open-toed heels, she clacked down the hall to the front door. $10 says you'll be riding one of my legs on the dance floor before you've finished your second glass of champagne. She narrowed her eyes, tossing her lipstick into her clutch purse. "Once. That happened once, and I'd had a lot to drink, and nobody saw because the dance floor was so crowded." Luke opened the door as she kissed Jones on the head before sashaying to the elevator. "It was an award ceremony, and I was the guest of honor. There wasn't a dance floor. You basically gave me a lap dance in front of my colleagues to background elevator music after downing an entire bottle of wine during my acceptance speech." The elevator door opened to the parking garage. Jessica held her head high as she made her way to the car. "You were giving me bedroom eyes during the whole damn speech. It made me nervous, like everyone could see what you were thinking, so I just kept drinking to numb my nerves." "I wasn't giving you bedroom eyes. I don't love speaking in public, and I was using you as a friendly face to calm my nerves." He opened the car door for her, then walked to the driver's side. They drove to the party, exchanging flirty looks the whole way. Jessica loved Luke's playful side. Not too many people got to see it, and that made it even sexier. "Behave," he whispered in her ear as they stepped into the hotel lobby. His deep voice elicited all kinds of deviant thoughts, not one falling under the heading of behave. As they approached the entrance to the grand ballroom, Jude stepped around the corner from the women's restroom, straightening his jacket and tie. "Don't," he warned his sister before she had a chance to say the words that matched her scowl. "Luke." Jude smirked, giving him an easy nod. "He's not going to give you a high five or fist bump or any other approval of your terribly inappropriate actions, so don't even smile at him." Jude's brows peaked, his attention focused on Luke. "Man, are you really going to let her speak for you? That's kind of emasculating if you ask me." Luke's eyes flitted between the Day twins, both daring him to take the other's side. "Was she married?" He gestured toward the restroom. "No." "Condom?" "Yes." Jude smirked. Luke shrugged. "Well, I believe my job here is done." "Holy fucking hell! What is that supposed to mean?" Well. I thought I heard my daughter out here." Grant opened the door to the ballroom and stepped aside to let his children and the traitor inside. "I don't know too many women that use holy fucking and hell in the same sentence. He kissed Jessica on the cheek, then pulled her in for a bear hug, as if to let Luke know she still belonged to him. Hi, Dad. Sorry. It was Jude's fault. She narrowed her eyes at Luke, while still in her father's arms. And Luke's. And why are you boys getting my little girl all riled up? Jude snagged a glass of champagne from the waiter passing by. She doesn't approve of my extracurricular activities or Luke's freedom of speech and his right to think for himself. Jessica wriggled out of her father's arms and lunged for Jude, but not before Luke hooked his arm around her waist to prevent a scene. Man whore, she seethed. Jessica, Grant warned. Jude emptied his entire glass of champagne down his throat, then merged into the throng of people, giving her a sly look over his shoulder, the proverbial sticking his tongue out at her. I don't understand how he ended up that way. You and Mom have the perfect marriage. He should be settling down and starting a family, not sticking his dick in every open hole. The thoughtful look on her father's face gave no reassurance. If anything, his expression held an air of sadness. Then he dismissed her without a single explanation or affirmation that what she said was true. You're going to have your hands full, Dr. Jones. Grant turned and walked away without giving Jessica a second look. Her jaw dropped to the floor. Don't. Luke pressed 2 fingers below her chin to close her mouth. She batted his hand away. I'm tired of everyone saying don't before I have a chance to say anything. Like, I'm so fucking predictable. You don't know what I was going to say. True, but I know what you're thinking, and your words only have a 2-second delay from your thoughts. Jessica planted her fists on her hips. Funny, I thought you were a psychiatrist, not a psychic. But please, by all means, tell me what I was thinking. Luke waited to speak because his words had more than a 2-second delay from his thoughts. And don't you fucking smirk at me, Jones. His lips pulled tight, fighting said smirk. As only total control Luke could do, he took a deep breath, composed himself, and channeled his inner shrink. I was in the middle of composing a speech to, yet again, reassure you that we are Luke and Jessica, not Grant and Sunny, and not Jude and every woman he's used to suppress what's really going on inside him. But you're so mad at me, I now think this is not about you doubting our future. I think. She leaned in, dying to hear his brilliant explanation. You think what? Then it appeared. Fucking smirk. I think you're jealous Jude has it anywhere and any way he wants. He doesn't abide by any set of rules or moral expectations. What? You think I'm jealous? Of him? Are you not? You've been undressing me with your eyes since I put on this suit and tie. You're rarely censored anyway, but tonight you've been dropping F-bombs like marbles rolling off a table. I know you want to take me in the men's restroom and have your way with me. I bet you'd use this red tie to restrain my hands behind my back before riding me, whip in one hand, a fistful of my hair in the other. The only man who could render her speechless did it again. He was right. She had an anger inside that festered, but the real reason for it had not seeped into her conscience. It wasn't PMS. It was just a feeling, an undefined feeling. Her emotions were an effect without a cause. Jessica hated that feeling. However, her inability to define what it was did not hinder her ability to know what it was not. And it was not the need to take Luke into the hotel restroom and sexually dominate him. She knew it, and so did he. Luke Jones was so much more than a doctor and a man. He was a phenomenon, someone who simply existed in life for Jessica. Destiny was real, and it stood before her in a sharp black suit, red tie, and argyle socks. The anger evaporated, giving way to a smile, meant only for the man who saved her from her own insanity, by drowning it in his love. I worship the ground you walk on. A blinding smile grew along his face as he pulled her into his arms and whispered in her ear, "Impossible. When I'm with you, my feet don't touch the ground." Luke played it cool, like he wasn't counting down the days to the exact second until Jessica would be his wife. Holding her together to get to the altar seemed to be his biggest obstacle. Every day she fought the demons that threatened to steal their happiness, the ones that haunted her with self-doubt that happily ever after existed. It didn't really take a degree in psychiatry to see that Jude was all kinds of fucked up. Why? Luke didn't know, and Jessica didn't seem to have any clue either. However, her parents seemed to be hiding something. He'd seen it in Sunny's eyes the day she and Jessica had their infidelity argument. Grant confirmed it by not reassuring Jessica, his precious baby girl, that he and Sunny had the perfect marriage. The coward didn't even look at her. Luke knew she saw it too, but denial buffered reality from her heart. "Hi, sweetie!" Sunny hugged Jessica before everyone took a seat at the large round table adorned with cranberry topiaries, alternating with votives and cylinder champagne flutes, with a single evergreen sprig. "Mom, everything looks amazing!" Luke pulled out her chair, then leaned down and kissed her exposed neck as he scooted her forward. "That smile looks much better on your lovely face," he whispered. She raised her arm and ran her fingers through the hair at the nape of his neck, as if to hold him close for an extra few seconds. That same hand took the life of a serial killer. It didn't seem possible. He adored her touch. He craved it. He lived for it. "I can't take credit for any of it. Everything was donated." "But someone had to get the donations." Luke smiled at Sunny as he unfolded his napkin on his lap. "I have great friends." "She has influential friends." Jude took a seat on the other side of Jessica. Grant seemed to tense as much as Luke did. The chances of a food fight or brawl breaking out between the two siblings was higher than average that night. "I've met people from all walks of life during my years of volunteering. But yes, the influential ones make $1,000-a-plate holiday charity dinners possible." "Why don't you just give this food to the homeless instead?" Jude gave his mom a pointed look. Jessica grabbed her brother's leg, knuckles white, but he didn't flinch. Luke liked Sunny. She always paused for thought before responding, the only one in the Day clan that wasn't a hair trigger. "You've been attending these dinners for the past 8 years, my dear son. What part about everything is donated don't you get? The hotel donates the room, 3 different catering companies donate the food, 2 local florists donate the decorations, and the band is also here tonight free of charge. Every year we pick 2 local charities to be the recipients of the money. But the reason this is such a success is because we use the holiday dinner as an opportunity to personally thank each donor and let them know how their contribution changes lives." "Stop being such an ass," Jessica gritted through her teeth. Jude shoved his chair backward, making a weak effort to give the guy behind him an apologetic look for ramming into his chair. "Of course, I'm the ass because coddled little Jessica can never be an ass." Jude stood, towering over his sister. She balled her hands. Luke grabbed her arms, her muscles steel beneath his touch. "Both of you, out!" Grant stood with an air of authority, attempting to level his twins with a glare that brought the temperature of the room down below freezing. Jerking from Luke's grasp, she stood, eyes narrowed at Jude. He turned, shoving his way through the sea of people with Jessica on his heels. "Let them go." Luke squinted at Grant. He respected Jessica's parents, to a certain degree, but their lack of doing anything to defuse the situation between Jessica and Jude left him questioning their morals. Pondering their parenting skills had to wait. Luke barged through the ballroom doors, looking in both directions. They were gone. What the fuck is going on with you? Jessica grabbed the sleeve of Jude's suit jacket as he stomped toward his black Jetta, parked in the hotel's parking ramp. He whipped around, jaw clenched, anger simmering in his eyes. She didn't back down. Jessica would never back down from her brother. Go back to your mommy and daddy and your Prince Charming. Go live your fucking fairy tale. She shook her head, anger in her belly, tears in her eyes. Fairy tale? Are you serious? She shoved him. He growled, fists clenched at his sides. I've pulled off the greatest illusion in the history of the world. Luke loves me. He thinks I'm redeemable. Her voice cracked on the last word as tears spilled over. She motioned between them with her finger. We both know I'm not, but you are. Jude widened his eyes. You've taken one man's life, a fucking serial killer who murdered your best friend. Do you have any idea how many people I've killed? I'm a killer disguised as a computer engineer. I fuck women like most people chew gum because I know things about love that would break you. He leaned down until she could see every speck of pain in his eyes, like shards of glass embedded into his soul. I could obliterate your last shred of sanity. He stood, his jaw set like chiseled stone. Now go, before I do or say something I'll regret. Stop protecting me, Jessica whispered. Something gutted him, and she felt it. That was their bond. It would forever be an inseverable bond. There was nothing worse than feeling his pain, but not seeing it. Sorry, princess. It's my job to protect you. Hit me, asshole. But don't take the coward's way out with all your bullshit name-calling. She shoved him again. His degrading comment rekindled her anger. Do it! Do it! Jude looked over her shoulder. Not today. Wouldn't look good in your wedding photos. Fuck you, coward! Pressing his lips together, he gave her one last look, then turned and walked to his car. Yeah, he mumbled in defeat. Fuck me. Jessica turned, tugging at the hem of her dress stuck to her heel. She looked up and froze, ignoring the black Jetta that sped past her. Let him protect you. Luke, He walked to her. Would she ever feel truly worthy of him? Just let him. He lowered his beautiful body, kneeling before her on the abrasive concrete in his custom-tailored pants. With a squeeze of her hands, his desperation broke her heart. I'm begging you. Let him protect you. Leave your past. Leave it for me. Sniffling, she nodded while wiping the tears from her face. It's just that I feel it. I feel his pain, and it's so deep. I know. Luke stood and hugged her to him. After the wedding, I'll talk to him, okay? She nodded, but the comfort of Luke's arms didn't overpower the fear that Jude's words embedded in her mind. A bomb waiting to go off without a breath of warning, destined to shatter her world. Chapter 16. Night. The woman who never ran late found herself running quite late to her first job. Sex with Jackson Knight, self-professed murderer, could do that to a woman. His confession demanded her attention, but she didn't want to acknowledge any of it. The most unexpected feeling of happiness felt within her grasp. Just for once, she wanted to take it. Damn the consequences. A quick kiss on Gunner's head and she scurried out the door, ice melt crunching beneath her feet as she walked to the garage. As soon as she shut the door, her phone chimed. Plopping sideways into the driver's seat, she banged her boots together as she jabbed her hand into her purse in search of her phone. Maddie, hi, sweetie. What's up? Hey, Mom. Despite running late, Wren paused mid-motion of fastening her seatbelt. First, Maddie called her, which was rare. Second, her tone was friendly. Too friendly. Everything okay? I'm having issues with one of my professors. What kind of issues? He's interested in me? Wren latched her seatbelt. Sounds unethical. It's kind of creepy. He's old, like you're in Dad's age. Wren closed her eyes and shook her head. There was always a verbal slap in the face when it came to her daughter. Are you certain he's interested in you? He's my international law professor. I'm not doing so well in that class. He offered me extra credit. I'm not seeing how that's a problem. There is no extra credit for the class. He summoned me to his office to offer it to only me. When I got there, he told me if I was interested to lock his office door behind me. A nauseous feeling settled in Wren's stomach. You need to say something to the dean of students. Dad is friends with the dean. Just the mention of Preston made the sick feeling in Wren's stomach intensify. Have you told your dad about this? Yes. And? He said I need to pass the class. What is that supposed to mean? He thinks I'm too close to being done with school to start making waves. Making waves? Reporting sexual harassment is not making waves. Dad said my professor will deny it, and it will be his word against mine. Then he'll flunk me. Wren rubbed her temples. I'm still not following. He doesn't want you to report your professor, but he doesn't want you to flunk the class either, so... Maddie sighed her usual sigh, the one that conveyed her frustration with Wren, the OMG Mom, you're so dense sigh. So he said that some of the most successful women in the world had to suck a few dicks to get where they are. He said what? Wren saw red. Blood red. Calm down. I was shocked at first too, but the sad part is he's right. Madison! I'm not going to do it, so don't get mad at Dad for telling it like it is. He wasn't telling it like it is, Maddie. He was encouraging you to turn a blind eye to sexual harassment. But even worse, he basically told you to say yes to your professor. That is not okay, and I'm not mad at your dad. I'm fucking furious. Oh my God, did you just say the F word? Maddie laughed. She actually laughed. The girl had no clue how serious her situation was, thanks to her father downplaying women sucking dicks to get ahead in life. Still parked in the garage, Wren rested her head on the steering wheel. Thankfully, her first client was out of town and would never know that she was late, but it set the pace for the rest of her day. Late, late, late. And pissed. Seriously pissed. I'll deal with your professor and your father. You just stay away from both of them. I have class this afternoon. It's not going to help my grade to skip class. Fine. Go to class, but don't put yourself in the position to be alone with him again. Got it? Whatever. But if I flunk this class, if you study harder, you'll have no reason to flunk it. And let's just be clear on one thing, my dear daughter. Some of the most successful women in the world got to where they are in life, not because they sucked a few dicks, but because they stood up for themselves and refused to take it up the backside. Wren ended the call before Maddie could shoot back a snide remark. Maddie always took her father's side, but someday, if she were lucky enough to get married and have children, she would finally understand the love a mother has for a child. Wren's love knew no boundaries, not even the ugly, unappreciative, and deep-cutting jabs to the heart. Her love for Maddie would always be unconditional. If it weren't for Maddie, Wren would not have lived to see 40 or Jackson Knight. Preston physically and emotionally beat her to the lowest depths of hell. But Maddie, her little blonde with pigtails and bright eyes, kept her breathing, brought her back to life again and again. "Jackson, did you hear me? Jackson?" All 88 keys stood idle. Why weren't they moving? It was a fucking piano lesson. The least she could do was pretend to play. Anything to drown out the nagging doubt of Jillian's well-being. "Time's up. I have to pick up my kids from school." His eyes shifted following the sound of the voice. The curly-haired brunette wearing a low-cut, mother slut of 3 kids blouse that revealed every detail of her lace bra continued to move her lips. The words began to register like someone turned up the volume to a muted TV. "Great. Practice it again this week." "But I played it perfectly." She thrust out her chest as if she'd played the piece with her nipples and they were waiting for a reward. Jackson grabbed the sheet music and tossed it on the floor. "Then let me hear it again." Shock grew in her eyes as perfectly glossed lips parted. "I can't play it by memory." "Then it would appear you still need to practice it. Wouldn't you agree?" She deflated. He didn't care, not that day. Luke calling, Jillian's proverbial fuck-off still on the table with the dead battery, and his inability to do anything about any of it severed his last bit of patience. Jackson needed to rid his body of the pent-up anger and anxiety. The woman raping his piano needed to pick up her music and get the hell out of there before he told her how he really felt about her musical talent, or lack thereof. "Fine, I'll practice it more." She gathered up her music, slipped on her gray wool coat, and snagged her purse from the table before shoving her feet into her black leather boots and letting herself out. Jackson clenched and released his fists several times, but the tension wouldn't budge. The need for a physical release throbbed in his veins, the ticking of a bomb. He threw on jogging pants, a gray hoodie, and a beanie, then hit the snow-mottled sidewalks to run until his lungs burned equally from exertion and the frigid air. The past kept him warm as his memories ignited an anger like a dormant volcano destined to erupt, destroying everything in a 100-mile radius. Day. Jude couldn't keep his mother's dirty secret. Every day he felt a piece of his humanity being chipped away. 2 days after catching her in the arms of another man, he took his 16-year-old girlfriend's virginity and then told her they were over. No woman would ever have the chance at his heart. If the woman he had on the highest pedestal couldn't be faithful, then no woman could. Fuck them all. And that's exactly what he did. Jessica became the exception. He would protect her, even from her own delusions of Grant and Sunny Day being the perfect couple. The shining example of happily ever after. She wanted to marry a man like their father and love him with Sunny's passion. Sunny's fucking passion. She had passion, just not for their father. Jude planned on telling Jessica, then the both of them would break the news to their father. Grant didn't share or understand Jude's interest in computers, and Jude had no desire to work under the hood of a car or mess with greasy motorcycle parts. But he respected the man who worked hard for his family and risked his life to protect the lives of others. Grant Day was his father, and he loved him. "Jujubee?" Jude shook his head, staring at his computer screen. "You know I don't respond to that name." Jessica plopped on his bed, stretching her gum out, then wrapping it around her finger, before sucking it back into her mouth. "You just did respond." "Why do you call me that?" "Because you're just like Jujubees. Tough, yet sweet on the inside." "I don't think Tessa thinks I'm sweet on the inside." "Yeah, I heard about that. You dated her for 9 months, took her virginity, then dumped her. Was the sex that bad?" "It wasn't about the sex." Then enlighten me, because after 9 months, I don't think the proper protocol for breaking up with a girl is to pop her cherry before shattering her heart. I think you were supposed to promise to respect her in the morning, then cuddle her afterward, or something like that. Jude clicked from one screen to the next, not really wanting to have that conversation. He had more important things to discuss with Sister Dearest. Yeah, well, I don't respect any woman. Ouch. Good thing I'm not a woman, just a weak little daddy's girl according to Cockface Knox. You just piss him off, that's all. Clearly. And why is that again? Because I work circles around everyone else, including you some days? Or is it because I've knocked him on his ass more than anyone else during sparring? She giggled. Stupid fucker. It's because you're Grant Day's daughter. That makes no sense. It does. Jude swiveled in his desk chair. Shut my door. I have something to tell you. I have something to tell you first. She shut the door and lowered her voice. I'm going to San Diego with Claire. Her cyber boyfriend wants to meet her now that she's 18, and she wants me to go with her. She's telling her parents we're going to LA for a concert, and that's what I'm telling Mom and Dad too. You're going to San Diego so Claire can have sex with some stranger? Nobody said anything about having sex, and he's not really a stranger. They've been dating online for over a year. He could be a serial killer. You think a serial killer is going to date a girl for a year and refuse to see her until she's 18, only to kill her? I think out of your two brilliantly paranoid assessments, the sex scenario is more likely. Rape. Jessica rolled her eyes. She's an adult. If it's consensual, it's not rape. Besides, I'll be there. Do you really think I'm going to let anything happen to her? Then why are you telling me? She walked behind him and hugged his neck, giving him a loud, smacking kiss on his cheek. Because we don't have secrets, right? He nodded slowly. Now, she stood and played with her gum again. What do you need to tell me? Twisting his lips to the side, he shrugged. We'll talk when you get back. You sure? Is it about Tessa? Jude shook his head. Indirectly, but it doesn't matter until you get back. Okay, Dad expects you to track my phone, so when he asks for an update, don't fuck up and say I'm in San Diego when he's expecting me to be in LA. Got it? Jude brought his middle finger to his forehead and saluted her. Nice. Is that what you did to Tessa after deflowering her? He spun around in his chair again and focused on his computer screen. Bursting her bubble would have to wait until another day. Chapter 17. Night. Confronting Maddie's professor didn't go well. In college, parents trying to settle disputes between instructors and young adults was frowned upon. Of course, he denied everything, saying Maddie came to him and asked for extra credit, and he told her it was not an option for his class. Without proof, it really was Maddie's word against his. Wren made sure to let him know that she was also going to talk to the dean of students, just so the incident would be on record. It was a risk, but she made sure the professor knew Maddie's father played golf with the dean of students. She failed to mention that her asshole of an ex-husband saw nothing wrong with extra credit blowjobs. Instead, she hoped he would decide it to be in everyone's best interest to pass Maddie, even if she didn't earn the grade. Wren wanted her daughter as far away from that predator as possible. Period. Before leaving campus, she tried calling Jackson several times, but it went straight to voicemail. She needed to hear his voice to calm her nerves. Instead, she held her phone up to her ear, waiting for Preston to answer his phone. There was no doubt in her mind that he would. Calling to apologize for your meathead boyfriend? I'm calling to ask why the hell you encouraged Maddie to give her sick bastard of a professor what he wanted. For Christ's sake, why are you even in her life? She needs a father, someone to protect her from assholes like him, not a pimp. The thing is, I was so pissed when she told me what you said, but I wasn't surprised. You're a monster, and I should have packed up my daughter and moved halfway across the world to get us both away from you. Instead, I stayed, and not only have you tainted her with your bullshit about our failed marriage, but now you're making her think she has to spread her legs to get a college degree. First of all, she's our daughter, which you seem to forget. You never wanted her, Ren said through gritted teeth. I never wanted you either, but you got yourself knocked up with my child, so I had no choice. But don't sweat it, sweetheart, because you both have grown on me over the years. And maybe it's just my age or sentimentality, but I want us to work. I want us to be a family again. Maddie needs a father, a role model, and you need a man with more to him than just a punch card to the local gym. Family? Are you kidding me? We were never a family. You ignored your daughter, beat your wife, and stuck your dick between the legs of anything that walked. Now. It takes two to tango. Tango? Our marriage wasn't a dance. It was a fucking concentration camp. Your rogue lover must be influencing you with some vulgar language. I don't believe I've ever heard that word come out of your mouth before. Fuck you. Fuck your family reunion. Then fuck off, asshole. She ended the call, then screamed, gripping the steering wheel as if she wanted to rip it right off the dash. Preston Iverson was the devil. He drew the absolute worst from her. All those years later, and he still tortured her with his words. She needed Jackson. After escaping an abusive husband, she'd found comfort in the arms of a murderer. What were the chances? After ringing the doorbell several times and knocking on both the storm door and side window, Ren sulked back to her car. She needed the security of Jackson's arms. Instead, she climbed back in her car and let the tears fall. In between sobs, she laughed. He's just not home. Why are you crying? She asked herself, resting her forehead on her hands gripped around the top of the steering wheel. Not once in her adult life had she allowed herself to need a man. Until Jackson. After dealing with Preston, she needed Jackson so badly her chest felt painfully hollow. Bang, bang, bang. Ren jerked her head up, and there he stood, in a gray hoodie and jogging pants, face flushed, rapid puffs of air condensing between his lips and her window. He frowned, brow drawn tight. She smiled, blinking her teary eyes. He opened her door. What's wrong? Ren leaped into his arms. Hey now, what's going on? He hugged her to him. You weren't home? Her words muffled into the neck of his hoodie. Oh God, I didn't mean it like that. She pulled back, keeping her hands cupped to the back of his head. It's been a shit day, and I just really needed to see you. I know that sounds crazy, but... He kissed her, tasted her, claimed her in the deepest recesses of her heart, places no man had ever been before. Ren wanted to kiss him for eternity, or at least until he filled every inch of her mind, leaving no room for the pain of her past. It's not crazy. The whisper of his words over her lips chased away the events of her day, at least for that moment. He moved to shut her car door. Don't! She gripped him tighter. If you move, then this moment will end. Jackson chuckled. And what is this moment? Searching his eyes, she smiled. It's perfection. He laughed again. Aren't you cold? Not in your arms. Well, I did run nearly 10 miles. I feel like a furnace. A sweaty, smelly furnace. I need a shower. She pinched her lips together, concealing her grin, as she shrugged. I like showers. His eyes grew wide. Do you now? I do. She played with the strings to his hoodie. As I recall, you don't take showers with men. I've recently made an exception. Yeah? She nodded, biting her lip. Younger guy, tattoos, geeky glasses, fairly nice body. Jackson puckered his lips. A stern look appraised her with an unnerving intensity. Fairly nice? Yes, he could use some fat on his body. Women like little love handles. Well, if you need something to hold on to, I can offer you something rather large and quite firm. Is that so? It is. I suppose I could see what you got? Jackson smirked. Follow me. He took her hand and led her inside. She sat on his bed, enthralled with every move he made, from something as mundane as untying his shoes to the more erotic show of him undressing. Every moment with Jackson was a pinch-me moment. Tell me about the tears. She looked at his eyes, having drunken every other part of his body. Maddie has a professor offering extra credit in exchange for sexual favors, and her father condones that behavior. Apparently, the job that successful women have to master before making it to the top is the blowjob. Don't let my sister hear that. She'd hunt down that professor and castrate him. Then she'd do the same thing to your ex-husband. So I should definitely say something to her? Jackson chuckled, but his smile faded within seconds. I've had a shit day as well. We should have stayed in bed. Want to talk about it? I want you to take off your clothes. I talk better with my clothes on. I fuck you better with your clothes off. Wren opened her mouth to reply. Nothing. It was your idea. He crossed inked arms over his chest, completely comfortable standing naked in front of her. Yeah, I was emotional yet oddly more confident in the driveway. Jackson cocked his head to the side. Every look felt like an assessment. We can fuck in the driveway, but it's going to be cold, and I have a hunch there might be something in the association's code of conduct that prohibits it. Wren laughed. You think? Yes. I think the first law is no speeding, and the second is no fucking in the driveway. Now strip. Using borrowed courage from some unknown place, she stood. It was a start. You're mine for eternity, so you might as well get used to these eyes looking at your naked body. Only these eyes. Her heart drummed against her chest in a terrifying yet exhilarating rhythm. In an unexplainable way, she both hated and loved how far out of her skin she felt when he looked at her. Let's start with this. What part of your body have I not seen? The hint of a smile played with the corners of her mouth. Better yet, what part of your body have my lips not touched? Tugging off her shirt, she smiled. Gone were the compression bras. She didn't burn them, but they were hauled off with the trash shortly after the infamous refrigerator sex. Lace, satin, and underwire took their place. What you're doing right now feels more intimate than anything you've ever done to me with your mouth. We'll see about that. He wet his lips, eyeing her white lace bra. Approval glimmered in his eyes. She removed the rest of her clothes, eager to be in his arms. He took a step back as she moved toward him. Stop. She froze. Her hands searched for a place to be, hanging idle at her sides, covering her breasts, shielding her neatly shaven pussy. Repeat after me. What? Her voice squeaked with disbelief. He grinned as his ego gobbled up her confidence. I'm beautiful. Wren squinted. Say it. She sighed. I'm beautiful. I'm taking back every bit of confidence that bastard took from me. It would never happen like that, but someone who hadn't been in her shoes could never understand. However, she loved the naked man standing before her for saying it. I'm taking back every bit of confidence that bastard took from me. I'm worthy of happiness. That one hit harder than it should have. She'd never given happiness much thought. Say it. I'm worthy of happiness. I'm going to marry Jackson Knight and love him in spite of his multiple fucked up personalities. Jackson! Say it. His voice carried a rare pain and vulnerability. I'm going to marry Jackson Knight. She stepped closer and rested her hands on his chest. And I'm going to love every single one of his fucked up personalities. I've had a shit day, he whispered, brushing his thumb along her cheek. Until now. She nodded slowly, then looked up at him. I've had a shit life. Until now. Touch me, he said. Where? Everywhere. Make me feel human again. She could do that. She could make him feel human. After all, he made her feel alive. Jackson looked at her with complete surrender as they stepped into the steamy abyss. His breath caught when she touched him. He closed his eyes and let her move her soapy hands over the firm planes of his body. The pain in his face crushed her. What had happened to him? Could one human take the life of another and still feel whole? Or did he give away a piece of himself with every life he took? The water washed over her like guilt. What if he needed to tell her? Wren didn't want to know everything. She loved Jackson Knight now, and just like her past, she didn't want to let yesterday taint today and steal tomorrow. Water clung to his eyelashes as he blinked them open when she shut off the water. Wrapping his arms around her waist, he lifted her up and carried her to the bed, not stopping for towels. We're drenched! She shrieked as he threw back his comforter and tossed her onto the cold sheets. Before she could protest with another word, he crawled up her body while covering them completely with the comforter. Wren liked their private cocoon. She also liked how he wasted no time warming up her body with his. You're so beautiful, he whispered over her skin. She closed her eyes as his tongue parted her folds, his lips soft on her sensitive flesh. Wren grabbed his hair and let her legs fall open for him. Everything he did meant something so much greater than physical desire. The woman who survived years of abuse had learned to trust again, but more than that, he taught her to believe. When Jackson touched her, she believed in herself and she felt truly beautiful. Jackson! She writhed beneath him as he kissed his way back up her body, sinking into her as his lips claimed hers again. Wren turned her head to the side, relishing the feel of his teeth teasing along her neck. Tell me. What? He murmured over her skin. Tell me we're not just fucking. He stopped. Wren clenched her muscles around him, buried inside of her. The fullness stole her breath as much as the intensity in his eyes. We're having intercourse. A smile crept along his face. Wren dug her nails into his ass. He teased his lips over hers. Our genitals are having a play date. She bit his lower lip. He chuckled. I'm holing up for the winter. Snaking a hand between them, she squeezed a testicle. Okay, he flinched. Tell me what this is. Jackson planted soft kisses on her entire face, then hovered over her lips. I'm making love to you, Wren. You're the only woman I've made love to. And this, you, it's my whole fucking world. Chapter 18. Some things in life were too overwhelming, too big to see from Earth. Jillian opened her eyes, feeling a world away from reality. Maybe it was the view from the other side. Her captor's words broke the unbreakable. Jessica had a long list of innocent victims, but only one man had she left with a broken nose, 2 missing teeth, 3 fractured ribs, and a punctured lung. And he wasn't an innocent victim. I'm sorry. She jerked her head up, eyes wide. Across from her, bound and propped up against the opposing wall, was him. Fuck you. She shook her head. It just couldn't be true. It couldn't be her reality. I loved her. I've loved her my whole life. Jillian coughed past the sandpaper feeling in her throat. You'd better be referring to that psycho bitch, because if you're talking about Sonny, I loved your mother. Don't you fucking say that. She fought against her restraints, but they didn't budge. Her heart tried to bust through her chest. Could a heart kill someone? Jillian felt certain hers could. I loved her before she met your father. Stop! Just stop! Tears stung her eyes. They were filled with anger. She couldn't imagine how many times her world could be shattered and pieced back together just to have it blown up all over again. She loved me too. She would never love you. Her words sliced through the air. She wanted them to slice through his throat, gouge out his eyes, and rip his fucking heart from his soulless body. We met in kindergarten. He stared at the floor, a smug smile curling his lips. Jillian squeezed her eyes shut, silently begging for icy water, sauna heat, or even another arrow, preferably to her heart. Anything would have been better than the torture his words put her through. We lived a block away from each other and became inseparable. She was the first girl I kissed. She was my best friend. The best of everything. Soulmates. Are you two lovebirds playing catch-up? Psycho bitch descended the stairs, trying to regain some dignity by throwing her shoulders back, as if it could distract from her fucked-up face. Let her go, Vic. This has nothing to do with her. Her polite smile did nothing to enhance her mangled facial features. It has plenty to do with her, Special Agent McGraw. Isn't that what you liked me to call you when you fucked me like a dog? Refusing to actually look at my face when we made love? Oh, wait. Except on our wedding night. You surrendered to the missionary position, but kept your eyes shut the whole time. Knox gave Jillian a fleeting glance. She glared at him. How did she not know he had a wife? Vicky? Vic. He looked at his ex-wife while speaking to Jillian. Virtual Intelligence Command. Edgar gave her that code name. Everyone assumed the eyes and ears of Gale was a man named Victor. Instead, it was his orphan stepdaughter who happened to know her way around a computer. He took pity on her and gave her a job to let her be part of Gale because her asthma prevented her from being in the field. Then I took pity on her and married her. Pity my ass. You married me to get your greedy little hands deeper into the inner workings of Gale. You married me for money and power. You and all your other unscrupulous comrades took something good, something positive that came from my mother's death, and you turned it into a corrupt business. Money equals power, sweetheart. You don't protect innocent lives without a hell of a lot of power. An army needs deep pockets. Corruption is a fact of life. It was never about protecting innocent lives. For you, it was always about revenge. Jillian watched her two enemies sling their words. Jesus, Irene, what the fuck do you think this is? Revenge! You're out for revenge, and everyone is collateral damage. Irene narrowed her eyes, flitting them between Jillian and Knox. Don't ever call me that again. She gritted out each word, then took a puff from her inhaler. It's your name. It's not my goddamn name. Her fist slammed the table, knocking over a can of Mountain Dew and her bow that had been propped up against the leg. Irene died the day she became Vic. You never knew Irene. She was Gail's daughter, innocent and full of hope. Vic fed Gail's corruption. She married a cheater who drove her to the edge of insanity and then shoved her off it. 5 years, asshole. I spent 5 years in that godforsaken place, all because of you and your mistresses. Irene's eyes bore into Jillian's. I wasn't his mistress, Jillian said with absolute resolution. It was the truth. You fucked my husband. Irene's rage overshadowed her newfound commitment to God. Underneath that self-righteousness stood a human with an ego and bleeding emotions. I fucked up your husband. I did not fuck him. The man her mother supposedly loved since kindergarten sodomized Jessica, raped her. She lacked all ability to rationalize any of that, even the words caught in her throat. Her mother would never have loved a rapist. It was easy to stay strong when the events in her life held some sort of meaning, some shred of rationale. Knox McGraw and Sunny Day, having been soulmates, obliterated all sense of reason. Let her go, Irene. She whipped around, snatching her bow from the floor, loading an arrow and piercing through Knox's shoulder in a single blink. If I let her go, she'll kill me. Psycho bitch with the bow and arrow skills of Robin Hood could predict the future. Except Jillian wouldn't just kill her. She'd kill Knox, too. Besides, the reunion has just begun. We have more guests that will be joining the party. Knox grimaced at the arrow plunged into his shoulder. Are you going to resurrect Sunny from the dead? He seethed. He ignored Jillian's scowl. The bastard had no right to mention her mother in that context. You never know. I have God on my side. Irene tossed the bow on the table. I think you're worshipping a false god, he goaded her. I think you're going to die first, when my original plan was to save you until last. I wanted you to watch those around you perish from your indiscretions. I fear my need to shut you up will spoil my plans. I agree. Kill Knox first. That got both of their attention. Or you could let me kill him. Irene smirked. You had your chance. I wasn't trying to kill him. Had I been, he'd be dead. She picked up the spilled pop can and headed up the stairs. Behave, kids. I have some things to attend to. When the door shut, Jillian looked at Knox. You have more protection and resources than the FBI. How the hell did she get you here? She got you here. She snagged me in a grief-stricken state from the airport in Portland. I was on my way to AJ's funeral. What's your excuse? I came willingly. Bullshit. Where's your phone? Home. Jillian shook her head. No way. Irene's smart. Crazy, but smart. Every bit of intelligence that came from Gail for nearly a decade came from her. She can track a mouse through a back alley in New York City. You were trained to kill with your hands. She was trained to assassinate by typing in a password on a keyboard. Trust me, she has eyes and ears on us as we speak. She's resourceful and manipulative." He smirked. "So believe me when I say she has people working for her that don't even know it. They work for cash. No questions, no names." The texts. Did you know she was the one sending them to me? Did you know she found God in the psych ward? Did you keep this from me? Knox shook his head. A gruff chuckle vibrated his chest. "No, she was admitted and I let her go. I didn't give her another thought, just happy to be rid of her. No need to keep tabs on someone locked up in a mental institution. And I sure as hell didn't know she found God." Jillian narrowed her eyes. "You keep tabs on everyone. Don't try to convince me that you didn't know she was out." He shrugged. "I knew she was out, and I had her followed for a month or so. But nothing she did warranted any more of my time or resources, so I pulled my men from her. No flags, no threat." "You were wrong." He nodded. "I was wrong." "What did she say to get you here? Why would you willingly walk into the lion's den without someone having your back?" "You. And Sonny." I don't want to talk about that." Knox chuckled, tipping his head back against the wall and closing his eyes. "Then, what do you want to talk about?" "Luke, I want to know what you did to him, what you said to him." "We chatted about the words you two exchanged in Houston. I'd planned on having the same conversation with you, but out of respect, I decided to wait until after the funeral." "Respect? I'm not sure you know what that is." "I'm not the bad guy you think I am." "You're a monster." "Monsters prey on others because they have no self-control. They're the weak ones." Knox released a long breath. "I told Dr. Jones to forget about you. I told him to fuck as many women as it took to make that happen." Once a monster, always a monster. Of course he said that to Luke. "Don't give me that look." He didn't have his eyes open. How could he know what look she gave him? "You found another lover. You gave him your heart and he died, taking a part of you with him. Dr. Jones needs more than a memory to keep him warm at night. You could have chosen him, but you left him behind. I told him as much. He needs to be angry and pissed at you to move on." "I didn't give AJ my heart. I didn't have a heart left to give him." Her words lacked conviction, in spite of her intent to mean them, in spite of wishing they were true. "I moved heaven and earth for you in your last-ditch effort to save him. People don't do that for a good fuck. He meant something to you." "Jude killed him, but you knew that, didn't you? I'm sure you had your hand in covering it up, making it look like he died from the cancer, and making sure his body made it back to Portland without suspicion." Knox smiled, eyes still shut. "Your brother is an unscrupulous, lethal weapon. He takes lives without a blink of hesitation. That's rare. Even your father and I battled with our consciences when aiming our guns at known killers, but not Jude. He was born to kill. But something tells me he blinked more than once before taking Sergeant Monahan's life. He knew he was also killing a part of you. He killed AJ to save you." "Fuck you." "I know. Fuck me. Fuck Jackson. It doesn't change anything." Irene brought Knox there to torture Jillian. She knew the emotional pain he could inflict would hurt her more than any kind of physical torture. "He's with someone. Her name is Charlie. She's Lake's physical therapist. My sources told me she's smart, beautiful, and his family seems to adore her." Adore? She didn't begrudge Luke a single thing. Jillian wanted him to find happiness. Luke deserved a happily ever after more than she did. Of course, imagining him with someone else filled her with pain, But Knox was right. Jackson was right. She chose to leave him behind. If she had it all to do over again, she would have made the same decision. Luke's family needed him. I'm happy for him, for them. Really? Knox opened his eyes. I loved him enough to let him go. How kind of you. I'm sure he doesn't see it that way. I never took you for the, if you love something, set it free type. Questions whirled in her head. Had her mother let Knox go? Did he let her go? With her mother dead, would Jillian ever know the whole truth? Did she want to know the truth? Chapter 19. Jones. The unanswerable question. Where does one search for someone who doesn't want to be found? For the safety of his family, Luke had to go through the motions of his life until the universe answered that question for him. Until Jessica answered that question. He remained Dr. Jones by day, transforming into the man willing to risk his career and his own life to find her. Brother dearest, Lake called, letting herself into Luke's place. He needed to confiscate her key. In my office. He clicked out of his search screens and shut the top to his computer. Watching porn? He leaned back in his desk chair, resting his folded hands on his stomach. To what do I owe this unannounced visit? She eased into the leather chaise lounge in the corner of his office. Nonsense. I announced myself when I opened the door. You need to get enrolled in school again or find a job. I have a job. I mean a paying job. A 40 hours a week job. Luke applauded his sister for volunteering to work with amputee children at the hospital, a position Charlie suggested, but it became her excuse to not re-enroll in college after her accident. Their parents weren't going to be able to support her living in San Francisco forever, and Luke loved his sister, but he was not an enabler. Will you drive me home tomorrow to spend the weekend with Mom and Dad? I can't. Why not? Mom and Dad want to see you, but they have guests and can't come visit us. I have somewhere I need to be. Where? He gave her a pointed look. Since when are you my keeper? Since Jessica died, and since you blew off Charlie. Sometimes he swore the woman before him was Jessica. Lake had a strong personality and spoke with uncensored words. Contumacious. I'm leaving town tomorrow. For? Research. What are you researching? Her eyes grew wide with expectancy. Luke chuckled. Stuff for something I'll be presenting at a conference in the spring. What's the topic? Lake's relentlessness was unmatched. Life after death. Really? Sounds intriguing. Very. So let's plan a trip home in a few weeks. Christmas is in a few weeks. Well, there you go. Perfect timing. Luke grinned. Lake rolled her eyes. Take me with you. Absolutely not. Why? I'm going to be busy. I won't have time to watch after you. I don't need you to watch after me. No. Come on. Absolutely not. It's too dangerous. Dangerous? Where are you going? Looking for ghosts in the ghetto? Luke sighed. The answer is no. No now, no tomorrow, no if you ask me a million more times. You're no fun. So I've heard. I'm not going to watch Jones for you. I'm not asking you to. Eve has agreed to watch him. I think you're taking advantage of your secretary. Probably, but she loves Jones, maybe more than me, so I don't feel bad about asking her. So you're just going to leave me by myself this weekend? I'm sure Charlie will indulge you in a movie or some female bonding thing. Lake shrugged, a pout stealing her full lips. I'm trying to give Charlie some space. I think being around me reminds her of you. Luke's brow furrowed. I'm sorry. That's one of the main reasons I hesitated getting involved with her. I didn't want anything to happen to your friendship. It was a half-truth. Jessica was the biggest reason for his reservations about a relationship with Charlie or anyone else. It's fine. I'm actually comforted by the fact that my brilliant psychiatrist brother is messed up in the head. It makes the rest of us feel less crazy for having a human side. Next weekend. I'll go home with you then, okay? Deal. Lake stood, taking an extra moment to gain her balance. He walked around the desk and hugged her. I am messed up, and yes, the whole human side really sucks. I love you, Luke. You're still my idol. Thanks, but I think you need to set your role model standards a bit higher than me. How long will you be gone? I had Eve reschedule my patients for next week, so I don't feel rushed. It depends on what I find, and how soon I find it. Her. It depended on how soon he found her. Luke boarded the plane for Chicago. It was the safest destination to take by plane. He would pay cash for a rental car and drive to Omaha, where he would pay cash for a hotel. Jude/Jackson was his ticket to finding Jessica. Luke didn't buy his claim that he couldn't find her. Sir, we're expecting a slight delay. Can I get you something to drink while we wait? The flight attendant asked. I'm fine, thank you. He tipped his head back and closed his eyes. The 6 a.m. flight was always a bitch. A while later, the flight attendants began their pre-flight instructions to the passengers. Luke opened his eyes and stared out the window as they taxied down the runway, waiting in line to be cleared for takeoff. So, Chicago, huh? I've never been. This should be fun. Lake. Luke whipped around in his seat to blue eyes that mirrored his. Lake smiled, pink beads covering her ears. What the hell are you doing? The older gentleman sitting next to her scowled at Luke. I thought I'd surprise you. No one really likes to travel alone. You can't be here. She laughed. We'll be in the air in less than 60 seconds. I think I'm here to stay. The second we land in Chicago, we're getting you a ticket right back home. Okay, Dad. She rolled her eyes. Sir, I need you to face forward. We're getting ready to take off. Luke turned back around. Rage filled his mind. Lake would get a proper ass-chewing as soon as they landed in Chicago. Then he'd put her back on a plane. He slipped on his own headphones to block out the sound of her gabbing with the passenger next to her. The girl could chat it up with anyone. It would be a long flight. As soon as they exited the plane, he grabbed her arm. Ticket counter, now. She tugged out of his grasp. I'm an adult, Luke. You can't tell me what to do. Have it your way. He marched past her. If she wanted to see Chicago, she could see Chicago. He had a rental car to get, and then he would head back west to Omaha. Luke, stop! He stopped, closing his eyes and gritting his teeth. What the hell? I get it. You didn't want me to come, but I'm here. You can't just leave me. I told you, it's not safe for you to be here. What does that mean? You think I'm going to get mugged or raped? I'm not going to wander the streets alone at night. You can do your thing during the day and I'll do mine. We can meet up for dinner. I promise I won't be a burden. I love you, and that's why you can't stay. You have to trust me on this. I'm begging you. Please, just go back home. She crossed her arms over her chest. No. Enjoy Michigan Avenue. I'll see you back in San Francisco. He continued on, setting a pace he knew she couldn't keep. 30 seconds later, he turned to the sound of commotion behind him. Damn it! He jogged back to Lake. A crowd of people surrounded her. I'm fine. Really, I'm fine. Two men helped her to her feet while a lady shoved the spilled contents of Lake's purse back inside it. Blood oozed from a gash above Lake's eye. Jesus, what happened? I was trying to catch up with my brother. She scowled at him, garnering similar looks and sympathy from the small crowd of people. "I'm a doctor. Thanks. I'll take it from here." He smiled at the people around them as he took her bags and slung them over his shoulder. "Let's go. We'll stop by urgent care on our way out of town." "We're not staying in Chicago?" She held a wad of tissue to her forehead as he led her through the crowd. "No, we're not." With a rental car and a stitched-up forehead, Luke and Lake headed west, Omaha bound. Self-preservation didn't matter when it was a solo trip. Lake's stubbornness put her in danger and compromised Luke's ability to find Jessica. "You can't be mad at me forever." He could. "The silent treatment is getting old. We've been on the road for 3 hours. Tell me where we're going." "Omaha." Keeping it a secret wasn't an option. Lake could read. "You know, I haven't been to Omaha either, but I'm 100% sure they have an airport. Did you overshoot your destination by a couple states on purpose?" "Yes." One-word explanations. I can work with that. I like 20 questions. Let's see. Are you really going to Omaha for business? No. Did you purchase a cattle farm? No. He gave her a quick sideways glance with a single squinted eye. Lake laughed. Is Warren Buffett your financial advisor? No. Does this trip have anything to do with a woman? Luke contemplated his answer, not sure if telling Lake the truth was a good idea. Yes. OMG, are you serious? OMG confirmed she was not ready to handle the truth, but his options were limited. Serious. How did you meet her? Does Charlie know? God, you're such a pig. Do Mom and Dad know? Is it serious? Lake received the hairy eyeball again. Sorry. How did you meet her? She was my patient. Shit. Are you serious? That's so unethical and completely romantic. Oh man, you're going to visit her for a lust-filled week and your little sister is tagging along. That's not cool. Sorry, bro. My bad. Now I feel regretful. Now you feel regretful? When I told you it wasn't safe and you were putting yourself in danger, that didn't faze you. But now that you think you're putting a kink in my sex plans, you feel regretful. A bit, yes. When did she move to Omaha? Luke bit his lips together, squinting a bit. I'm not sure. Less than a year ago. Did you meet her before or after Jessica died? Before. Oh, Luke. Disappointment laced her words. Please tell me you weren't cheating on Jessica. It's complicated. Asshole. She mumbled under her breath, turning her back to him to stare out her window. 20 questions ended before she got to 20. Just as well. He wanted Lake to think about Jessica. He wanted her to miss Jessica. He wanted to prime her brain for what he would tell her when they arrived in Omaha. Even then, it would be too much for her to comprehend. A cold silence settled between them for the rest of the drive to Omaha. They stopped in Des Moines for dinner. Lake didn't say a word, didn't even look at him. He wanted to tell her, but not yet. The truth was irrational, and Lake would need to be in that frame of mind before he could make her see it, make her accept it. They pulled into the parking garage of the Element Hotel, and Lake jumped out before he put the car in park. In an angry march, she headed straight to the lobby. He took his time getting their bags and checking them into their room. Coming? He asked, breezing past her to the elevator. Her flushed face confirmed she was seconds from exploding. He slid the keycard in the door and held it open for her. As soon as it closed behind them, she turned, hands fisted, eyes squinted. I hate you! You cheated on Jessica! Jessica! What the hell is wrong with you? We loved her, the whole family. I think we preferred her to you. We're going to marry her. How could you? I'm going to hate this woman we're here to see. I don't care what you think of her. I already hate her for trying to steal you from Jessica. The only reason I'm not taking a cab to the airport right this second is because I want to see her. I want to claw her goddamn eyes out. Tears streamed down her face. I idolized you. Jessica was a sister to me. I miss her so damn much. The only thing I have left is the memories of her, of you two together, and now you've ruined that. You can't be with this girl, Luke. You can't. She's not Jessica. She is. Lake shook her head. Don't you dare say that. Don't you dare disrespect her memory like that. You're such a bastard. I'm here for Jessica. Stop! She covered her ears. Just stop! Jessica wouldn't want you here doing what you're doing. Luke couldn't deny the probable truth in that statement. Lake. He grabbed her hands. She fought him, squeezing her eyes shut. Lake, look at me. She opened her red eyes. The ugly cry grimace still stuck to her face. Jessica didn't die. Oh my God! You're seeing ghosts! This won't end well. He grabbed her face. If you never listen to anything I say again, please hear this. She blinked, holding her breath. Her parents were murdered, and her death was fake to protect her from being murdered too. Lake blinked some more. Anger and fear converged into complete shock. I saw her at the hotel in Houston. I was taken by the people who are supposedly protecting her. That's why I stood Charlie up. Impossible, Lake whispered. I'm here to find her. She and Jude moved to Omaha, but some things have happened in her life and she's gone again. I need to find her, and this is the only place I know where to start. They took you? What does that mean? Took you where? Who took you? Her words indicated enough acceptance that he let her go and took a step back. His chin tipped to his chest as he rubbed the tension in the back of his neck. That's a little more complicated. Let's just say they don't have much regard for my life or my family's. Being here puts my life in danger. He looked up at her. Realization robbed her face of all color. And mine is too, she whispered. Luke nodded. I think you should forget everything we've just discussed and get on the first flight out tomorrow. Is that what those people said to you? More or less, just with a little more force and a lot more threat. But you're here anyway. I love her. I was miserable when I thought she died, but knowing she's alive is a different kind of pain, the kind that will kill me if I can't be with her. You're not cheating on her? Only Lake could bring a smile to his face in the midst of so much pain. That depends on how you look at it. I'm searching for a woman with Jessica's build, but blonde hair, and she goes by the name Jillian Knight. Jillian Knight? Luke nodded. I can't imagine her as a blonde. How does it look on her? Hideous, stunning, disturbing, mesmerizing. Lake laughed. Well, let's get some sleep. We have a blonde bombshell named Jillian Knight to track down tomorrow. I want you to go home. I know, and I love you too, but by all rights, I'm living on borrowed time, with a fake leg and a job that doesn't pay. I think doing anything but living on the edge would be a crime at this point. I'm serious. If anything happens to you. She pressed her finger to his mouth. Shh, I love her too. He grabbed her hand and pulled her into him for a big hug. Some guy, with my scrutinizing approval of course, is going to snatch you up one day, and he's going to be the luckiest guy alive. Chapter 20. Night. With minimal convincing, Jackson talked Wren into staying the weekend at his place. He hesitated for a fraction of a second when she reminded him Gunnar would have to come over too. The "that dog wants to rip my balls off" look ended with a smile and silent acquiescence. Jackson loved to eat. Wren loved to cook. They were a perfect match by any standard. The pang of guilt she felt when he woke up early to go for a run while she nestled back under the covers disappeared the second she realized the kitchen was all hers. A Friday night trip to the store before coming to his place ensured she had everything she needed to make muffins, bacon, seasoned hash, and fresh squeezed orange juice. It did seem a bit excessive for 2 people, but Wren couldn't resist. Gunnar gave a warning growl when the doorbell rang. The dope must have locked himself out. She wiped her hands and traipsed to the front door, wearing nothing but Jackson's large t-shirt. Wren opened the door with a big grin that morphed into a grimace at the 2 strangers that stood on the opposite side of the storm door, that thankfully fogged over within seconds. "Shoot!" She held up a finger. "Just a minute!" Closing the door, she ran into the bedroom and stripped the t-shirt from her embarrassingly flushed body, then slid into her jeans, a bra, and sweater. There was no time to deal with her hair, so she ran her fingers through it on the way back to the front door. "Sorry about that. I was expecting someone else." The man smiled. "That's fine. Sorry to disturb you so early in the morning. We're looking for Jackson Knight." "He went for a jog." The dark-haired man looked around at the snow-covered ground and shook his head with a slight grin. "Of course he did," he mumbled to himself. "We're old friends. Would you mind if we waited for him?" Wren assessed them both. The girl looked young, maybe Maddie's age, harmless. With Gunnar as her backup, she stepped back, welcoming them inside the house. "I'm Wren Middleton." She smiled and offered to take their coats. "Luke, and this is my sister Lake." They both slipped off their shoes, then shook her hand. Lake had a prosthetic leg. Wren tried not to stare. "Nasty car accident." Her staring didn't go unnoticed. Wren gave her a polite smile. "Looks like you're lucky to be alive." "Most days." Lake grinned at her brother before returning her attention to Wren. "So, Luke and Lake, your mother must have been a glutton for punishment." Lake giggled. "You have no idea. We have 3 other siblings, Lane, Laura, and Liam." "Wow!" Wren pulled the cranberry-orange muffins from the oven. "So, how do you know Jackson?" "I was closer friends to his sister, Jillian," Luke said. Wren poured 2 glasses of orange juice and offered them to her guests. "Oh, no, we didn't mean to intrude on your breakfast." Luke had an earnest smile, mature but boyish at the same time. "You're not intruding. I never get to cook for many besides myself, and I was just thinking how overboard I went for just 2 people. Here, I insist." Luke and Lake took the juice and thanked her. "Have a seat." Wren nodded to the table. "I have muffins, bacon, and hash too, unless you're vegetarians like Jillian." "No, we're not." Luke grinned at his sister as if there was some sort of inside joke. "So, you're from New York, too?" Lake squinted her eyes a bit. Yes, we are." Luke took a sip of his juice. "So, are you and Jackson together?" "I know what you're thinking. I'm older and he's younger and—" "No." Luke saved her from her impending rant of insecurity. "I was just thinking the guy I used to know never had women making breakfast in his kitchen." Wren nodded. "He told me he wasn't much of the relationship type before—" "Before you?" She shrugged. "Yeah. Boy, that sounds conceited, doesn't it? I don't mean it like I think I'm something special or anything. You're beautiful. Age doesn't matter. It would seem he's lucky to have found you. I'm sure you make him a better man." Both Wren and Luke stared at Lake. Those were mature words coming from a young woman. Wren couldn't imagine Maddie saying something like that. Thank you. Wren smiled, the kind she could feel across her whole body. It would seem you showed up this morning just to make my day. Lake laughed, nudging her brother's leg under the table. Hear that? I've made someone's day. So, what brings you two to Omaha? I hope not to see Jillian. She's out of town, and we're not sure when she'll return. Do you know where she is? Luke asked. Wren set 2 plates filled with food in front of Luke and Lake. I don't. Did you know she lost someone close to her recently? They both nodded. Wren frowned. She didn't like the truth behind AJ's death, but with each passing day, she understood it. Understood Jackson a little more. I think she needed some space, some time to grieve and try to make sense of everything. Have either you or Jackson heard from her? I haven't, and I don't think he has either. She left her phone behind, so there's no way to contact her until she decides to call home. They all turned as the front door opened. Nothing ruined a long night of sex with Wren like an unfamiliar car in the driveway that said he would not be having his way with her in the shower. The Martha Stewart moved-in hair smell that greeted him when he opened the front door almost made up for the lack of shower sex he would have had. Almost. Hey, I see you didn't slip on the ice and break your neck. Wren kissed him on the cheek as he toed off his running shoes. Whose car is in the driveway? Jackson followed Wren around the corner. Ours. It's a rental. The damn thorn in his side smiled. He and Wren were good. Jackson embraced his new identity, his new life. Why did the past insist on resurfacing? Only on the rarest of occasions was Jackson at a loss for words. But at that moment, he had nothing. He felt stranded in the middle of a minefield, not daring to move a single step. What had they told Wren? So, you've met my friends. He forced a smile at Wren. And you're feeding them my breakfast. Yes. She set a plate of food down on the table and motioned for him to take a seat. And there's plenty of food. We thought we'd make the trip from New York to check on Jillian. She can't be doing well. Luke held his gaze to Jackson's, probably trying to read his mind. What a wasted trip. I'm sure Wren told you she's not here and we don't know when she'll return. Jackson eyed Lake. He'd only met her a handful of times. Each one of those times he deemed her to be doable. Jessica threatened both testicles if he so much as looked at Lake for more than 2 seconds at a time. He didn't look at her that way anymore. She reminded him of Maddie. Too damn young and immature. You brought your sister along. Interesting choice. How so? Luke asked. Jackson shrugged. Safety reasons? Plane hijackings, slamming into a semi on the icy roads. Any number of things could happen. I would have left her at home, that's all. Well, my dear sister is stubborn. I know the feeling. Jackson dove into his breakfast. Reason 999 why he would never let Wren go. The woman had mad skills in the kitchen. Too bad the Jones siblings had to distract him from fully enjoying it. I had hoped since we talked on the phone that you would have reconsidered looking for your sister. Jackson shook his head, mouth full, taste buds in heaven. She'll come home when she's ready. Sorry you wasted your time coming here, just to hear me say the same thing I told you on the phone. Luke stared at his food. The guy's brain never shut down. Where is your restroom? Down the hall on the left. Wren smiled at Jackson, eyes big as if she worried answering that simple question somehow crossed a non-existent line between her house and his. Jackson grinned at her. He liked how she'd made herself at home. If his plans for the future worked out, they wouldn't need 2 homes. Thank you. Excuse me. Luke walked past Jackson, his expression filled with words he held back from Wren's ears. For that, Jackson was thankful. Are you in college, Lake? Wren asked. No, I was before the accident, but I haven't gotten back on that horse, or any other for that matter. I volunteer at the hospital working with young amputees. I heard about your accident. Sorry to hear about your leg." Jackson felt the need to say something, but he wasn't good with emotions and the words that went with them. "Thanks." Lake stared at her plate. "It's never a good time to lose someone you love." Lake looked at Ren. "My boyfriend died." Ren reached her hand over and rested it on Lake's. "That's terrible." Lake nodded. "But if it had to happen, I wish it could have been on a different day. Any other day." "Oh?" Ren's brow furrowed. "We were on our way to a wedding." She looked at Jackson. He tried not to react, but his jaw muscle twitched anyway. "Luke's wedding." "Oh, no. Your poor family." "Yeah, he didn't get married that day." "But he did eventually, right?" Lake shook her head. "I was in a coma, so the wedding was postponed." Jackson looked away the minute he saw tears pooling in her eyes. "His fiancée died in her own tragic accident before I came out of my coma. I woke up to no leg, no boyfriend, and no Jessica." Jackson flinched at the mention of her name. "Life isn't anything if not heartbreaking and unpredictable." Ren wiped away a tear of her own. "I'd better make sure Luke didn't flush himself down the toilet." Jackson stood, eager to leave the hot mess of emotions at the table. The bathroom door was open with the lights off, but the door to Jillian's room was shut. He cracked it open. Luke sat on the bed, holding Jillian's sweatshirt to his face. He didn't startle or show a shed of guilt for being in her room, smelling her clothes. "You love Ren?" Jackson shut the door behind him and leaned against it. "I do." Luke laughed. "Never thought I'd see the day. I honestly questioned if you were capable of it. Jude wasn't, but I'm not him. You have to do that, don't you?" "Do what?" "Separate yourself from the man you were and the life you left behind. It's the only way to keep your sanity, isn't it? She did it too. Jessica couldn't love AJ, but Jillian did. I never claimed to have my sanity, even now. This life is easier. Everything that plagued Jude is dead. The anger plagued you. You were always angry. Jessica knew it, but she didn't know why. Are you saying your parents made you angry?" "Listen, Doc, I don't need you to psychoanalyze me. I'm not the one sniffing my ex's clothes. If someone took Ren from you today, and you were without her for almost a year, you'd be sniffing her clothes." Jackson wanted to deny it, but he couldn't. He was a little pissed at her for washing his sheets after they got wet from sex after their shower. He wasted no time getting her naked and rolling around in his bed again. "I don't know where she is. I'm not lying. But someone does. Knox knows, doesn't he?" The brilliant doctor didn't have a clue. Some things in life had no explanation. Some people lived without accountability. Knox was one of them. "He tracks her phone. She doesn't have a chip inserted into her neck or anything like that. If he were concerned about her whereabouts, then he would have had her followed. She took a plane to Portland for a funeral. He called me after she left, wondering why she was still in Omaha. I told him she forgot her phone." "You lied?" "Yes." "Why?" "She needed time alone without anyone following her, and I didn't want Knox thinking she went AWOL. I have to find her." "You won't." "Then you find her." Jackson shrugged. "I wouldn't even know where to start." Luke glanced around the room. "Look through her stuff. Find a clue to where she might be. Maybe she went somewhere with him before he died, and she's gone back there to feel close to him. Maybe she said something to his family at the funeral. Maybe—" "Stop with the fucking maybes. I spent years anticipating the behaviors of other people, guessing their next move, where they would be, where they might go, but she's not predictable like that. She could be in Maine or Florida, Indiana, Alaska. Hell, she could be staying at your fucking hotel for all we know. She's carrying cash, nothing to track. Call Knox. Tell him she's gone AWOL. Make him find her. Luke had lost it. He wasn't hearing anything Jackson said. Sure, and if by some miracle he finds her reading a book on the beach in the Keys, he's going to be fucking pissed for the wasted man-hours, and so is she. She's not on a goddamn beach in the Keys. Something's wrong. How do you know, huh? How the hell can you possibly know something is wrong? Luke dropped his head, clenching his hair. I just know. Chapter 21. Day. The below-average January temperature greeted Jessica with a maddening gust to her hair as she emerged from the building. The number of women in her self-defense class nearly doubled from the previous weeks. The holidays sucked the life out of attendance. Mrs. Jones. She turned around, wrestling with her ponytail, whipping her face like a fly on a horse. Luke stood, leaning against the passenger's door to the GTO, with Jones shoved into the back seat. Her fiancé looked GQ handsome in his black wool coat, with the collar up protecting his neck from the frigid wind. Mrs. Jones? Really? Not until next weekend. She walked into his waiting arms and, just like that, she was home. I'm just trying it out in public, seeing how it sounds when I holler it in the middle of the busy sidewalk. She clenched his lapels, looking up with complete adoration. And how does it sound? Incredible. Didn't you see those people looking around like a celebrity had been spotted, or the Queen was in town? I must have missed that. Suspicion pulled at her eyebrows. Are you getting cold feet? She slid into the car as he held open the door. No, my socks are a wool-cotton blend. He looked at her with his typical, I don't want to grin, but I am, smile, as he fastened his seatbelt. The wedding. Are you getting cold feet about the wedding? Nope. She twisted her body, petting Jones on his chest. Are you sure? I swear. Luke laughed as he started the car. You swear, huh? Yep. I swear on my uncle's grave, I'm not getting cold feet over marrying you. He pulled away from the curb. That's not very comforting. Why do you say that? You don't have an uncle. Your dad's an only child, and your mom has a younger sister who lives in Canada. Exactly. I've only seen my aunt once in my life. She basically divorced the family when she moved to Vancouver with her rich lover. My mom didn't even send her an invitation to the wedding. Fucking Kathy got an invite, but not my aunt, which is fine. I don't really want either one of them there. But in my dreams, I had this amazing uncle who was a NASCAR driver, and he let me drive his car around the track as fast as I wanted and whenever I wanted. When I was younger, he took me for ice cream, twist cones dipped in chocolate. He tragically died after winning Daytona. An RV in the parking lot backed over him. So when I say I swear on my uncle's grave, it means a lot. Luke stared at the road ahead, taking a right into the parking garage. As soon as the car was nestled into its parking spot, he unlatched his seatbelt and readjusted his body to face her. She'd seen that look on his face 1,000,000 times. It was the one that said, I love you, but you need help. You need an emergency session with Dr. Jones. I'm a little concerned that you've constructed this imaginary world with an uncle that never existed. I've always assumed you and your father had a good relationship, but this makes me question that. Is there something about your father that you've never told me? She frowned, looking down at her gloved hands resting in her lap. Well, there was this one incident. The door was cracked to my parents' bathroom. I thought it was my mom, but upon closer inspection, I noticed my father standing in front of the mirror in a pink lace bra and matching panties. Beneath the tough guy uniformed exterior, he liked wearing lingerie. I think that day, a little piece of me died. The man I looked up to was no longer truly a man. Jess, Luke whispered, touching his hand to her cheek. She looked up and grinned. Just fucking with you. God, you're so gullible. She hopped out, letting Jones out as well. What the hell? Luke chased after them as they made their way to the elevator. You were joking? About your father? The disbelief in his voice cracked her up. Ruffling Luke's feathers was her favorite pastime. Yes, joking about my dad and my imaginary uncle. Joking about all of it. The second the doors opened, he shoved her to the back of the elevator, pinning her against it with his body. Her heart pounded, certain he would give her a pounding of her favorite kind, very soon as well. You made the whole story up? He pinched her sides. It tickled and hurt at the same time. Jessica giggled. The look. Oh my gosh, the look on your face was. He clenched her ass with an iron grip, yanking her body to his. She felt the evidence of his angry desire hard against her belly. Payback's a bitch, sweetheart. He sucked at her neck just short of leaving a mark. Out of control Luke made Jessica all kinds of crazy. Their bed was too far. She wanted him right then, not a second longer to wait. Tell me I've been a bad girl, Daddy. Luke froze, lips still pressed to her neck. What did you just say? I've been a really naughty girl, Big Daddy. You need to spank me. He released his grip on her ass so fast she could barely remember the feel of it. The elevator doors opened. His long strides took him to the door twice as fast as hers did. You've ruined the moment. We may never have sex again. She felt like a masochist. Her actions left her turned on, yet she couldn't resist. Cold feet over marrying Luke? Not in a million years. Luke, Jessica mumbled. His sexy, naked fiancé often talked in her sleep. Damn it, Jones, answer your phone! She wasn't asleep. You're on top of me. She nuzzled her face into his neck. You love it. He did. They started their love affair in separate beds, then separated by the great wall which came down, leaving an empty gap of complete trust. But one night she fell asleep on his chest. He risked life and limb for a night of her naked body against his. His lips on her head and hands on her perfect ass awoke her the next morning. She didn't flinch. He proposed to her 3 days later. I do love it, but it's 2 a.m., and you're demanding I get my phone. She rolled to the side, and he lumbered from the bed to grab his vibrating phone that danced along the dresser. Hello? Luke? Who's this? Deborah. What is it, Deb? Why was his ex-fiancé's mom calling him? It's Fran. He held the phone to his ear with one hand and rubbed the sleep from his eyes with the other. Yeah? She died an hour ago. Her voice cracked. Painful sobs bled through his phone. I'm sorry, Deb. I really am. You loved her, right? Luke grabbed the back of his neck, looking at the woman sprawled out on his bed. The woman who would be his wife in 5 days. He never went to see Fran, even when Jessica told him to go. They found a match and she received the heart transplant she needed. But it was never a guarantee, and he'd heard from mutual friends that she wasn't doing well. Yes, of course I did. The funeral is Saturday? You'll be there? I'm sorry, Deb. I can't. I have other plans. She sobbed harder. What can be more important than Fran's funeral? I'm getting married. Give Matt my condolences. Luke pressed end. After slipping into his pajama bottoms, he headed to the kitchen. He grabbed a glass of water and stared out the floor-to-ceiling windows at the hazy lights of San Francisco. Arms swimming in his stolen red hoodie wrapped around his waist. A warm cheek rested on his bare back. Fran died? Yes. Sometimes life sucks. Luke loved with his entire being, the woman who clung to him. He loved that every single one of her imperfections made her absolutely perfect for him. Yes. He turned, using his free hand to cup the back of her head, pulling her into his chest. And sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes we weather the storm, mourn the casualties, and find the sun on the horizon has never been brighter. I'm blinded by mine, and I'm certain for the rest of my life, she, will leave me breathless. I hate how much you've lost to get to me. I feel the same way about you. He kissed her head as she kissed his chest. The funeral is on Saturday, isn't it? Yes. You're going to think of her that day. There's no way you can't. She looked up at him. And I'm going to love you even more for it. You hide behind your structured life, a 3-piece suit, and the plaques on your office wall. But your heart is so damn big. Everyone who really knows you loves you. It's impossible not to. Don't ever leave me, he whispered. I have to work tomorrow. He chuckled. She called his sense of humor dry, but hers was just as dry. Oh, you meant it more like a stalker, didn't you? Like, don't ever leave me because I'd find you. Yes, but not really in that voice. Were you good at hide and seek? I sucked at it. Jude would talk stupid gibberish while looking for me. Stuff that would make me giggle and give away my hiding spot. He'd say things like, I ran out of dental floss, so I cut the strings off your tampons. Is that going to be a problem? Or, I masturbate in the shower. Don't you think it's odd that you never run out of conditioner? He laughed with her. It was easy to imagine Jessica and Jude as kids because they still sucked at being adults, especially when they were in the same room. I dominated hide and seek, especially the seeking part. So yes, I would find you in the most creepy, no other man will ever have you kind of way. I should be disturbed by your confession. I should report it to Dr. Jones, but I love to think about you finding me. You've saved me from so much. I can't imagine a life where you're not there to make it worth living. He walked to the kitchen, holding her to his chest like a slow dance. After setting down his glass, he lifted her onto the counter. She wrapped her naked legs around his waist, her arms around his neck. Hold on to me, Luke. Never let me go. He slid his hands under the hoodie, feathering his fingers along her abs and upper ribs. I've got you. I'll always have you. She pressed her palm to his chest, over his heart. He closed his eyes because that's exactly where he kept her. Chapter 22. Night. Jillian's stomach roiled in pain. She didn't have a fat reserve for unexpected kidnappings. Stupid her. After being in the same basement with Claire, that lesson should have been learned. Gandhi went 21 days without food and survived. Drifting in and out of sleep and consciousness left Jillian unsure of how many days she'd been in that dungeon. But not 21. Yet. You need to eat? Knox must have hurt her stomach. I've been offered maggot-infested dog food. I'm good. She looked down at the IV still in her hand. She's keeping me hydrated. I've been pissing myself quite regularly, which I'm sure you can smell. I'm so fucking constipated. If I make it out of here alive, I'll die trying to shit the redwood-sized cement turd that's backed up in my colon. Knox chuckled. Always such a lady. Funny, coming from the guy who preached his training facility had to be gender neutral, because the enemy killed indiscriminately. I act like a lady in the presence of a true gentleman. Let me guess, I'm not a true gentleman? You raped me. You let me. She glared at him. All those years, she knew he didn't look at it as rape. It's the same reason she didn't, until working with rape victims. Until Luke. You had me pinned, naked to the ground. You could have escaped. I didn't hold you down. Your fear did. 200 pounds of fear. He shrugged. I saved your life that day, and you know it. Is that how you sleep at night? Is that how you justified yourself, worthy of my mother? You killed Edwin Harvey and Matthew Grain because I took away your fear that day. You weren't a victim. I gave you power that day. I beat the shit out of you. I had power, dumb fuck. Just ask the paramedics that hauled your ass out of the building. You had skills, a gun of sorts, but you never would have pulled the trigger. I showed you how to shut off your mind and pull the trigger. You're no longer a victim. Even now, look at you. You're a starving, bloody mess. I see the anger in your eyes. I bet Edwin saw it too, but he didn't believe it. You hated him, but if it weren't for me, you never would have killed him. Not with 44 slashes to his body. You don't know me. I know you better than anyone. You like the taste of blood and the control that comes with it. That's a part of who you are now. A wedding dress, a fancy apartment in the city, and a big-ass dog won't change that. No, but killing you and your Frankenstein bride might cure what ails me. I'm not 100% sure, but I plan on testing my theory. He shook his head. You're going to die in that puddle of piss, sweetheart, and there's nothing you can do about it. If someone removed you from your bindings right now, you wouldn't be able to stand up, let alone kill anyone. Get her to let me go, and we'll just see what I can do. As you can see, he looked down at himself, completely bound. I'm not her favorite person either. I don't anticipate her heeding my special request to let you go. Then go ahead and tell me. Jillian closed her eyes, feeling a wave of nausea seize her stomach. Tell you what? Make me see what my mother saw in you, because right now I hate you, and that makes me hate her for loving you. Sunny. Knox met Sunny in kindergarten. Sunny's bright smile matched her name, just like the ribbons she wrapped around her strawberry pigtails matched the dresses she wore with the same pair of red Mary Janes. The disheveled ginger-haired boy followed the pigtailed angel around like a puppy on a leash. Knox is a funny name, she giggled. He did too. My mama's grandpappy's name was Knox. She says it's a strong name because grandpappy was a war hero. He spoke with a lisp from having his 2 front baby teeth knocked out by his drunken father. Sounds like rocks. Sunny giggled more as the other kids chased each other around the schoolyard. Occasionally one would tag Knox or Sunny, not realizing they weren't playing. They had more important things to do, like figuring out a better name than one that rhymed with rocks. If you let me give you a new name, I'll let you kiss me. Knox would have adopted dog poop for a name if it meant he could kiss the most beautiful girl in the world. However, his mama taught him to stand up for himself, even if she didn't stand up to his mean daddy. I'll let you give me a new name if I get to kiss you every day until I turn 6. He beamed at her with a toothless grin. When do you turn 6? My birthday is tomorrow. Sunny gave his offer careful consideration. Then she shrugged. Okay. Before he could register her answer, she leaned in and kissed him on the lips, and then it was over. He wasn't ready. He was supposed to kiss her, not the other way around. She giggled. He loved her giggles. His mama took him to church every Sunday, but not once did his Sunday school teacher talk about angels giggling. He couldn't wait to tell her that he'd heard one. Mickey. Mickey? He lifted his shoulders. Your new name is Mickey, instead of Mickbra, or Fox instead of Knox. Knox laughed, holding onto his belly. You said McBra. That's what our teacher said. Knox McBra. McGraw. My name is Knox Duncan McGraw, not McBra. Sunny twirled her pigtail around her finger, head cocked to the side. I'm going to call you Mickey because I kissed you. From that day forward, Sunny and Mickey were inseparable. She loved his red hair that was darker than hers. He loved her red Mary Janes that she wore every day. They both loved the small block that separated their houses, a wonderful discovery that happened on the walk home from school the first day. That one kiss turned into a daily occurrence. Just one, always in the schoolyard, never lasting more than 1 second. By the 4th grade, Mickey made Sunny promise to marry him. She agreed. They were up to 2 kisses a day and holding hands when adults weren't looking. At the beginning of 7th grade, Sunny agreed to not question the bruises and occasional fat lip Mickey received from his father if he promised not to say anything about the period pads in her school bag or the bras her mother insisted she wear. Their kisses lasted longer, at least longer than any of their friends who had started kissing. But in all fairness, for 7 years, Sunny and Mickey had been kissing and sharing food, germs, and colds, even the chicken pox. My parents are taking me and my sister to New York over Christmas break. My aunt and uncle live there, Sunny grimaced. Sounds like fun. Can I hide in your suitcase and go too? Sunny shook her head. Her worried expression deepened along her brow. Mickey laughed. I'm kidding. He leaned in to kiss her as they sat on the couch in her basement, studying, aka their time to make out. She pulled away before his lips touched hers. My parents know we kiss. You told them? She rolled her eyes. No, but when my mom asked me, I didn't lie to her. She's not stupid, Mickey. We're always sick at the same time with the same thing. We're attached at the hip. 2 + 2 = 4. So, are we in trouble? Sunny shook her head. Oh, good. He leaned in again, and again she denied him by turning her head to the side. We're not in trouble, but I've been banned from kissing you until we get back from New York. My mom doesn't want me getting sick. I'm not sick. My mom's a nurse, Mickey. She said you're usually contagious before you ever have symptoms. It's just a precaution. Don't be mad. He sighed, flopping back on the couch. Can we still hold hands? Yes. She giggled, and it still sounded like an angel giggling, the most beautiful sound in the world. He smiled, reaching for her hand. She moved it. But we have to wash our hands both before and after. He grabbed his backpack, slung it over his shoulder, and went home. He lived by his father's stupid rules. Take out the trash twice a day, clean both bathrooms even if they're not dirty, make your bed, do the dishes, and never let the old man run out of beer before setting a new one on the side table next to the chair he sat in when he wasn't at work. With Sunny, there had been no rules until New York. Stupid New York. The words, I love you, were shared on many occasions over the years, but they took on new meaning by the time they both turned 16. Sunny was a straight-A student and a cheerleader for basketball and football. Mickey played point guard and quarterback. All the anger he carried inside from the constant abuse got released in the game. He showed no mercy. Coaches favored him. His opponents feared him. But Sunny loved him, truly, madly, deeply. Promise me we'll get married as soon as we graduate. He rested his head on her lap as they watched TV in her basement. She feathered her fingers over his buzz-cut hair. I want to go to college, Mickey. Married people go to college. What if we don't go to the same college? I'll go wherever you get accepted. Her legs vibrated from her laughter. You sound pretty confident that any college that accepts me will also accept you. Need I remind you I'm a straight-A student? He grabbed right above her knee and pinched it hard until she jumped with a squeal. No, I think you remind me of that every day, smarty pants. Need I remind you that I have tons of scouts looking at me for both basketball and football? As long as I keep my grades up, I'll have my choice of schools. And you're going to choose whatever school I go to? Yep, I go where my wife goes. I hate to break it to you, but I don't think my dad is going to give you his blessing to marry me before I even start college. We'll be adults. We won't need anyone's blessing. He turned his head in her lap and inched her shirt up just enough to expose her belly button. What are you doing? She asked with a breathy voice. Kissing you. Kissing my belly? He nodded, softly kissing her belly button once before dipping his tongue into it. She swallowed hard as her abs tightened. You're so beautiful. Mickey, she whispered in a weak protest as his hand inched up her shirt. Touching her felt right, natural, and perfect. He'd loved her forever, and he would never stop loving the angel he met over a decade earlier. There had never been anyone else, and the only thing he was absolutely certain of in his sometimes miserable life was that there would never be anyone else. His thumb brushed over the thin material of her bra, and his tongue continued to trace along her belly. We should stop. His lips pulled into a smile against her soft skin. Her words were less than convincing as she arched her back into his touch. He dipped his thumb under her bra, circling the pad of his thumb over her hardened nipple. Her full, red lips parted as soft puffs of breath escaped. Their eyes locked. I want to put my lips where my thumb is. His voice took on a deep, unfamiliar tone. They'd kissed, hard and long, with lots of tongue. He'd touched her breasts and butt on the outside of her clothes, but that's as far as it had ever gone. He couldn't remember the last time he'd left her house without a raging hard-on. The shower had been his best friend. He jacked off, then turned it to straight cold because that one release was never enough for his out-of-control hormones. But it was all he had time for before his father would threaten to knock the door off its hinges if he didn't stop wasting so much water. Sunny's breaths chased one another. She swallowed again and nodded. His mouth worked its way up to her bra. It was torturous. His dick was so hard, pulsing painfully against the confines of his jeans. But he wanted to take it slow with the girl that he loved more than anything or anyone else, the woman he would someday marry. Easing the cup of her bra down to expose her cherry nipple, he covered it with his mouth. She moaned, then sucked in a breath as if someone could hear her, but her parents took her sister and a friend to a movie. Mickey knew it was just the two of them for another hour and a half. Do you like this? She opened her heavy eyelids. Yes, she whispered, wetting her lips. He held her gaze, a silent permission, as he pulled down the cup on the other side. Gently rolling her nipple between his thumb and forefinger a few times, he watched her eyes close again. Her hands clenched at her sides. He felt it too. The most painful pleasure. It had been building for several years. Mickey? He sucked her nipple. Do you want me to stop? Yes. No. I don't know. Touch me, Sunny. Please. He whispered his desperate plea around her breast. Where? He took her hand and guided it between his legs. She didn't move for several seconds, and he didn't force her any farther, but he couldn't keep himself from making small thrusts into it. When she finally curled her fingers around the bulged denim, he groaned and nearly came right there. Ow! She tensed. Sorry, baby. He lapped his tongue over her nipple after biting it when she squeezed him. I'm just so damn turned on, and I want you to touch me, but it's almost too much. Mickey, I love you, but I just don't know if... You don't want to have sex. It's okay. No, I'm just... Well, I don't want to get pregnant. What if I buy condoms? What do you mean, what if you buy condoms? He chewed his lower lip for a few moments. I mean, can we have sex if I use a condom, or I'll wear 2 even. Hell, I'll wear 10 if it means we can. He kissed the slight swell of her breast. She grinned. I think 1 is sufficient. He mirrored her grin. Is that a yes? Sunny nodded slowly. He was ready to run out right then and buy condoms, but by the time he'd return, their alone time would be about up. Take your shirt off. Her eyes went wide. I thought we just agreed to wait until... He sat up and tugged at her top. No sex, but there's a lot we can do without actually having sex. Sunny stared at him. Then, on a deep sigh, she lifted her arms. Mickey grinned a victorious smile as he pulled her shirt over her head and tossed it aside. God, I hope my parents don't come home early. He wiggled his eyebrows. The fear of getting caught makes it that much more exciting. He reached around and unfastened her bra. She held it to her breasts. I just saw them. I had them in my mouth. He smirked. Sunny continued to stare at him. Fine. Here. He shrugged off his shirt. Her eyes roved over his torso. Not that she hadn't seen it before, but it did feel different with her shirt off too. Intimate. Sexual. I can't believe how much of a man you've turned into. He chuckled. You have no idea. She released her hold on her bra, letting it fall from her chest. Now what? Her nerves showed through her shaky words. I want to take your pants off. She shook her head. I don't think that's a good idea. Just your pants, okay? I'll leave your underwear on and I'll leave my jeans on. Deal? Biting her lips together, she nodded once. Yes? She nodded again. Lie back. She scooted her body around and lay back on the couch. He unfastened her jeans, keeping his eyes on hers the whole time. Then he slid them down and off her legs. You're beautiful. So very beautiful. He nearly orgasmed just from the sight of her in nothing but a pair of white cotton panties. Auburn hair fanned around her head. Fear took over her face as he unfastened his belt. What are you doing? I don't want to scratch you with my belt. Why? What are we going to do? After dropping his belt to the floor, he pushed her legs open. She resisted him for a second, then tried to relax. He kissed his way up the inside of her leg. She panted as he brushed his nose over her cotton panties, taking a deep inhale before continuing up her body. We're going to practice, he whispered over her lips before kissing her. As his tongue slid against hers, he rocked his pelvis into her. It wouldn't take long. He just hoped he'd hold out until she found her own release. Sunny moaned into his mouth. He slowly rocked into her, vying for every bit of friction he could get. Within seconds, she responded to him, meeting him thrust for thrust, rocking her hips and sometimes circling them, searching for that right spot. He didn't have to search. He was there, waiting on the precipice while praying to God she hurried up. There, she murmured, breaking their kiss as she arched her back and squeezed her eyes shut. Oh, dear God, there! He rocked into her 3 more times, milking her orgasm, then grunting on the final thrust as he came. They both lay still, breathless. After a few minutes, he sat up, kneeling between her legs. She winced. Is that me? She stared at the crotch of his jeans. Looking down, he rubbed his thumb along the dark, wet spot. Yes, some of it's you, but I think I'm leaking through as well. He grinned. How did that feel? She covered her breasts with her hands, her whole body flushed, nice and rosy. Like nothing I've ever felt before. Good. Sunny nodded, looking anywhere but directly at him or his wet jeans. I'm going to give you more of that, for the rest of our lives, I promise. Chapter 23. Jones. Jackson made no guarantees to Luke, but he said he'd contact Knox and casually fish for information without making it sound like he didn't have a clue as to the whereabouts of his sister. It wasn't much, but Luke took it. He had to jump at any and all possibilities, including looking for clues to places she might be. Ren suggested they talk to AJ's son, Cage, who was at his dad's place for the weekend, to go through everything. "Follow my lead," Luke said to Lake as they knocked on AJ's front door. She shook her head. "That's what you said when we stood on Jude's front stoop." "I did, and then 30 minutes later you were talking about your accident and my wedding day." "Sorry, but it's hard to keep my leg a secret, and I'm pretty sure Jackson already knew you were going to marry his sister." He sighed. "Got it. I'll let you handle it." The locks clicked and a young man opened the door. Luke gave Lake a tight-browed glance after she made an indecipherable noise. Hi, Cage, right?" Luke asked. He nodded, looking at Lake. "I hope we're not disturbing you. We're friends of Jillian's. Could we talk to you about her and your dad for a few minutes?" Cage shook his head. Luke hadn't anticipated that. "Oh, sorry. Are you busy? We could come back later." Cage shook his head again, jaw clenched. "It's too soon. I can't talk about him, or them, or... It's just too soon." He cleared his throat. Luke nodded. Cage's pain was palpable. It was too soon. He would have to let the son be a dead end for a while. "I understand. Sorry for your loss." Cage nodded once. "Mind if I use your restroom before we hit the road again?" Lake smiled. "Lake, you can... That's fine," Cage replied before Luke could finish his protest. "Thanks." She rested her hand on Luke's arm. "Why don't you go fill the car up with gas and get me a coffee?" The tank was full, and he never knew she was a coffee drinker. "Please?" "Okay, but I won't be long." He gave her a warning look that, of course, she ignored. Lake leaned her shoulder against the wall to balance as she pulled off her boots. Winter weather made it impossible to hide her prosthetic leg when she had to take her boots off in people's homes. Socks would have been a good idea, but she didn't wear socks with her Uggs. She glanced up after removing them. Cage stared at her feet. "I lost my leg." It wasn't like her to state the obvious, but the tall, hunky blonde with dimples jumbled her thoughts. He smiled. It was a melting smile, the kind that can melt a girl's heart, the kind that led her to believe he would make it through the loss of his father. "I didn't mean to stare." "I didn't mean to state the obvious." She grinned. Some awkward girl personality hijacked hers. Lake reminded herself that they were, in fact, discussing her missing limb. It wasn't flirting. No one flirted over prosthetics. Too bad. "The bathroom is around the corner." Lake needed the bathroom reminder since she didn't really need to use it. "Thank you." After shutting the bathroom door, she rested her hands on the edge of the sink, looking in the mirror at the flushed face of a girl who hadn't given a second glance to a guy since her accident. "He's gorgeous, Lake. Stop thinking stupid shit about a gorgeous guy that lives a million miles away, and, oh yeah, he's naturally going to be attracted to gorgeous women with all their limbs intact." After flushing the toilet and running the water for a few seconds, she gave her reflection an affirmative nod for the needed pep talk and reality check. Upon opening the door, the large, manly form leaning against the opposite wall brought her out of her skin. "Oh, God, you scared me." She pressed her hand to her chest. "Sorry." Cage smiled. Why was he standing there? Had he heard her talking to herself about the gorgeous guy? She stood tall and swallowed her pride, which was easy to do because there wasn't much left if he had heard her. "Better see if your boyfriend is back." "Boyfriend? Oh, no. No. She shook her head. "Luke is my brother. Seriously, we look identical except I have long hair, boobs, and a prosthetic leg." Closing her eyes, she bit her lips together. Someone needed to tape her mouth shut. "I'm sorry." We met like 2 seconds ago, and I can't stop reminding you that I have a fake leg. And to humiliate myself even more, I actually mentioned my boobs. I'm just going to go. Even if he's not here, I'll just wait outside. Cage smirked. Hands crossed over his chest. He seemed to enjoy the Lake is an Idiot show. Her plans to ease him into talking about his father and Jillian derailed the second she stepped into the house. There wasn't enough time to back up and steer the conversation in a different direction. You live around here? Lake shook her head. The less she said, the better. Are you from New York, too? Another place she'd never been. Yes. Have you been there? Telepathically, she willed him to say no. The last thing she needed was someone wanting to compare favorite places and things to do in New York. Yes, but only in transit with the team. The team? I play football. Oh, that's cool. Which team? Cornhuskers. Lake nodded. What position? Quarterback. She tried not to react to the gorgeous guy confessing he played quarterback for a major college football team, but her eyes widened a bit anyway. Are you good? Cage shrugged. I don't know. Some people think so. I ran cross country and played volleyball in high school. My mom thinks I should do something with Paralympic Games. She twisted her lips for a moment. But I don't know. It's been a crazy year since the accident. Some days I still struggle to climb stairs. He gave her a slight nod. Well, I'd better see if Luke's here and let you get back to your stuff. He looked down, scratching the back of his head. Yeah, my dad wasn't a collector or any sort of pack rat, but my parents were divorced. I'm his only child, and my grandparents live in Portland, so I guess it's my responsibility to decide what to do with everything. It's all mine now, including the house. The funny part? I don't want any of it. My brother's fiancée died a year ago. Her stuff still hangs in his closet. It's just stuff, but there has to be a finality to get rid of it. I bet you'll feel it when the last thing is removed from here and someone else buys the place. The stuff is the epilogue. The story is over, but part of it lives on like a ghost for just a few more pages. What's left at the end of the epilogue? Nothing. Lake cocked her head to the side and narrowed her eyes. Depends on how you look at it. And how would you look at it? I'm not sure yet. My boyfriend died in the accident that took my leg. When I came out of my coma, the funeral was over. His parents had cleaned out his apartment, and some other person lived there. I turned the page after the final chapter, only to find no epilogue. The author of my life sucker punched me. Some would say the author of your life is God. And I'd agree, but no amount of faith can truly comfort a grieving heart that can't make sense of such tragedy. I didn't lose my faith, but I did feel like God sucker punched me. No epilogue.